Imagine if you could unlock the secrets to better decision-making, effortlessly cutting through the noise and confusion that cloud our everyday lives. What if you had the power to recognize and avoid the common mental traps that cause so many of us to stumble, leading to poor choices and missed opportunities? The Art of Thinking Clearly by Rolf Dobelli offers exactly that, a masterclass in the psychology of decision-making, distilled into practical, actionable insights that you can apply in every aspect of your life. This audiobook isn't just another self-help guide, it's a journey into the very mechanics of human thought. Dobelli reveals the systematic errors that plague our thinking, from cognitive biases that skew our perception of reality to logical fallacies that sabotage our reasoning. But more than just identifying these pitfalls, he equips you with the tools to avoid them, helping you to think more rationally, more clearly, and ultimately, more successfully. Throughout these chapters, you'll explore a wide range of scenarios, from everyday decisions like what to buy at the grocery store to more complex dilemmas like choosing a career path or managing relationships. You'll discover why we tend to overestimate our own knowledge, why we so often fall for the allure of short-term rewards over long-term benefits, and how our instincts, while often helpful, can lead us astray. But this book isn't just about avoiding mistakes. It's about fostering a mindset that embraces clarity and precision, a mindset that allows you to cut through the clutter and focus on what really matters. It's about learning to question assumptions, challenge the status quo, and think independently. In a world where we're constantly bombarded with information, much of it misleading or irrelevant, the ability to think clearly is more valuable than ever. So as you listen to The Art of Thinking Clearly, prepare to embark on a journey that will transform the way you approach every decision, big or small. You'll not only become more aware of the hidden biases that influence your thoughts, but also gain the confidence to navigate life's challenges with a sharper, more discerning mind. Whether you're seeking to improve your personal life, your career, or simply your understanding of the world, this audiobook is your guide to mastering the art of thinking with clarity and purpose. Let's start. Why you should visit cemeteries: understanding survivorship bias. In a world saturated with stories of success, it's easy to get swept up in the allure of becoming the next big thing. Whether it's rock stars, best-selling authors, or successful entrepreneurs, their triumphs are everywhere on TV, in magazines, and across social media. But what we often fail to see is the vast graveyard of those who never made it, the forgotten souls whose dreams fell short. This hidden reality is a stark reminder of a psychological trap known as survivorship bias. Survivorship bias occurs when we focus solely on the successful cases while ignoring the many failures that never make it to the spotlight. Take Rick, for example, an aspiring musician inspired by countless guitar heroes. He sees them everywhere, on the radio, in the gym, and at concerts. Motivated by their stories, he starts a band, believing he too could make it big. However, what Rick doesn't see is the countless failed musicians who never left their basements, whose stories were never told. In daily life, success is far more visible than failure, leading us to overestimate our chances of succeeding. Like Rick, we fall into the trap of believing that success is more attainable than it truly is. We fail to recognize that behind every successful musician, there are thousands who never made it. This same principle applies to every field, from authors and photographers to entrepreneurs and athletes. Survivorship bias distorts our perception of reality, particularly when it comes to money and risk. Imagine a friend starting a new business. You're excited about the opportunity and consider investing, dreaming of it becoming the next Google. However, the harsh reality is that most startups fail. Many don't even make it past the initial phase, and those that do often struggle to grow beyond a small team. Yet, stories of successful startups dominate the media, making us believe that success is more common than it actually is. Even the stock market isn't immune to survivorship bias. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, for instance, only includes companies that have survived and thrived. Failed businesses never make it to this index, giving us a skewed perception of the economy's health. But the same bias can be seen in the countless books and seminars on success. Those who fail don't write books or give lectures on their shortcomings. Survivorship bias becomes particularly dangerous when you become part of the winning team. It's easy to attribute your success to specific factors: hard work, talent, or a unique strategy. However, if you were to visit the graveyard of failed ventures, you'd find that many of those failures shared the same traits. Success, in many cases, is a matter of luck or timing, not just skill or effort. This bias can also lead to false conclusions in scientific studies. If enough researchers study a particular phenomenon, some will inevitably find statistically significant results by chance. These studies, such as the supposed link between red wine and longevity, often gain widespread attention, while the more accurate but boring studies are ignored. To guard against survivorship bias, it's crucial to remind yourself of the countless projects, investments, and careers that never made it. Visit the metaphorical graves of these once promising ventures. Reflect on the reality that success stories are exceptions, not the rule. It's a sobering walk, but one that can clear your mind and help you see the world as it truly is, not as it appears through the distorted lens of survivorship bias. Understanding survivorship bias doesn't mean you should give up on your dreams, but it does mean approaching them with a clearer sense of the challenges and risks involved. By recognizing the invisible graveyard of failures, you can make more informed decisions and temper your expectations, leading to a more grounded and realistic pursuit of success. The swimmer's body illusion: are we chasing the wrong goals? We all aspire to improve ourselves in one way or another, whether it's getting in shape, boosting our income, or finding happiness. But in this pursuit, we often fall into a psychological trap known as the swimmer's body illusion. This illusion tricks us into confusing the traits that lead to success with the results of effort, leading us to chase goals that may not be achievable or even relevant to our true potential. The swimmer's body illusion, as described by essayist and trader Nassim Taleb, is a common misconception. When Taleb decided to get fit, he admired the lean, streamlined bodies of professional swimmers and assumed that swimming would sculpt his body into a similar shape. However, he soon realized that these athletes didn't achieve their physiques through training alone. Rather, they were selected for the sport because of their naturally advantageous bodies. The same principle applies to models who advertise beauty products. They are chosen for their innate attractiveness, not because the products made them beautiful. This illusion extends beyond physical attributes. For instance, consider the prestige associated with top universities like Harvard. Many successful individuals have graduated from such institutions, leading us to believe that attending these schools guarantees success. However, it's possible that these universities simply attract the brightest minds, who would likely succeed regardless of where they studied. The real factor for success may lie in the rigorous selection process rather than the education itself. This illusion also influences our perception of higher education. MBA programs often lure students with promises of higher future income, using statistics that suggest the investment in tuition will pay off quickly. But these numbers can be misleading. The income disparity between MBA graduates and others may stem from factors unrelated to the degree itself. Those who pursue an MBA may already be on a path to success due to their skills, motivation, or background traits that are not necessarily enhanced by the degree. Even our understanding of happiness can be distorted by the swimmer's body illusion. Happy people often credit their contentment to positive thinking, but research suggests that happiness is largely a stable personality trait, not something that can be easily cultivated through effort. When these optimists write self-help books, their advice may be of little use to those who aren't naturally inclined to see the bright side of life. In essence, the swimmer's body illusion is a powerful reminder to question the goals we set for ourselves. Are we striving for abs of steel, financial success, or perpetual happiness because we believe they are within our reach, or because we've been led to believe they are the results of certain actions? Before diving into a new pursuit, it's crucial to take a step back, look in the mirror, and be honest about what you see. Recognize that some traits are inherent, and chasing after them may only lead to frustration. Instead, focus on goals that align with your true strengths and potential, rather than those shaped by illusions. The dangerous pull of social proof: why popular opinion doesn't equal truth. As social creatures, humans have an innate tendency to look to others for guidance, particularly in uncertain situations. This psychological phenomenon, known as social proof, influences many of our daily decisions, often without us even realizing it. Whether it's something as trivial as glancing at the sky because a group of people is doing so, or as significant as joining in applause at a concert without thinking, social proof shapes our behavior in profound ways. We instinctively believe that if many people are doing something, it must be the right thing to do. But this assumption can lead us astray, distorting our perceptions of truth and reality. Social proof operates on the principle that the more people believe in something or behave in a particular way, the more valid and correct that belief or behavior appears to be. This mindset, however, is not only flawed but can also have dangerous consequences. Consider the stock market, where herd behavior can lead to speculative bubbles or panics, often with devastating results. Fashion trends, management fads, and even religious movements are all susceptible to the herd instinct, sometimes resulting in outcomes that are more harmful than beneficial. The infamous experiment conducted by psychologist Solomon Asch in the 1950s vividly demonstrated how easily social pressure can override common sense. In the experiment, individuals were shown a line and asked to identify a matching line from a set of 3. When alone, participants almost always answered correctly. However, when actors posing as other participants deliberately gave the wrong answer, a significant number of real participants conformed to the incorrect choice, simply to align with the group. The roots of social proof can be traced back to our early ancestors, for whom following the crowd was a matter of survival. In a prehistoric context, if a group of hunter-gatherers suddenly bolted, it was likely in response to a threat, perhaps a predator. Those who instinctively followed the group increased their chances of survival, while those who hesitated might not have lived to pass on their genes. This instinct remains deeply ingrained in us today, even though it no longer serves the same life or death purpose. While there are scenarios where social proof can be beneficial, such as choosing a restaurant in an unfamiliar city by opting for one filled with locals more often than not, it leads us to make irrational decisions based on the behavior of others rather than on sound judgment. One of the most notorious examples of social proof at work is the use of canned laughter in comedy shows. Producers insert these pre-recorded laughs at strategic moments to encourage the audience to laugh along, even if the joke isn't particularly funny. This tactic plays on our natural inclination to conform, making us more likely to find humor where there might be little to none. A more sinister example occurred during World War II, when Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels delivered a speech to a large audience in 1943, asking, "Do you want total war?" The crowd responded with enthusiastic approval, yet it's likely that if each individual had been asked privately, few would have agreed with such a radical proposition. The power of social proof can be overwhelming, leading people to go along with ideas or actions they might otherwise reject if left to their own devices. The advertising industry is particularly adept at exploiting our susceptibility to social proof. By promoting products as the most popular or by showing regular people endorsing them, advertisers tap into our desire to conform. They know that when we see others using a product, we are more likely to believe that it must be good, regardless of whether it actually meets our needs. However, as English novelist W. Somerset Maugham wisely pointed out, if 50 million people say something foolish, it is still foolish. It is still foolish. Popularity does not equal quality, and the fact that many people believe something does not make it true. The lesson to be learned is to remain skeptical of claims that rely primarily on social proof as their validation. Just because an idea or behavior is widespread does not mean it is right, rational, or in our best interest. Critical thinking and individual discernment are essential tools for navigating a world where the majority opinion often obscures the truth. In a society increasingly driven by trends, mass movements, and the allure of popularity, it is more important than ever to question the wisdom of the crowd. Trust in your own judgment and be willing to stand apart from the masses when necessary. By doing so, you can avoid the pitfalls of social proof and make decisions that are truly aligned with your own values and reasoning. Why letting go of the past is essential for rational decision-making. We've all been there, sitting through a terrible movie, enduring a failing project, or clinging to a troubled relationship simply because we've already invested so much time, money, or effort. This common psychological trap, known as the sunk cost fallacy, can lead us to make irrational decisions that ultimately do more harm than good. Understanding and overcoming this fallacy is crucial for making sound choices that benefit us in the long run, rather than being weighed down by past investments. The sunk cost fallacy occurs when we continue to pursue something not because it's the best course of action, but because we've already invested so much into it. Whether it's a financial investment, a relationship, or even just the price of a movie ticket, the more we've put in, the harder it becomes to walk away, even when it's clear that staying the course is no longer wise. The problem is that these past investments are irrelevant to the decision at hand. What truly matters is the potential future outcomes and whether continuing to invest will bring about a positive result. Take the example of an advertising campaign that isn't delivering results. the rational decision would be to cut losses and redirect resources to more promising opportunities. However, when faced with the sunk cost fallacy, decision-makers may argue that stopping now would mean all the money spent so far would go to waste. This reasoning is flawed because the money is already gone, regardless of what happens next. The focus should be on the future potential, not on salvaging past expenses. But the fallacy extends beyond financial decisions. Consider a relationship where one partner repeatedly betrays the other, yet the wronged partner stays because they've already invested years of energy and emotion. This decision to stay is not based on the potential for a healthy, fulfilling relationship moving forward, but rather on the fear of throwing away what has already been invested. The truth is, those years are already spent staying in a bad relationship won't bring them back or make them worthwhile. Investors often fall prey to this fallacy when they refuse to sell a losing stock because they've already lost so much money on it. Instead of evaluating the stock's future potential or considering alternative investments, they hold on in the hopes of recouping their losses. Ironically, the more a stock loses, the more they tend to cling to it, driven by the need to avoid admitting they were wrong. This need for consistency plays a significant role in the sunk cost fallacy. We don't like to contradict ourselves, and abandoning a project or changing our minds feels like an admission of error. To avoid this discomfort, we continue down the wrong path, delaying the inevitable realization that we should have made a different choice earlier. A classic example of this is the Concorde project, a joint venture between Britain and France to develop a supersonic aircraft. Despite recognizing that the project was financially unviable, both governments continued to pour money into it, unwilling to admit defeat and write off their losses. This same mentality extended the US involvement in the Vietnam War, where the logic was, we've already sacrificed so much we can't give up now. These decisions, driven by the sunk cost fallacy, led to disastrous consequences. Recognizing the sunk cost fallacy in our own lives is crucial. Statements like "we've come this far, I've already invested so much time," or "I can't quit now" are red flags that we might be falling into this trap. While there may be valid reasons to continue with a project or relationship, those reasons should be based on the future benefits and costs, not on what we've already invested. In conclusion, the key to rational decision-making is to let go of past investments and focus on the potential future outcomes. No matter how much you've already put in, only the prospects of future success should guide your choices. By recognizing and avoiding the sunk cost fallacy, you can make decisions that are truly in your best interest, free from the burden of past commitments. The hidden costs of reciprocity: why you should think twice before accepting free offers. We've all been in situations where accepting a small gift or favor seemed harmless, maybe even polite. Whether it's a free sample at the supermarket, an invitation to a sports game, or a seemingly innocent flower from a stranger, these gestures often come with unseen strings attached. This is the subtle yet powerful force of reciprocity at work, a psychological phenomenon that compels us to repay kindness, even when we'd rather not. The concept of reciprocity is deeply ingrained in human behavior, a survival mechanism honed over millennia. In ancient times, sharing resources like food was essential for survival. When one hunter had a successful day, sharing his bounty ensured that others would do the same when fortune smiled on them. This practice fostered cooperation and mutual support within communities, laying the foundation for social bonds and economic exchanges that continue to this day. However, while reciprocity has been vital for human cooperation and the development of economies, it also has a darker side. It can be manipulated to elicit actions and decisions that might not be in our best interest. Psychologist Robert Cialdini's research on the topic reveals that people have an inherent discomfort with being in someone else's debt. This discomfort often leads us to repay favors or gifts, even when the repayment is far more costly than the original gesture. Consider the tactics of the Hare Krishna sect, who used to frequent busy places like airports. They would offer a small flower as a gift and moments later request a donation. Many people, feeling a subtle sense of obligation after accepting the flower, would comply. This same principle is widely used by charities, salespeople, and even businesses who might offer something seemingly free, whether it's a small gift, a meal, or a discount, with the expectation that you'll feel compelled to reciprocate by buying their product or service. But it doesn't end with commercial transactions. Reciprocity can also trap us in social obligations we'd rather avoid. A simple dinner invitation, for example, can spiral into an endless cycle of uninspired gatherings, driven not by genuine interest, but by a sense of duty to return the favor. Many of us have endured such evenings, not because we wanted to, but because the pull of reciprocity was too strong to resist. This tendency to repay favors can lead to awkward social obligations, unnecessary purchases, and even professional conflicts. Suppliers might win contracts not on merit, but because they treated a potential client to an expensive outing. Likewise, a harmless taste of wine or cheese at the supermarket can result in a refrigerator stocked with items you never wanted in the first place. The key to navigating the complex landscape of reciprocity is awareness. By recognizing when someone is trying to engage your sense of obligation, you can make more deliberate decisions. It's important to remember that accepting a gift or favor doesn't obligate you to reciprocate, especially if doing so isn't in your best interest. Sometimes the best course of action is to politely decline, whether it's a free sample, an invitation, or a small token of goodwill. Ultimately, while reciprocity is a valuable aspect of human interaction, it's essential to remain mindful of its influence. By doing so, you can avoid being unwittingly drawn into situations or commitments that don't serve your true needs or desires. Beware of confirmation bias, the danger of seeing only what you want to see. We all like to believe that we are rational thinkers, basing our decisions and beliefs on solid evidence and sound reasoning. However, the reality is that our minds are often clouded by a psychological trap known as confirmation bias. This bias leads us to favor information that confirms our existing beliefs while dismissing or ignoring evidence that contradicts them. The result is a distorted view of reality that can have far-reaching consequences in our personal and professional lives. Confirmation bias is the tendency to interpret new information in a way that supports our pre-existing views, while filtering out any evidence that challenges them. It's a subtle but powerful force that can lead us to make decisions based on incomplete or skewed data. For example, someone trying to lose weight might celebrate every small drop on the scale as proof that their diet is working, while dismissing any weight gain as just a temporary fluctuation. This selective interpretation allows them to maintain the illusion of success, even when their overall progress is stagnant. This bias is particularly insidious in the business world. Consider an executive team that has decided on a new strategy. Eager to prove their decision right, they may only see evidence of success, while dismissing any setbacks as exceptions or special cases. This can blind them to the reality that the strategy might be flawed, leading to poor decision-making and potential failure. The key to overcoming this bias is to be alert whenever the word exception comes up, as it often hides disconfirming evidence that should be taken seriously. One of the most famous examples of challenging confirmation bias comes from Charles Darwin. Unlike most people, Darwin actively sought out evidence that contradicted his theories. He knew that the brain tends to forget disconfirming evidence quickly, so he made it a point to note down any observations that didn't fit his ideas. This practice helped him develop a more accurate understanding of the natural world, a lesson that is just as relevant today. An experiment conducted by a professor illustrates how difficult it can be to question our own theories. Students were presented with a sequence of numbers and asked to determine the underlying rule. Most students quickly formed a theory and sought to confirm it with further examples, only to find that their theory was incorrect. However, one student took a different approach, testing numbers that might disprove his hypothesis. By actively looking for disconfirming evidence, he was able to identify the correct rule. The problem with confirmation bias is that it doesn't just affect isolated decisions, it shapes our entire worldview. Whether we believe that people are inherently good or bad, we can find daily evidence to support our view, simply by filtering out anything that doesn't fit. This bias is rampant in fields like astrology, economics, and even religion, where vague predictions and beliefs can be twisted to fit any outcome. For example, believers often find evidence of God's existence in everyday events, while dismissing counter-arguments that challenge their faith. Confirmation bias is also a major issue in the media. Journalists often develop a theory and then cherry-pick evidence to support it, ignoring anything that might contradict their narrative. This results in stories that reinforce existing beliefs rather than challenging them. Similarly, self-help books and get-rich-quick schemes are full of anecdotal evidence that supports their claims, while conveniently leaving out any examples that might suggest otherwise. The rise of the internet has only exacerbated this problem. Online, we tend to gravitate toward news sites and blogs that reflect our own views, creating echo chambers where our beliefs are constantly reinforced. Algorithms that tailor content to our browsing history further narrow our exposure to new ideas, making it even harder to escape the grip of confirmation bias. So how can we combat this pervasive bias? The first step is to actively seek out disconfirming evidence. Write down your beliefs, whether about your career, health, relationships, or investments, and then set out to find evidence that challenges them. This process, though uncomfortable, is essential for developing a more accurate and balanced understanding of the world. As literary critic Arthur Quiller Couch famously advised writers, murder your darlings, be willing to let go of cherished beliefs if the evidence doesn't support them. By doing so, we can break free from the confirmation bias and make better, more informed decisions. The dangers of authority bias, why you should question those in power. We often look to authority figures for guidance, believing that their expertise and experience make them reliable sources of wisdom. Whether it's doctors, economists, CEOs, or political leaders, these individuals wield significant influence over our decisions and beliefs. However, this reliance on authority can lead to what is known as authority bias, a psychological trap that can cloud our judgment and lead to poor decisions. Authority bias is the tendency to overvalue the opinions and commands of authority figures, often to the detriment of our own critical thinking. This bias is deeply ingrained in human behavior, rooted in a long history of societal structures that emphasize obedience to those in power. The Bible, for instance, warns of the consequences of disobeying divine authority, a lesson that has been mirrored by secular authorities throughout history. But while following the guidance of experts can sometimes be beneficial, it's crucial to recognize the limitations and potential dangers of this bias. One of the most glaring examples of authority bias is found in the world of economics. In the lead-up to the 2008 financial crisis, not a single economist accurately predicted the full extent of the impending collapse. Despite the wealth of knowledge and training within the field, the experts failed to foresee the catastrophic chain of events that would unfold from the bursting of the real estate bubble to the collapse of credit markets and the global economic meltdown. This failure highlights the sobering reality that even the most respected authorities can get it wrong, often with dire consequences. The medical field offers another cautionary tale. Prior to the 20th century, medical practices were often more harmful than helpful. Poor hygiene, misguided treatments like bloodletting, and a lack of scientific understanding meant that visiting a doctor could worsen rather than cure an illness. Yet, patients continued to follow their doctor's advice, largely due to the authority those doctors held. It wasn't until medical science advanced significantly that this blind trust began to wane. Psychologist Stanley Milgram's famous experiment in 1961 further underscores the dangers of authority bias. Participants were instructed to administer increasingly severe electric shocks to another person simply because an authority figure, a scientist in a white coat, told them to do so. Despite the apparent distress of the victim, who was, in reality, an actor and not actually being shocked, more than half of the participants continued to administer the shocks up to the maximum voltage. This disturbing experiment revealed just how powerful authority bias can be, leading people to act against their own moral judgment. Even in industries where safety is paramount, authority bias has had deadly consequences. In the past, airline captains were considered infallible, and co-pilots rarely questioned their decisions. This deference to authority led to several aviation disasters that could have been avoided had concerns been voiced. In response, airlines have implemented crew resource management (CRM) programs, which encourage open communication and challenge the authority bias. This shift has significantly improved flight safety, proving that questioning authority can have life-saving benefits. Yet, many organizations and institutions remain vulnerable to the pitfalls of authority bias. Companies led by domineering CEOs often stifle dissent, with employees hesitant to voice opinions that might contradict the leader. This creates an environment where bad decisions can go unchallenged, ultimately harming the business. Authority figures often reinforce their status through symbols and rituals, whether it's a doctor's white coat, a military officer's badges, or a CEO's business suit. These symbols, along with appearances on talk shows, magazine covers, and social media, bolster their authority and make it harder for us to question their decisions. But authority, like fashion, is subject to change, and blind obedience can lead us down dangerous paths. The key to overcoming authority bias is to remain vigilant and critical. Whenever you are about to make a decision, ask yourself whether an authority figure is unduly influencing your reasoning. Don't be afraid to challenge those in power, especially when their decisions conflict with your own knowledge or values. By questioning authority, we can make more informed, independent choices that better serve our interests and those of society as a whole. The power of the contrast effect, how perception shapes our decisions. Imagine walking into a clothing store in the 1930s, where two brothers run the shop. Sid, the salesman, and Harry, the tailor, have a clever trick up their sleeves to make you think you're getting a great deal. When you show interest in a suit, Sid pretends to mishear Harry's price, quoting you a lower figure. In your eagerness to snatch up the bargain before Sid realizes his mistake, you quickly pay and leave, feeling like you've outsmarted the store. This is a classic example of the contrast effect in action, a psychological phenomenon that influences our perception and decision-making. The contrast effect occurs when our judgment is influenced by comparisons rather than by absolute values. We perceive something as more beautiful, expensive, or valuable when it is placed next to something less so. This effect is not just limited to buying suits, it pervades every aspect of our lives, often without us even realizing it. One simple experiment demonstrates the contrast effect vividly. If you dip your hand in ice water and then into lukewarm water, the lukewarm water feels hot to the cold hand, while it feels normal to the other hand. This illusion occurs because our perception is influenced by the immediate contrast between the two sensations. This effect is widely exploited in various industries, particularly in those that offer upgrades or discounts. When purchasing a new car, for example, a $3,000 upgrade for leather seats might seem insignificant compared to the overall price of $60,000. But in isolation, $3,000 is a considerable amount of money. Similarly, retailers use the contrast effect to make discounts appear more attractive. A product reduced from $100 to $70 seems like a better deal than a product that has always cost $70, even though the end price is the same. The contrast effect can also affect our decision-making in everyday situations. For example, people are often willing to walk 10 minutes to save $10 on groceries, but not to save $10 on a $1,000 suit. The amount of time and money saved is the same in both cases, but the perceived value is distorted by the larger context of the purchase. This effect doesn't just influence financial decisions, it can shape our social perceptions as well. For instance, if we are constantly exposed to images of supermodels in advertisements, our perception of beauty becomes skewed. We might start to see attractive people as only moderately appealing because of the constant comparison to these idealized images. This can even impact our personal relationships. A person who marries someone perceived as average might be seen as extraordinary simply because their previous experiences were much worse. In essence, the contrast effect can lead us to make irrational decisions by distorting our perception of reality. We are more likely to jump at a deal, walk the extra distance, or even settle for something less than ideal because our judgments are swayed by comparisons rather than by objective evaluation. To avoid falling victim to the contrast effect, it's important to be aware of how comparisons influence our decisions. Before making a purchase, ask yourself if the deal is genuinely good or if it's just better in comparison to something else. In social situations, be mindful of how the presence of others might affect your perceptions. By recognizing the power of the contrast effect, you can make more informed, rational decisions that are based on reality, not illusion. The danger of availability bias, why we cling to familiar but flawed information. We often rely on the information that comes most readily to mind when making decisions, even if that information is incomplete or inaccurate. This tendency is known as the availability bias, and it can lead us to make poor judgments based on what is easily recalled rather than on what is truly relevant or accurate. Whether it's estimating risks, choosing treatments, or making business decisions, the availability bias skews our perception of reality and leads us astray. The availability bias occurs when we use the most accessible examples in our memory to form conclusions about the world. For instance, when asked whether there are more English words starting with the letter K or with K. As the third letter, most people mistakenly believe there are more that begin with K. This is because words like kite or kangaroo come to mind more easily than words like bake or shake. The ease with which we recall information can trick us into believing that such examples are more common than they actually are. This bias affects our understanding of risk as well. Dramatic, high-profile events like plane crashes, terrorist attacks, or murders dominate our mental landscape, leading us to overestimate their likelihood. Meanwhile, more common but less sensational risks, such as diabetes or heart disease, are underestimated because they don't capture our attention in the same way. As a result, we carry around a distorted risk map in our heads, focusing on rare but vivid dangers while neglecting more probable but mundane threats. The availability bias doesn't just distort our personal perceptions, it can also have serious consequences in professional settings. Doctors, for example, might rely on familiar treatments even when better options exist, simply because those treatments are more readily available in their minds. Similarly, consultants might apply familiar methods to new problems, even if those methods aren't ideal. In both cases, the availability bias leads to suboptimal outcomes, because decision-makers choose what they know over what might be more effective. The repetition of information also plays a significant role in reinforcing the availability bias. When a concept or phrase is repeated often enough, it becomes ingrained in our minds even if it's not true. Historical examples, such as the Nazi propaganda surrounding the Jewish question, demonstrate how repetition can make falsehoods seem credible. In modern times, this same principle applies to concepts like UFOs or karma, which gain credibility simply through repetition, regardless of their validity. In the corporate world, the availability bias can lead to misguided decisions at the highest levels. Board members often focus on easily accessible data, such as quarterly financial reports, rather than on more critical but less obvious issues like shifts in customer behavior or employee morale. This focus on what's readily available can cause companies to overlook significant challenges or opportunities, resulting in poor strategic decisions. One of the most striking examples of the availability bias in action is the continued use of the Black-Scholes formula for pricing derivative financial products. Despite knowing for years that this formula is flawed, many in the financial industry continue to rely on it simply because there isn't a better known alternative. This reliance on incorrect information has cost banks billions, underscoring the dangers of preferring flawed information over no information at all. To counteract the availability bias, it's essential to seek out diverse perspectives and information that challenge our preconceived notions. Spending time with people who think differently and have different experiences can help us break free from the limitations of our own memory and perceptions. By deliberately exposing ourselves to new and varied viewpoints, we can make more informed and balanced decisions. In a world where information is abundant but often misleading, overcoming the availability bias is crucial for making sound judgments. By recognizing the limitations of our memory and actively seeking out more accurate information, we can avoid the pitfalls of this bias and make decisions that are truly based on reality. The fallacy of "it'll get worse before it gets better," why you should be wary of this common trap. We've all heard the phrase "it'll get worse before it gets better" at some point in our lives. Whether it's in the context of health, business, or politics, this statement often serves as a comforting reassurance that the pain or difficulty we're experiencing is just a precursor to improvement. However, this mindset can be dangerously misleading, as it can cause us to place blind trust in flawed strategies or incompetent professionals. This fallacy, known as the "it'll get worse before it gets better" fallacy, is a variation of the confirmation bias and should set off alarm bells whenever you encounter it. Consider the example of a vacation gone wrong. Imagine falling ill in a foreign country and seeking help from a local doctor. The doctor prescribes medication and reassures you that the pain will worsen before it improves. Trusting the doctor's expertise, you endure increasing discomfort, believing that it's all part of the healing process. However, when the pain becomes unbearable and another doctor diagnoses a serious condition like appendicitis, you realize that the initial advice was not only wrong but potentially life-threatening. This is a classic case of the "it'll get worse before it gets better" fallacy in action. The doctor's vague prediction allowed him to appear correct regardless of the outcome, whether your condition worsened or eventually improved. This fallacy is not limited to medical situations. It often appears in the business world as well. Picture a struggling CEO who hires an expensive consultant to turn things around. The consultant warns that the company's situation will deteriorate further before it improves, citing the need for deep restructuring and strategic realignment. As the company's performance continues to decline, the consultant claims that this is all part of the process. Even as the situation worsens over the years, the CEO is led to believe that the consultant's predictions are being fulfilled. Eventually, the CEO realizes that the consultant's advice was nothing more than a smokescreen, designed to protect his reputation regardless of the outcome. The "it'll get worse before it gets better" fallacy thrives on the human tendency to seek patterns and confirmation of our beliefs. When we're told that things will get worse before they improve, we are more likely to interpret worsening conditions as validation of the prediction, rather than as a sign that something is seriously wrong. This fallacy can be particularly dangerous in high-stakes situations, such as political leadership. A president who lacks the ability to manage a country might resort to warning citizens of tough times ahead, urging them to endure hardship in the name of eventual prosperity. By leaving the timeline and severity of the downturn deliberately vague, the leader can claim success no matter what happens if things get worse. It's part of the plan if they get better. It's due to the leader's foresight. Religious and ideological zealots also exploit this fallacy. They preach that before a utopian future can be realized, the world must go through a period of destruction and suffering. Any sign of worsening conditions is seen as confirmation of their prophecy, while any improvement is viewed as a divine reward. This circular reasoning traps believers in a cycle where every outcome, positive or negative, reinforces their beliefs. To protect yourself from falling into this trap, it's crucial to remain skeptical whenever you hear someone say that things will get worse before they get better. While it's true that some situations do involve short-term pain for long-term gains, such as a career change or business reorganization, these cases have clear, measurable milestones that can be monitored and assessed. Rather than blindly trusting vague predictions, focus on concrete indicators of progress. If you don't see any improvement over time, it's a sign that the strategy or treatment might be flawed, and it's time to reassess your options. In conclusion, the "it'll get worse before it gets better" fallacy is a common but dangerous mindset that can lead to poor decisions and misplaced trust. By recognizing this fallacy and focusing on tangible results rather than vague promises, you can avoid falling victim to this psychological trap and make more informed, rational choices in your personal and professional life. The story bias: how narratives distort our perception of reality. We are natural storytellers, weaving the events of our lives and the world around us into coherent narratives that help us make sense of the chaos. From mundane activities to significant historical events, we instinctively knit together the threads of our experiences into stories that provide meaning and identity. However, this tendency to create narratives can also lead us into the trap of story bias, where the stories we tell ourselves and others distort reality and obscure the truth. Life, in its raw form, is a series of disjointed events, much like the random entries an invisible Martian might record if they followed us around all day, drank coffee, 2 sugars, stepped on a thumbtack, and swore booked a vacation, now nearly out of money. These isolated moments don't naturally form a coherent story, but we impose a narrative structure on them, shaping our experiences into a pattern that we can follow and understand. This desire for a meaningful story is so strong that we often overlook the messy, unconnected reality of our lives. The same story bias applies to our understanding of world events. We retroactively construct narratives that explain why certain things happened, such as why the Treaty of Versailles led to World War II or how loose monetary policies contributed to the collapse of Lehman Brothers. While these stories provide a sense of understanding, they often oversimplify and distort the complex realities of these events. We prefer stories because they are easier to remember and make us feel like we grasp the causes and consequences of what happened. But this perceived understanding is often illusory. The media, too, is deeply entrenched in story bias. When a car falls off a collapsing bridge, the news coverage focuses on the driver's personal story, where he was from, what he was doing, and how he felt during the incident. While these human interest elements make for compelling narratives, they do little to explain the actual cause of the accident, such as the structural failure of the bridge. The emphasis on storytelling often means that the more critical, technical aspects of the situation are glossed over or ignored entirely, leaving us with an incomplete and distorted understanding. This preference for stories over facts is not just a quirk of human psychology, it has practical consequences. Advertisers, for instance, exploit our love of narratives by creating stories around products rather than focusing on their actual benefits. A famous example is Google's 2010 Super Bowl commercial, Google Parisian Love, which told a heartwarming story through a series of search queries. The narrative was powerful and memorable, even though it had little to do with the actual functionality of the product. The danger of story bias lies in the false sense of understanding it creates. When we believe we fully understand a situation through a neatly packaged story, we may take bigger risks or make decisions based on incomplete or inaccurate information. This can lead to poor judgment, especially in complex situations like financial crises or geopolitical conflicts, where the true causes are often multifaceted and not easily reduced to a single narrative. To counteract story bias, we must train ourselves to critically analyze the stories we encounter. Ask questions: who is telling this story? What are their intentions? What details are being omitted, and why? Sometimes the missing elements are irrelevant, but other times they may be more important than the story itself. By digging deeper and questioning the narratives we hear, we can gain a more accurate understanding of reality. In our own lives, it's also helpful to take a step back and view our experiences out of context. Revisit old journals or notes and see how unplanned and disconnected your life events truly are. This exercise can help us recognize that life doesn't always follow a linear, storybook path, and that our understanding of it is often shaped more by our need for a coherent narrative than by the facts themselves. In conclusion, while stories are an integral part of how we understand the world, we must be aware of the distortions they introduce. By questioning the narratives we encounter and seeking out the underlying facts, we can avoid the pitfalls of story bias and make better informed decisions. The perils of hindsight bias: why keeping a diary can improve your judgment. We all like to think that we can predict the future, or at the very least, understand why things happened the way they did. However, this confidence in our ability to foresee outcomes is often a result of hindsight bias, a cognitive trap that leads us to believe that events were more predictable than they actually were. This bias not only distorts our perception of the past, but also gives us a false sense of confidence in our ability to predict the future, leading to poor decision-making and increased risk-taking. Hindsight bias is the tendency to see events as having been predictable after they have already occurred. Once we know the outcome, we reconstruct the past in a way that makes the result seem inevitable. For example, in 1940, during the German occupation of Paris, my great-uncle believed that the Germans would be gone by the end of the year. However, the occupation lasted 4 years, a fact that, in retrospect, seems obvious given the course of World War II. But at the time, this outcome was far from certain. This bias is not limited to historical events. In 2007, economic experts were optimistic about the future, yet just a year later, the financial markets collapsed. In hindsight, the causes of the crash, such as lax mortgage regulations and corrupt rating agencies, seem obvious. However, at the time, few experts predicted the scale of the impending disaster. This "I told you so" mentality is a hallmark of hindsight bias, making us believe that we had foreseen the outcome all along. Hindsight bias can be particularly dangerous because it inflates our confidence in our predictive abilities. When we look back on events like a CEO's success or a political election, we often think the outcome was more certain than it was. For instance, Ronald Reagan's landslide victory over Jimmy Carter in 1980 is now seen as inevitable, despite the fact that the election was highly uncertain until the final days. This false sense of certainty can lead us to take greater risks, believing that we are better predictors than we actually are. Even in our personal lives, hindsight bias can distort our judgment. When relationships end or investments fail, we often convince ourselves that the signs were there all along. We may say, "It was always going to go wrong," or "they were just too different." Even though these conclusions are drawn after the fact, not before. This retrospective thinking blinds us to the true complexity and unpredictability of life. Overcoming hindsight bias is challenging. Studies show that even people who are aware of the bias are still susceptible to it. However, one effective way to combat this bias is to keep a diary or journal. By writing down your predictions, whether about your career, relationships, politics, or the stock market, you create a record that you can later compare with actual outcomes. This exercise can be humbling, revealing just how inaccurate our forecasts often are. In addition to keeping a diary, it's helpful to read history in its raw form through diaries, letters, and newspapers from the time, rather than through the lens of retrospective analysis. These primary sources provide a clearer picture of how uncertain the world truly is. They show that events that seem inevitable in hindsight were anything but certain at the time. Hindsight bias offers temporary comfort by simplifying the complexities of the past. However, true understanding comes from recognizing the unpredictability of events and acknowledging the limitations of our foresight. By keeping a diary and critically examining historical records, we can develop a more accurate and nuanced understanding of the world, leading to better decisions and a healthier skepticism of our predictive abilities. The overconfidence effect: why we consistently overestimate our knowledge and abilities. We all like to think that we have a good grasp of our knowledge and abilities. Whether it's predicting the future, assessing our skills, or estimating the outcomes of our decisions, we tend to believe that we are better informed and more capable than we actually are. This tendency to overestimate our knowledge and abilities is known as the overconfidence effect, a cognitive bias that affects everyone, from experts to laypeople, with profound implications for both personal and professional decision-making. To illustrate the overconfidence effect, consider the following exercise. How many concertos do you think the great composer Johann Sebastian Bach wrote? Take a moment to estimate and choose a range that you believe is 98% correct, with only a 2% chance of being wrong. If you guessed anywhere between 100 and 500, you might be surprised to learn that Bach actually composed 1,127 works that have survived to this day. This discrepancy highlights the overconfidence effect at work, our tendency to be more confident in our estimates and predictions than is warranted. Psychologists Howard Reifer and Mark Alpert conducted a series of studies to explore this phenomenon. They asked participants to estimate various quantities, such as the total egg production in the United States or the number of foreign automobiles imported into the country. The participants were allowed to choose any range they liked, with the goal of being wrong no more than 2% of the time. However, the results showed that instead of being wrong just 2% of the time, participants were incorrect a staggering 40% of the time. This massive overestimation of knowledge and predictive ability is a hallmark of the overconfidence effect. What's particularly striking about the overconfidence effect is that it tends to be more pronounced among experts than laypeople. For instance, an economics professor might be no better at predicting oil prices 5 years from now than a zookeeper, yet the professor will often express far greater confidence in their prediction. This misplaced confidence can lead to poor decision-making, as experts and non-experts alike place too much trust in their own judgments. The overconfidence effect is not limited to intellectual pursuits, it also affects our self-assessments in other areas. For example, in surveys, 84% of Frenchmen rate themselves as above-average lovers, and 93% of US students believe they are above-average drivers. Statistically, only 50% of people can be above average, so these inflated self-assessments are clear examples of overconfidence at work. Even in academia, where critical thinking is highly valued, 68% of faculty members at the University of Nebraska rated themselves in the top 25% for teaching ability. This bias also drives entrepreneurial activity, with many entrepreneurs believing they can beat the odds, despite statistics showing that most new businesses fail within a few years. The restaurant industry, in particular, is a prime example, where most establishments close their doors after just 3 years, yet new restaurateurs continue to enter the market with high hopes of success. The overconfidence effect is not only pervasive but also costly. Major projects, whether in construction, technology, or government, are rarely completed on time and within budget. Legendary examples like the Airbus A400M, the Sydney Opera House, and Boston's Big Dig illustrate how overconfidence, combined with strategic misrepresentation by stakeholders, leads to significant delays and cost overruns. One of the most confounding aspects of the overconfidence effect is that it is raw and innate, not driven by incentives or external rewards. It's a bias that is deeply ingrained in human psychology, and it is not counterbalanced by an opposite effect like underconfidence. Interestingly, the overconfidence effect tends to be more pronounced in men than in women, with men often overestimating their knowledge and abilities to a greater extent. However, even self-proclaimed pessimists are not immune to this bias, although they may overrate themselves less extremely than optimists. In conclusion, the overconfidence effect is a powerful and widespread cognitive bias that leads us to overestimate our knowledge and abilities. To counteract this bias, it's important to remain aware of our tendency toward overconfidence and to approach predictions, especially those from so-called experts, with skepticism. When making plans, favoring the pessimistic scenario can provide a more realistic assessment of the situation, allowing for better decision-making and more accurate predictions. By recognizing and accounting for the overconfidence effect, we can make more informed choices and avoid the pitfalls of misplaced confidence. The danger of chauffeur knowledge: why you shouldn't take news anchors seriously. In a world inundated with information, it's easy to mistake confidence and charisma for genuine expertise. The story of Nobel laureate Max Planck and his chauffeur perfectly illustrates this dilemma. After delivering countless lectures on quantum mechanics, Planck's chauffeur had memorized the talk so well that he could recite it himself. But when faced with a challenging question from the audience, the chauffeur had no real understanding to draw upon, revealing the stark difference between true knowledge and mere performance. This phenomenon, known as chauffeur knowledge, is increasingly prevalent in today's media-driven society, where showmanship often overshadows substance. Chauffeur knowledge is characterized by the ability to speak convincingly on a subject without truly understanding it. This type of knowledge is superficial, rooted in memorization or rehearsed presentations rather than deep comprehension. Unfortunately, it's becoming harder to distinguish between real expertise and the polished facade of chauffeur knowledge, especially when it comes to news anchors, who are often little more than actors delivering scripts written by others. News anchors, with their polished appearances and authoritative tones, command a great deal of respect. However, it's crucial to remember that they are primarily performers. Their job is to present information in an engaging and accessible manner, not to be experts on the subjects they cover. Despite this, many people mistakenly attribute a level of expertise to news anchors that they simply do not possess. This can be dangerous, as it leads the public to place undue trust in individuals who may not fully understand the complexities of the issues they discuss. The issue extends beyond news anchors to journalists as well. While some journalists have spent years cultivating true knowledge in a specific field, many others rely on surface-level research and quick Google searches to produce their articles. These journalists may present their findings with confidence, but their work often lacks depth and nuance. The result is a media landscape filled with articles that are short, one-sided, and often laced with a tone of unwarranted self-assurance. This same superficiality can be found in the business world. CEOs and executives are increasingly expected to possess star quality, with shareholders and business journalists placing a premium on charisma over competence. However, showmanship rarely translates into better business outcomes. True leadership requires a deep understanding of one's field, something that cannot be faked with a confident demeanor or a slick presentation. To protect yourself from falling prey to chauffeur knowledge, it's important to recognize the limits of your own understanding, as well as the understanding of those you listen to. Warren Buffett and his business partner, Charlie Munger, emphasize the importance of staying within your circle of competence. This means knowing what you truly understand and being honest about what lies outside your expertise. True experts are aware of their limits and are not afraid to admit when they don't know something. In contrast, those with chauffeur knowledge will often try to bluff their way through a topic, rarely, if ever, admitting ignorance. In conclusion, be wary of chauffeur knowledge. Don't confuse the polished delivery of a news anchor, a charismatic CEO, or a well-spoken journalist with genuine expertise. The key to identifying true knowledge is humility. Real experts know their limits and are not afraid to say, "I don't know." By recognizing the difference between true expertise and mere performance, you can make more informed decisions and avoid being misled by those who are merely putting on a show. The illusion of control: why we overestimate our influence on the world. We like to believe that we have a certain level of control over our lives and the world around us. Whether it's choosing lottery numbers, pressing a button at a crosswalk, or throwing dice in a casino, we often act as if our actions can influence outcomes, even when logic tells us otherwise. This tendency to overestimate our ability to control events is known as the illusion of control, a cognitive bias that can lead us to make irrational decisions and cling to false beliefs. The illusion of control is the belief that we can influence outcomes that are entirely beyond our control. This was first identified in 1965 by researchers Jenkins and Ward, who conducted a simple experiment involving two switches and a light. Even when the light flashed on and off at random, subjects were convinced that their actions could influence it. This experiment highlights how easily we can be fooled into thinking we have control, even in situations where our actions have no real impact. This bias is not limited to simple experiments. It permeates many aspects of our lives. For instance, in casinos, people often throw dice harder when they want a high number and softer when they want a low one. despite the fact that the outcome is purely random. Similarly, sports fans often believe that their gestures or thoughts can influence the outcome of a game, a belief that has no basis in reality. This illusion of control also extends to more serious situations, such as people believing that they can influence their destiny by sending out positive energy or by making specific choices that, in reality, have no bearing on the outcome. Placebo buttons are another manifestation of the illusion of control. These are buttons that give us the impression of control but do nothing in reality. Examples include crosswalk buttons that don't actually affect the traffic lights or door close, buttons in elevators that are not connected to the electrical panel. These buttons are designed to make us feel like we have some influence over our environment, even when we don't. The illusion of control helps us cope with situations where we feel powerless, making us more patient and less frustrated. This illusion is not just a quirk of human psychology, it has real consequences in the world of economics and governance. Central bankers and government officials often manipulate what can be thought of as placebo buttons. For example, changes in the federal funds rate or short-term interest rate are treated as if they have a significant impact on the economy, even though they primarily influence overnight lending rates and have little effect on long-term investment decisions. Despite this, the stock market reacts dramatically to every change, not because the rate itself is so influential, but because everyone believes it is. This collective belief creates a feedback loop where the illusion of control drives real economic outcomes, even when the underlying influence is minimal. The same phenomenon occurs when the chairman of the Federal Reserve makes a statement. Markets move, not because the statement contains valuable economic insight, but because investors believe it does. In reality, these pronouncements often add little of substance to the economy, but the illusion of control keeps markets reacting as if they do. So, do we really have control over our lives and the world around us? The truth is, probably less than we think. We often act as if we are in command, but much of what happens is beyond our influence. Instead of wasting energy on things we can't control, it's more productive to focus on the few areas where we can truly make a difference. For the rest, it's best to adopt a more relaxed attitude and accept that some things are simply out of our hands. In conclusion, the illusion of control is a powerful bias that can lead us to overestimate our influence on the world. While it can provide comfort in uncertain situations, it also distorts our understanding of reality and can lead to misguided decisions. By recognizing this bias and focusing on what we can actually control, we can make more rational choices and approach life with a healthier perspective. The power of incentives: why you should never pay your lawyer by the hour. Incentives shape human behavior in profound and often unexpected ways. Whether it's the colonial French in Hanoi trying to control a rat infestation or modern companies setting targets for their managers, incentives can lead to outcomes that are far from the intended goals. This phenomenon, known as the incentive super response tendency, highlights how people respond more to the incentives themselves than to the broader intentions behind them. Consider the example from 19th century Hanoi. The French colonial authorities offered a reward for every dead rat handed in. Instead of just killing rats, enterprising individuals began breeding them to maximize their earnings. This perverse outcome is a classic example of how poorly designed incentives can backfire. The same principle was at play when archaeologists set a finder's fee for the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947. Instead of unearthing more complete scrolls, people began tearing them apart to increase their rewards. Similarly, in 19th century China, farmers who were incentivized to find dinosaur bones broke them into pieces to claim multiple rewards. These examples illustrate a crucial point: people respond quickly and radically to incentives, often in ways that undermine the original intent. The incentive super response tendency, a concept popularized by investor Charlie Munger, explains how incentives can drive behavior in unintended directions. Whether it's bank employees focusing on meeting sales targets rather than building a healthy credit portfolio, or CEOs striving for higher salaries simply because they don't want to be the lowest paid in their industry, incentives can have powerful and sometimes negative effects. Effective incentive systems align rewards with the intended outcomes. In ancient Rome, engineers were required to stand under the bridges they built during opening ceremonies, ensuring that they had a personal stake in the quality of their work. On the other hand, poor incentive systems overlook or even subvert the underlying goals. For example, censoring a book can make its contents more popular, and making CEO pay public often drives salaries higher rather than curbing them. If you want to influence behavior, incentives are far more effective than preaching values or appealing to reason. These incentives don't have to be monetary. They can range from grades and prizes to promises of rewards in the afterlife. Throughout history, people have been motivated by incentives of all kinds, from medieval knights participating in the crusades for the spoils of war and the promise of martyrdom, to modern professionals who are driven by commissions, bonuses, or hourly rates. This brings us to a key piece of advice: never pay your lawyer, architect, consultant, or any other professional by the hour. Hourly rates incentivize these professionals to take as long as possible, potentially leading to inflated bills and prolonged projects. Instead, always negotiate a fixed price in advance to ensure that their interests are aligned with yours. The same caution applies to financial advisors who recommend specific products. They may not have your best interests at heart, rather, they may be motivated by the commissions they earn on those products. Similarly, business plans from entrepreneurs or investment bankers should be viewed critically, as they may reflect the seller's interests more than the buyer's. In conclusion, always be mindful of the incentive super response tendency. When you encounter behavior that seems puzzling or counterproductive, consider the incentives at play. In most cases, you'll find that incentives explain the behavior. And remember, while incentives are powerful drivers, the remaining motivations, passion, idiocy, psychosis, or malice, make up the rest of the puzzle. By understanding and strategically designing incentives, you can better navigate the complex landscape of human behavior and make more informed decisions. The regression to mean fallacy: why doctors, consultants, and psychotherapists might not be as effective as you think. We often hear stories of miraculous recoveries after a visit to the doctor, remarkable improvements following a session with a consultant, or life-changing breakthroughs after therapy. However, these improvements might not be as directly related to the interventions as we think. Instead, they could be the result of a common statistical phenomenon known as regression to the mean, a fallacy that leads us to attribute natural fluctuations in performance or health to specific actions or treatments. Regression to the mean occurs when extreme cases are followed by less extreme ones, purely due to chance. Imagine a man who suffers from chronic back pain that fluctuates in intensity. On particularly bad days, he visits a chiropractor, and the next day, he feels significantly better. He assumes that the chiropractic session was the key to his recovery, when in reality, his pain was likely to subside naturally, returning to its average level without any intervention. This fallacy is not limited to health. Consider a golfer with a respectable handicap of 12. After a particularly poor round, he books a lesson with his golf instructor. The next time he plays, his performance improves, leading him to credit the lesson for his success. However, just like with the back pain, the improvement might simply be a return to his average performance, regardless of the lesson. The same pattern can be seen in the financial world. An investment advisor might develop a ritual, such as a rain dance, to perform after a particularly bad day in the stock market. When his portfolio improves shortly afterward, he might believe that his ritual had some influence, when in fact, the market was merely returning to its typical fluctuations. Regression to the mean is a statistical reality that affects all areas of life. Weather patterns, stock market performance, chronic pain, athletic achievements, and even personal happiness naturally fluctuate around an average. Extreme highs or lows are usually followed by a return to this average, not because of any specific intervention, but simply because that's how averages work. This fallacy can have significant implications. For example, a division manager might send the least motivated employees to a motivational course. When he checks their motivation levels later, he finds that they are no longer at the bottom of the scale. He attributes this to the success of the course, when in reality their motivation levels were likely to return to normal regardless of the training. Similarly, in education, a teacher might praise high-performing students and reprimand low performers. When the next test results show different students at the top and bottom, the teacher might mistakenly believe that criticism is more effective than praise. This misinterpretation reinforces a belief that punishment is more effective, even though the changes in performance are due to regression to the mean rather than the teacher's actions. Regression to the mean can also affect large-scale interventions, such as government programs. For instance, in Boston, low-performing schools were enrolled in a special support program. When their rankings improved the following year, the program was credited with the success, despite the possibility that the improvement was simply a natural fluctuation. In conclusion, when you hear stories of remarkable improvements after visiting a doctor, hiring a consultant, or attending therapy, consider the possibility that these changes might be due to regression to the mean rather than the effectiveness of the intervention. Recognizing this fallacy can help you make more informed decisions and avoid attributing natural fluctuations to specific actions that may have had little or no impact. The danger of outcome bias: why you should never judge a decision by its result. In our daily lives, we often evaluate decisions based on their outcomes. If the result is favorable, we assume the decision was good. If the result is poor, we conclude the decision was bad. However, this way of thinking, known as outcome bias, can be misleading and prevent us from making rational judgments. Outcome bias occurs when we focus on the result of a decision rather than the quality of the decision-making process itself. Imagine a scenario where 1 million monkeys randomly speculate on the stock market. As time goes on, some monkeys will make profits purely by chance, and others will incur losses. Over several weeks, the monkeys that consistently make a profit will be celebrated as financial geniuses, even though their success is entirely random. The media might even try to analyze the strategies of these successful monkeys, attributing their success to trivial habits or behaviors. This is outcome bias in action, evaluating decisions based on their results rather than on the process that led to them. A historical example of outcome bias is the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. In hindsight, it's easy to criticize the decision not to evacuate the military base, as the attack seems obvious in retrospect. However, at the time, the decision-makers were faced with a mix of signals, some pointing to an attack and others not. Judging their decision based solely on the eventual outcome ignores the complexities and uncertainties they faced at the moment. Outcome bias is not limited to historical events or hypothetical scenarios. It can affect how we evaluate professionals, such as surgeons. For instance, if 3 surgeons perform 5 difficult operations each, with varying results, it's tempting to rank them based on the number of successful outcomes. However, with a small sample size, these results may be due to chance rather than the surgeon's skill. Judging them solely on the outcomes is not only unfair but also potentially unethical. The key problem with outcome bias is that it ignores the role of randomness and external factors in determining results. A good decision can lead to a bad outcome, and a bad decision can sometimes result in success. Focusing only on outcomes can lead to incorrect conclusions and poor decision-making in the future. Instead, we should evaluate decisions based on the quality of the reasoning behind them, considering the information available at the time and the logic used in the decision-making process. In conclusion, it's essential to recognize the limitations of outcome-based evaluations. Rather than judging a decision by its result, focus on the process that led to the decision. Were the reasons for the decision rational and well thought out? If so, stick with that method, even if the outcome wasn't favorable this time. By understanding and avoiding outcome bias, we can make better decisions and develop a more rational approach to evaluating our choices. The paradox of choice: why less can lead to more satisfaction. In today's world, we are surrounded by an overwhelming abundance of choices. Whether it's deciding on bathroom tiles, selecting a yogurt flavor, or even choosing a life partner, the sheer number of options available to us can lead to stress, indecision, and ultimately, dissatisfaction. This phenomenon, known as the paradox of choice, suggests that while having options is generally seen as a sign of progress, too many choices can actually diminish our quality of life. Take my sister, for example. Recently, she and her husband bought an unfinished house, and ever since, their lives have been consumed by the decision of which bathroom tiles to choose. With so many materials and styles available, ceramic, granite, marble, and more, she has found herself in a state of constant anguish. The more options she considers, the harder it becomes to make a decision, and the less satisfied she feels with whatever choice she eventually makes. This experience is far from unique. Walk into any grocery store today, and you'll find yourself confronted with an overwhelming array of options, dozens of yogurt flavors, hundreds of types of wine, and thousands of other products. On a larger scale, Amazon offers millions of book titles, and online dating platforms present seemingly endless potential partners. While choice is often celebrated as a hallmark of modern life, this abundance can lead to what psychologist Barry Schwartz describes as the paradox of choice. Schwartz identifies three main ways in which excessive choice can be detrimental. First, it leads to paralysis. A famous experiment demonstrated this when a supermarket offered customers a choice between 24 different flavors of jelly. Despite the variety, customers found it difficult to make a decision, and as a result, fewer jars were sold. The next day, when the selection was reduced to just 6 flavors, sales increased tenfold. The overwhelming number of options had previously paralyzed customers, preventing them from making any choice at all. Second, a wider selection often results in poorer decisions. For example, when young people are asked what they value in a life partner, they typically list qualities like intelligence, humor, and kindness. However, in today's era of online dating, where millions of potential partners are available, the stress of choosing from such a vast pool leads many to reduce their criteria to just one: physical attractiveness. This oversimplification can result in less satisfying relationships, as more important qualities are overlooked. Finally, too much choice breeds discontent. When faced with hundreds of options, it's nearly impossible to be certain that you've made the right decision. This uncertainty leads to dissatisfaction, as we are left wondering whether a better choice was out there. The more options we have, the more we second-guess ourselves, and the less content we feel with the choices we make. So, what can we do to combat the paradox of choice? One strategy is to clearly define what you want before exploring your options. Write down your criteria and stick to them, resisting the urge to get lost in the sea of possibilities. Recognize that perfection is an unrealistic goal, especially in a world overflowing with choices. Instead, embrace the idea of making a good choice rather than striving for the perfect one. In a world of limitless variety, good enough is often the best approach. The paradox of choice teaches us that more isn't always better. By limiting our options and focusing on what truly matters, we can make decisions more easily and feel more satisfied with the outcomes. In a society that constantly pushes us to seek out the best of everything, learning to appreciate the value of less can lead to a richer, more fulfilling life. The power of the liking bias: how being liked influences your decisions. We all want to be liked, and this simple desire can have a profound impact on the decisions we make. The liking bias is a psychological phenomenon that explains how our feelings of affection or admiration for someone can influence our choices, often in ways we don't even realize. Whether it's buying a product, agreeing to a favor, or even voting for a politician, the more we like someone, the more likely we are to act in their favor. Consider Kevin, who recently bought 2 boxes of fine Margaux wine, despite rarely drinking wine at all. Why did he make the purchase? The sales assistant was exceptionally likable, pleasant, not pushy, and genuinely friendly. This simple interaction illustrates the liking bias at work. Kevin didn't buy the wine because he needed it, but because he liked the person selling it. Joe Girard, the most successful car salesman in the world, understood this bias better than anyone. His strategy for success was simple: make customers feel liked. Girard sent monthly cards to his clients with the message, "I like you." This consistent reinforcement of likability helped him build a loyal customer base, proving that people are more inclined to buy from someone they believe genuinely likes and cares about them. So, what makes someone likable? According to research, we are more likely to find people likable if they are outwardly attractive, be similar to us in background, personality, or interests, and see they express that they like us. This explains why advertisements are filled with attractive people, and why sales techniques often involve mirroring the customer's behavior and speech patterns. When a salesperson mimics your gestures, tone, or facial expressions, you're more likely to feel a connection, making you more inclined to make a purchase. Multi-level marketing companies, like Tupperware, capitalize on the liking bias by encouraging sales through personal networks. Despite the availability of cheaper alternatives in stores, Tupperware generates billions in revenue each year because people are buying from friends, people they like and trust. The liking bias isn't just a tool for salespeople, it's also a powerful force in charity campaigns. Aid organizations often use images of smiling children or friendly animals in their advertisements, knowing that these images will evoke a stronger emotional response than pictures of less relatable subjects, like insects or guerrilla fighters. The more we like the people or creatures in these campaigns, the more likely we are to donate. Politicians are also experts at leveraging the liking bias. They tailor their messages to resonate with specific audiences, emphasizing shared backgrounds, values, or interests. They flatter potential voters, making each person feel valued and important, even though the impact of an individual vote is minuscule. By making voters feel liked and respected, politicians increase their chances of winning support. Even in business deals, likability can trump other factors. A friend who sells oil pumps once secured a multi-million-dollar contract in Russia simply because he and the buyer bonded over a shared love of sailing. The connection they formed through this common interest was stronger than any financial incentive or bribe. But for salespeople, understanding and leveraging the liking bias can lead to success. By making customers feel liked, they can increase their chances of closing a deal. However, for consumers, it's important to recognize when the liking bias is at play and to separate your feelings about the salesperson from your evaluation of the product. The next time you're tempted to make a purchase, ask yourself if you're buying the product because you need it or because you like the person selling it. The liking bias is a powerful force that shapes our decisions in subtle ways. By being aware of it, you can make more informed choices and avoid being swayed by someone's charm or flattery. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, understanding the impact of likability can help you navigate interactions more effectively and make decisions that truly align with your needs and values. The endowment effect: why we value what we own more than it's worth. Have you ever found yourself holding onto something just because it's yours, even when logic tells you to let it go? This is the endowment effect at work, a cognitive bias that makes us overvalue the things we own simply because they belong to us. It's a powerful force that can lead us to make irrational decisions, whether we're selling a car, holding onto a house, or even participating in an auction. Imagine this: you find a BMW at a used car dealership, and based on your knowledge, you estimate it's worth at around $40,000. The dealer is asking for $50,000, so you pass. A week later, the dealer calls back, agreeing to sell for $40,000, and you buy it. The very next day, someone offers you $53,000 in cash at a gas station. Rationally, you should take the offer and pocket the profit. But instead, you decline simply because the car now feels more valuable to you. This is the endowment effect in action. The moment you own something, its value increases in your eyes, even if nothing else about it has changed. Psychologist Dan Ariely demonstrated this bias with a simple experiment involving basketball tickets. Students who won tickets in a raffle valued them at around $2,400, while those who didn't win estimated their worth at just $170. Ownership inflated the value by over 10 times. Real estate is another arena where the endowment effect runs rampant. Sellers often attach sentimental value to their homes, leading them to overestimate their worth. They struggle to accept market prices, convinced that buyers should pay a premium for the memories and emotions tied to the property, an expectation that is entirely irrational. Richard Thaler, a behavioral economist, conducted an experiment at Cornell University that further illustrates the endowment effect. He gave coffee mugs to half of his students, who could choose to keep or sell them, while the other half had the option to buy the mugs. The result? The sellers wouldn't part with their mugs for less than $5.25, while buyers weren't willing to pay more than $2.25. Ownership had inflated the seller's valuation of the mugs by more than double what buyers were willing to pay. This bias extends beyond physical possessions to situations where ownership is merely anticipated. Auction houses capitalize on the endowment effect by creating a sense of near ownership among bidders. As the auction progresses, participants start to feel like the item is already theirs, driving them to bid more than they initially intended. This often leads to the winner's curse, where the winning bidder ends up paying more than the item's worth, resulting in an economic loss. The job market also reveals the irrationality of the endowment effect. If you apply for a job and don't make it past the initial screening, you might be disappointed. But if you reach the final round and then get rejected, the disappointment can be much greater, even though the outcome is the same: you didn't get the job. The closer you come to owning the position, the more you value it, and the loss feels more significant. The endowment effect can lead us to cling to things unnecessarily, filling our homes with clutter and holding onto investments or possessions that no longer serve us. To counteract this bias, it's helpful to view our possessions as temporary blessings rather than permanent fixtures. Recognize that the value you place on something might be inflated simply because it's yours, and be open to letting go when it makes sense. In conclusion, The endowment effect is a powerful psychological force that can cloud our judgment and lead us to overvalue what we own. By understanding this bias and approaching our possessions with a more detached perspective, we can make more rational decisions and avoid the pitfalls of clinging to things that no longer serve us. The inevitability of unlikely events. Understanding the nature of coincidence. Throughout our lives, we all encounter moments that seem too extraordinary to be the result of mere chance. These events, often referred to as coincidences, can range from narrowly avoiding disaster to unexpectedly meeting an old friend in an unlikely place, or even receiving a phone call from someone you were just thinking about. Such occurrences often leave us wondering if there's something more at play, perhaps a hidden force, fate, or even divine intervention. However, as remarkable as these coincidences might seem, they are often nothing more than the natural outcome of probability and the vast number of events that occur every day. Understanding this can help us appreciate these moments for what they are: not miraculous, but inevitable. Consider a striking example from March 1st, 1950, in Beatrice, Nebraska. The local church choir was scheduled to meet for rehearsal at 7:15 p.m. However, on that evening, all 15 choir members were delayed by various unrelated reasons. But the minister and his family were held up because his wife needed to finish ironing their daughter's dress. Another couple was delayed due to car trouble. The pianist, who usually arrived early, had fallen into a deep sleep after dinner and overslept. At 7:25 p.m., just minutes after the choir was supposed to have begun their rehearsal, the church exploded due to a gas leak. The blast was so powerful that it destroyed the building, but because everyone was late, not a single person was injured. The choir members and many others in the community viewed this as a miraculous event, a sign from God that they were meant to be saved. But was this truly a miracle, or simply a coincidence? To determine this, we need to approach the situation logically and consider the role of probability. Let's break down the event into its basic components. There are 4 possible outcomes in this scenario. 1. The choir is delayed and the church explodes. 2. The choir is delayed and the church does not explode. 3. The choir is on time and the church explodes. And 4. The choir is on time and the church does not explode. In reality, the vast majority of church rehearsals happen without any explosions. The fact that millions of rehearsals occur across the world without incident means that statistically, the scenario where a choir is delayed and an explosion occurs at that exact moment is bound to happen at least once. When viewed through this lens, the event in Beatrice, Nebraska, while incredibly fortunate, is not necessarily miraculous. It's an example of the inevitability of unlikely events. This same principle applies to other situations that might initially seem astonishing, such as when you think about an old friend and then, moments later, receive a call from them. While this might feel like a case of telepathy, it's more likely the result of the countless other times when you thought of someone and they didn't call, or when they thought of you and didn't reach out. Given the number of people we know and how much time we spend thinking about others, it's statistically inevitable that at some point the timing will align and a coincidental call will happen. The larger our social circles and the more we think about our connections, the more likely it is that such coincidences will occur. Even in cases where coincidences seem extraordinarily unlikely, such as when confidential information is accidentally delivered to the wrong person who just happens to work for a rival company, the explanation is still rooted in probability. In October 1990, the San Francisco Examiner reported such an incident involving Intel and AMD, 2 rival companies in the computer chip industry. By sheer coincidence, both companies had hired someone named Mike Webb. Both men were staying at the same hotel in California and checked out on the same day. After they left, the hotel accepted a package meant for one Mike Webb, but mistakenly gave it to the other. The package contained sensitive documents about AMD's new chip, and the Mike Webb who worked for Intel forwarded it to his company's legal department, leading to a lawsuit. While this chain of events might seem too strange to be random, it's actually another case of the inevitable nature of coincidences. With millions of business transactions and interactions happening every day, it's not surprising that such a mix-up would eventually occur. Our difficulty in understanding the nature of coincidences often stems from a misunderstanding of probability. We tend to underestimate the likelihood of rare events because we don't consider the vast number of opportunities for these events to occur. When someone says that something will never happen, it's important to remember that in the realm of probability, never usually means highly unlikely but not impossible. Given enough time and enough chances, even the most improbable events will eventually come to pass. This concept is particularly relevant when considering phenomena like synchronicity, a term coined by the Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung to describe meaningful coincidences that seem to defy explanation. While these occurrences might feel significant, they can often be explained by the sheer number of events happening in the world at any given time. With billions of people experiencing countless interactions and events every day, it's inevitable that some of these will align in ways that seem extraordinary. Understanding the inevitability of unlikely events helps us maintain a rational perspective in the face of surprising coincidences. It allows us to appreciate these moments for what they are: fascinating examples of how probability works in the real world without attributing them to supernatural forces or fate. It also helps us avoid the trap of seeing patterns or connections where none exist, a cognitive bias known as apophenia. In conclusion, while coincidences can be surprising and even awe-inspiring, they are ultimately a natural part of life. Improbable events are bound to happen when we consider the vast number of possible interactions and occurrences in our world. Rather than viewing these moments as miraculous or mysterious, we can appreciate them as reminders of the complexity and unpredictability of life. By understanding the true nature of probability, we can approach coincidences with a more informed and balanced perspective, recognizing them as rare but inevitable outcomes in a world full of endless possibilities. The calamity of conformity, the dangers of groupthink, and how to avoid it. We've all experienced moments where, sitting in a meeting or a group discussion, we've bitten our tongues instead of voicing a dissenting opinion. Maybe you didn't want to be seen as the contrarian, the one who always challenges the ideas that everyone else seems to agree on. Or perhaps you weren't entirely sure why you disagreed, especially when others, often equally intelligent and well-informed, were nodding in unison. This reluctance to speak up is more common than we think, and it's a key element of a phenomenon known as groupthink, a psychological trap where a group of smart, capable people ends up making poor decisions because each member subconsciously aligns their opinions with what they perceive as the consensus. This pressure to conform leads to decisions that, in hindsight, seem bafflingly irrational and often disastrous. Groupthink is more than just an academic concept. It has played a pivotal role in some of the most significant failures in history. One of the most striking examples is the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. Shortly after John F. Kennedy took office as President of the United States, he was briefed on a covert plan to overthrow Fidel Castro's communist government in Cuba by supporting a group of anti-communist Cuban exiles. Kennedy and his advisors, some of the brightest minds in government, debated the plan over several meetings. Eventually, they all agreed to proceed with the invasion, a decision that would soon prove to be one of the biggest blunders in American foreign policy. On April 17, 1961, a brigade of 1,400 Cuban exiles, supported by the U.S. Navy, Air Force, and CIA, landed at the Bay of Pigs on Cuba's southern coast. The mission was to topple Castro's regime, but from the start, nothing went as planned. The U.S. had vastly underestimated the strength of the Cuban Air Force. The invading forces were supposed to receive supplies via ship, but the Cuban military quickly sank 2 of the ships, and the others turned back, leaving the exiles stranded. Within 3 days, the invasion force was completely overwhelmed, with 1,200 survivors captured and imprisoned by Castro's forces. The failure was so complete and the planning so flawed that it's almost incomprehensible that such a mission was ever greenlit by the U.S. government. So what went wrong? How could such a poorly conceived plan have been endorsed by some of the most intelligent and capable leaders in the world? The answer lies in the dynamics of groupthink, a phenomenon that can occur in any group where the desire for harmony or conformity results in an irrational or dysfunctional decision-making outcome. Psychologist Irving Janis studied several such fiascos and identified common patterns in how groupthink operates. One of the most critical aspects of groupthink is the illusion of invulnerability. When members of a group are highly cohesive and there is a strong leader, they may start to believe that their decisions are infallible. In the case of the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy's advisors, bolstered by their collective intelligence and past successes, convinced themselves that the invasion would succeed. This confidence led them to overlook or minimize critical flaws in the plan, such as the logistical difficulties of landing and supplying the invasion force and the underestimation of Castro's military capabilities. Another feature of groupthink is the illusion of unanimity. When everyone else in the room seems to agree, it becomes much harder for an individual to speak out, even if they have doubts. In groupthink, silence is often interpreted as consent, leading to a false sense of consensus. In the meetings leading up to the Bay of Pigs invasion, there were likely individuals who had reservations about the plan, but they remained silent, perhaps assuming that if everyone else agreed, their doubts must be unfounded. This silence reinforced the group's collective decision, even as it moved them toward disaster. Groupthink also fosters self-censorship, where individuals withhold their dissenting opinions because they fear being seen as disloyal or disruptive. In tight-knit groups, the desire to maintain harmony and cohesion can be so strong that it overrides critical thinking. No one wants to be the one to rock the boat, especially in a high-stakes situation like a military operation. This pressure to conform leads to a narrowing of viewpoints, with the group focusing only on information that supports their decision while ignoring or downplaying evidence that contradicts it. The consequences of groupthink are not limited to politics. The business world is rife with examples where groupthink has led to catastrophic failures. One notable case is the collapse of Swissair, once considered the epitome of a successful airline. In the late 1990s, Swissair embarked on an aggressive expansion strategy, acquiring several European airlines as part of a plan to become a global aviation powerhouse. This strategy was driven by a small, cohesive group of executives and consultants who, buoyed by Swissair's past successes, developed a strong consensus around the plan. Dissenting voices within the company were marginalized, and concerns about the risks of overexpansion were ignored. The result was a financial disaster that led to Swissair's bankruptcy in 2001, ending the airline's proud history. Groupthink can manifest in any organization or team, particularly in environments where there is strong leadership, a high level of cohesion, and a lack of diversity in perspectives. The dangers of groupthink are amplified when the stakes are high, as the pressure to conform and the fear of being the lone dissenter can lead to decisions that are more about maintaining group unity than about making the best possible choice. So, how can we guard against groupthink? If you find yourself in a group where everyone seems to be in agreement, it's crucial to ask tough questions and voice your concerns, even if it means challenging the consensus. Encourage others to do the same. Effective leaders can play a pivotal role in preventing groupthink by fostering an environment where dissent is not only tolerated but welcomed. Appointing a devil's advocate, someone whose job is to challenge the group's ideas and assumptions, can help ensure that all angles are considered before a decision is made. This person may not be the most popular member of the team, but their role is essential in bringing balance to the decision-making process. Leaders should also be aware of the signs of groupthink, such as a lack of debate, the suppression of dissent, and the presence of self-censorship. By recognizing these red flags, leaders can intervene early and steer the group back toward a more rigorous and open discussion. Encouraging a diversity of perspectives, whether through diverse team composition or by actively seeking out external viewpoints, can also help counteract the tendency toward groupthink. In conclusion, groupthink is a powerful and often insidious force that can lead even the most intelligent and well-intentioned groups to make poor decisions. Whether in politics, business, or any other area of life, the pressure to conform and the fear of standing out can result in a collective blindness to the flaws in a plan or strategy. By understanding the dynamics of groupthink and taking steps to encourage critical thinking and open dialogue, we can avoid the calamity of conformity and make better, more informed decisions. Remember, the best decisions are not made when everyone is in agreement, but when all perspectives are considered and the full range of options is explored. The danger of ignoring probability, understanding how we misjudge risk. Imagine you're given the choice between playing 2 games of chance. In the first game, you have the opportunity to win a life-changing $10 million. If you win, you can quit your job, live comfortably, and never worry about money again. In the second game, the prize is a more modest $10,000, enough for a luxurious vacation, but nothing that will drastically alter your life. The catch. The probability of winning the first game is 1 in 100 million, while the odds of winning the second game are 1 in 10,000. Which game would you choose to play? If you're like most people, you might feel drawn to the first game. After all, the potential reward is enormous, and the thought of winning $10 million is incredibly enticing. But if you step back and analyze the situation objectively, you'll realize that the second game offers a much better deal. Despite the smaller prize, the odds are significantly better, making the expected value of the second game 10 times higher than that of the first. This discrepancy highlights a common flaw in human thinking: our tendency to neglect probability and focus solely on the magnitude of potential outcomes. This phenomenon, known as the neglect of probability, has profound implications for decision-making in various aspects of life. It explains why people often make choices that seem irrational when viewed through the lens of probability and expected outcomes. We're swayed by the allure of large rewards or catastrophic risks, but we fail to accurately assess the likelihood of those outcomes occurring. A classic experiment conducted in 1972 illustrates this concept. Participants were divided into two groups. The first group was told they would receive a small electric shock, while the second group was informed that there was only a 50% chance they would be shocked. Researchers measured the participants' anxiety levels, including heart rate, nervousness, and sweating. Surprisingly, the anxiety levels in both groups were identical, despite the fact that the second group faced only half the risk of the first. Even when the probability of a shock was further reduced for the second group from 50% to 20%, then 10%, and so on, there was no significant change in their anxiety. This experiment demonstrates that people tend to respond to the potential severity of an event, such as the magnitude of an electric shock, rather than to its likelihood. In other words, we lack an intuitive understanding of probability, leading us to overestimate or underestimate risks in ways that can be detrimental to our decision-making. This neglect of probability is evident in many areas of life, including financial decisions, health risks, and everyday choices. For example, people often invest in startup companies because they are enticed by the potential for enormous profits. However, they fail to consider the slim chances that a new business will actually achieve such growth. Similarly, after hearing about a plane crash on the news, some people may cancel their flights, even though the likelihood of being involved in a crash remains incredibly low before and after the disaster. This irrational behavior stems from our inability to accurately assess and weigh probabilities. The same tendency can be seen in how we compare investments. Many amateur investors focus solely on the potential return without considering the associated risks. For instance, they might view a stock with a 20% return as twice as good as one with a 10% return, overlooking the fact that the higher-yielding stock may carry significantly more risk. This one-dimensional thinking can lead to poor investment decisions and financial losses. To further explore how we misjudge probabilities, let's revisit the experiment with the electric shocks. When the probability of receiving a shock in the second group was reduced from 5% to 4% to 4% to 4% to 3%, participants' anxiety levels remained unchanged. It was only when the risk dropped to zero that their anxiety finally subsided. This response highlights a bias known as the zero-risk bias. People have a strong preference for eliminating risk entirely, even when reducing it further would have a more significant impact. This bias can lead to suboptimal decisions, as people might choose an option that eliminates a small risk rather than one that significantly reduces a larger risk. Consider a hypothetical scenario involving two methods of treating drinking water. Suppose a river has two equally large tributaries. One is treated using method A, which reduces the risk of dying from contaminated water from 5% to 2%. The other is treated using method B, which reduces the risk from 1% to 0%, effectively eliminating the threat. Most people would instinctively choose method B, thinking that the complete elimination of risk is the better option. However, method A actually saves more lives by reducing the risk by 3%, compared to the 1% reduction achieved by method B. The zero-risk bias leads people to make decisions that feel safer but are less effective in reducing overall harm. The zero-risk bias has had real-world consequences, such as in the case of the U.S. Food Act of 1958, which prohibits the use of food containing any cancer-causing substances. The goal of achieving zero risk of cancer is admirable, but in practice, it has led to the adoption of more dangerous, non-carcinogenic additives in food. Furthermore, this law is nearly impossible to enforce, as it's incredibly difficult to remove every last molecule of a banned substance from food. Economically, pursuing zero risk rarely makes sense, except in extreme cases where the consequences of even a tiny risk are catastrophic. Our inability to grasp probability can also lead to disproportionate fears. For example, People are often just as afraid of a 99% chance of contamination by toxic chemicals as they are of a 1% chance, even though the actual risk is vastly different. This irrational response is rooted in our emotional reactions to perceived threats, rather than a logical assessment of the likelihood and magnitude of those threats. In conclusion, the neglect of probability is a powerful cognitive bias that can lead us to make poor decisions, both in our personal lives and in broader societal contexts. We're naturally drawn to the allure of large rewards and the fear of significant risks, but we often fail to consider the actual likelihood of those outcomes occurring. By becoming more aware of this bias and making a conscious effort to evaluate decisions based on probability and expected value, we can improve our decision-making and avoid the pitfalls of irrational thinking. The next time you're faced with a choice, whether it's a financial investment, a health decision, or a game of chance, take a moment to consider not just the potential outcomes, but the probabilities that accompany them. In doing so, you'll be better equipped to make choices that align with your long-term goals and well-being. The allure of scarcity: why we crave what's limited. Imagine sitting at a friend's house, sipping coffee, while her 3 children play on the floor. In an effort to keep them occupied, you spill out a bag of glass marbles. Among the countless marbles, there's one blue one, and suddenly chaos ensues. The children scramble and argue over the blue marble, even though all the marbles are shiny and bright and exactly the same size. What makes the blue one so special? The answer lies in its rarity. There's only one blue marble, and that alone makes it more valuable in the children's eyes. This simple scenario highlights a deep-rooted psychological phenomenon known as the scarcity error, a bias that leads us to place higher value on things that are limited in availability. It's not just children who fall prey to this bias. Adults are equally susceptible. Take the example of Google's Gmail launch in 2005. When the service first became available, new accounts were given out only by invitation. This restriction made many people, myself included, desperate to get an account, even if they didn't really need another email service. The allure wasn't the utility or superiority of Gmail, but rather the fact that it wasn't available to everyone. The scarcity made it desirable. The scarcity error is not a modern invention. The ancient Romans understood this concept well, coining the phrase rara sunt cara, meaning rare is valuable. The real estate industry often exploits this bias, as demonstrated by the common tactic of inventing a fictitious interested party, a doctor from London or a banker from New York, to pressure potential buyers into making a quick decision. This imagined scarcity makes the property seem more desirable and the opportunity more fleeting, leading the buyer to act impulsively. Psychological studies further illustrate our susceptibility to scarcity. In one experiment, participants were asked to rate the quality of cookies. One group received an entire box, while the other was given just 2 cookies. Unsurprisingly, the group with only 2 cookies rated them as much higher in quality than those with the full box. The limited number of cookies created an illusion of value that wasn't present when the cookies were abundant. This bias is not just exploited in small-scale situations like cookie evaluations or real estate deals, it's a cornerstone of marketing strategies across industries. Advertisements scream only while stocks last or today only, compelling us to buy items we might not even need simply because we fear missing out. In the art world, gallery owners use red sold dots to create a sense of scarcity, making the remaining unsold paintings appear more valuable and prompting quicker purchases. Collectors of stamps, coins, or vintage cars are driven by the scarcity of these items, despite their lack of practical utility in modern life. The post office doesn't accept old stamps, banks don't take obsolete coins, and vintage cars are often not roadworthy. Yet, their rarity makes them coveted. The scarcity error is closely linked to a psychological phenomenon known as reactance, where people respond to the loss of an option by valuing it more highly. A study involving college students highlighted this effect. When they were told that a poster they had rated as 3rd most attractive was no longer available, they suddenly ranked it as the most beautiful. This is the same principle behind the Romeo and Juliet effect, where forbidden love is perceived as more intense and desirable simply because it is off limits. In the US, where the legal drinking age is 21, teenage parties often see excessive drinking as a form of rebellion. In contrast, in many European countries where the drinking age is 18, such behavior is less common. In essence, scarcity distorts our perception of value, leading us to make decisions that may not align with our best interests. The next time you're tempted to buy something just because it's in limited supply or because it might soon be unavailable, take a step back. Evaluate the product or service based on its true merits, its price, quality, and how much you actually need it rather than the illusion of scarcity that marketers so skillfully create. After all, the last cookie in the jar might seem the most tempting, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best choice. The importance of recognizing base rate neglect in decision-making. Imagine a scenario where you meet Mark, a thin man from Germany who wears glasses and enjoys listening to Mozart. If asked whether Mark is more likely to be a truck driver or a literature professor in Frankfurt, most people would instinctively choose the latter. However, this is a classic case of base rate neglect. Despite Mark's refined description, the statistical reality is that there are far more truck drivers in Germany than literature professors in Frankfurt, making it more probable that Mark is a truck driver. This common error in reasoning, known as base rate neglect, occurs when people overlook the general probability of an event in favor of specific but less relevant information. Base rate neglect is not just a theoretical concept, it plays a crucial role in various aspects of life, including medicine, business, and even everyday decision-making. For instance, when a doctor encounters a patient with migraines, they are trained to consider the most common causes, such as a viral infection, before jumping to the conclusion that the patient might have a brain tumor. This approach, often summarized by the medical adage when you hear hoofbeats, "Don't expect to see a zebra," underscores the importance of considering the base rate, the statistical likelihood of common ailments before diagnosing rare conditions. This methodical approach helps prevent unnecessary panic and ensures that the most probable causes are investigated first. In contrast, the business world often lacks this level of base rate training, leading to overly optimistic projections and decisions. Entrepreneurs and investors may become enamored with a new product or company, imagining it as the next Google or Amazon. However, the base rate for startup success is sobering. Only 20% of new businesses survive their first 5 years, and the odds of becoming a global corporation are even slimmer. Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors in the world, avoids investing in biotech companies for this very reason. He recognizes that the base rate for these companies achieving substantial revenue is extremely low, leading him to focus on more predictable investments. Base rate neglect is also prevalent in everyday situations, such as sampling wine in a restaurant. If you're unsure of the wine's origin, it's wise to consider the base rate. Perhaps 3/4 of the wines on the menu are French. This base rate thinking can guide your decision more effectively than relying on vague suspicions about the wine's flavor profile. Even in the realm of career aspirations, base rate neglect can lead to unrealistic expectations. Students at elite business schools often envision themselves on the boards of global companies, driven by ambition and confidence in their abilities. However, the base rate for achieving such positions is exceedingly low, less than 0.1%. Understanding this can help set more realistic goals and reduce the likelihood of future disappointment. In conclusion, recognizing and addressing base rate neglect is essential for making informed decisions in both professional and personal contexts. Whether you're diagnosing a medical condition, evaluating a business opportunity, or planning your career, grounding your decisions in statistical reality rather than being swayed by specific but less relevant details can lead to more accurate and successful outcomes. The fallacy of believing in the universe's balancing act. In the summer of 1913, an extraordinary event unfolded at a roulette table in Monte Carlo that has since become a classic example of the gambler's fallacy. As the ball spun around the wheel, it landed on black not once, not twice, but 20 times in a row. The crowd gathered around the table, initially astonished, and then quickly convinced that this incredible streak meant that red was now due. With each successive spin, more and more people placed their bets on red, certain that the laws of probability would finally balance out. But the ball continued to land on black, defying their expectations. It wasn't until the 27th spin that the ball finally rested on red. By that time, many of the gamblers had lost fortunes, bankrupting themselves in the process. This event encapsulates a common misconception that many people fall victim to: the belief in a balancing force of the universe, an assumption that if something happens repeatedly, the opposite outcome must soon occur to restore balance. This is what we call the gambler's fallacy, the erroneous belief that independent events can influence one another in a predictable way. However, the truth is that with independent events like each spin of a roulette wheel, there is no memory or correction. Each spin is completely independent of the previous ones, with the probability of landing on red or black remaining exactly the same, no matter what has happened before. The gambler's fallacy isn't just confined to the spinning wheels of casinos, it's a cognitive bias that manifests in various aspects of our lives. Consider a scenario in education. Imagine you're testing the IQ of a group of students from a large city where the average IQ is 100. The first student tested has an IQ of 150. When asked to predict the average IQ of the remaining group, many people might assume that this high score will somehow be balanced out by lower scores from the other students. They might expect that some students will have IQs far below average to offset the 150, thereby bringing the overall average back to 100. But this thinking is flawed. In reality, with such a small sample size, it's far more likely that the remaining students will have average IQs close to 100, slightly raising the overall average of the group to around 101, not balancing it back to 100 as some might expect. This belief in a balancing force often leads people to make irrational decisions. Consider the stock market, where investors might look at a stock that has consistently performed well and think that it's due for a drop, or conversely, that a consistently underperforming stock is bound to bounce back. This is the gambler's fallacy in action. Stock prices, like many other independent events, are influenced by a myriad of factors, and past performance doesn't necessarily predict future results. Investors who fall prey to this fallacy may end up making poor decisions, expecting a correction that never comes. A more light-hearted example of the gambler's fallacy can be seen in a common joke about a mathematician who is afraid of flying due to the slim chance of a terrorist attack. To reduce his perceived risk, he carries a bomb with him on every flight, reasoning that while the probability of one bomb being on a plane is low, the probability of two bombs on the same flight is virtually zero. Of course, this is absurd, but it humorously illustrates how the gambler's fallacy can lead to irrational and extreme behavior. The core issue with the gambler's fallacy is the confusion between independent and interdependent events. In many situations, especially in everyday life, events are indeed interconnected. For example, if you're experiencing unusually cold weather, it's reasonable to expect that temperatures will eventually return to normal. This is because weather patterns are influenced by complex feedback mechanisms that drive extremes toward the mean over time, a concept known as regression to the mean. In contrast, truly independent events, such as coin flips, roulette spins, or lottery draws, have no such mechanisms. Each event is isolated, with no influence from previous outcomes, no matter how much we might wish for a balancing force to ensure fairness. This misunderstanding can lead to significant errors in judgment, especially in situations where we perceive patterns where none exist. Take lotteries, for example. Some people meticulously track numbers that have been drawn less frequently, convinced that these are overdue. But numbers are more likely to appear in the next draw. They spend hours analyzing past results, believing they have found a strategy to beat the odds. However, the truth is that each number has an equal chance of being drawn in every game, regardless of its previous appearances. The belief that certain numbers are due is purely a product of the gambler's fallacy. The fallacy extends beyond individual decision-making and can have broader implications in fields like economics, public policy, and even healthcare. In the stock market, for example, the gambler's fallacy can lead to irrational trading behaviors, such as the expectation that a declining stock is bound to recover simply because it has fallen so much. This mindset can cause investors to hold on to losing positions for too long, waiting for a recovery that may never come. Similarly, in public policy, leaders might mistakenly believe that after a series of bad decisions, the next decision is likely to be successful, leading them to take unwarranted risks. In the medical field, base rate neglect, a related cognitive bias, can lead doctors to misdiagnose conditions by focusing on rare diseases rather than more common ailments. For instance, a doctor might be swayed by an unusual symptom that suggests a rare disease, even when the overall likelihood base rate strongly indicates a more common condition. This is why medical professionals are trained to consider the most likely diagnoses first, avoiding the temptation to jump to conclusions based on rare or extreme cases. Recognizing the gambler's fallacy and its impact on decision-making is crucial for making rational choices. In situations involving independent events, it's important to remember that past outcomes have no bearing on future probabilities. Whether it's betting on a roulette wheel, investing in the stock market, or making everyday decisions, understanding the nature of probability can help us avoid the pitfalls of this common cognitive bias. In conclusion, the idea of a balancing force in the universe may be comforting, but it simply doesn't apply to independent events. The gambler's fallacy is a powerful reminder that in many aspects of life, what has already happened has no influence on what will happen next. By recognizing this fallacy and avoiding the trap of expecting patterns where none exist, we can make more informed decisions and navigate the uncertainties of life with greater clarity. Whether in a casino, the stock market, or everyday life, it's important to understand that randomness doesn't follow our expectations no matter how much we might wish it did. The power of anchors: how initial figures shape our decisions and perceptions. Anchors are a psychological phenomenon that significantly impacts our decisions and perceptions, often without us even realizing it. These seemingly innocuous starting points or initial figures act as reference points, subtly guiding our thoughts and influencing our final decisions. Whether we are estimating historical dates, assessing the value of a product, or making financial decisions, anchors play a pivotal role in shaping our judgments. Imagine you are trying to guess the year Abraham Lincoln was born. You might start with a known fact, such as the year he was assassinated, 1865, and work backward, assuming he was around 60 years old at that time. This would lead you to estimate that he was born around 1805, just a few years off from the correct year, 1809. In this case, the year 1865 served as an anchor, a reference point from which you made your estimate. However, anchors can also mislead us, especially when they are irrelevant or arbitrary. For example, in a classroom experiment, a professor asked students to write down the last 2 digits of their social security numbers before bidding on a bottle of wine. Astonishingly, students with higher numbers consistently bid more than those with lower numbers, even though their social security numbers had no logical connection to the value of the wine. This experiment highlights how anchors can warp our perception of value, leading us to make decisions that are not entirely rational. Another classic example of the anchoring effect comes from a study conducted by psychologist Amos Tversky, who used a wheel of fortune to illustrate how random numbers can influence our judgments. Participants spun the wheel, which landed on a number between 0 and 100, and were then asked to estimate the number of member states in the United Nations. Those who spun higher numbers tended to guess higher numbers of UN member states, while those who spun lower numbers guessed fewer. Despite knowing that the wheel's spin was entirely unrelated to the actual number of UN member states, participants' estimates were still anchored by the number they spun. Anchors are not limited to simple guessing games; they have profound implications in real-world scenarios. For instance, in the field of real estate, anchors can dramatically affect property valuations. In one study, both students and professional real estate agents were shown a house and asked to estimate its value. Before making their estimates, they were given a random listing price, which acted as an anchor. Surprisingly, the professionals, who should have been less susceptible to such biases, were just as influenced by the anchor as the students were. This demonstrates that even experts can fall prey to the anchoring effect, particularly in situations involving uncertainty or complex valuations. Sales and marketing professionals are acutely aware of the power of anchors and often use them to their advantage. The recommended retail price (RRP) on a product is a classic example of an anchor. Even if the actual market value of the product is lower, the RRP sets a high reference point in the consumer's mind, making any discount appear more significant and the product more appealing. Similarly, in negotiations, savvy salespeople often establish a high initial price early in the conversation, setting an anchor that frames the rest of the negotiation. This tactic can lead buyers to settle for a higher price than they initially intended because their perception of what constitutes a fair price has been influenced by the anchor. Anchors also appear in educational settings. Teachers who know their students' previous grades might subconsciously use these as anchors when grading new assignments. This can create a bias where students with historically high grades continue to receive higher marks, while those with lower grades struggle to break free from their past performance. Such anchoring can reinforce educational disparities and hinder objective assessment. The anchoring effect is not limited to the realms of academics, business, or real estate. It can also influence our everyday decisions in surprising ways. For example, consider how anchors affect our perceptions of risk and probability. In another experiment, participants were asked to estimate the probability of certain events, such as the likelihood of a natural disaster occurring. Those who were first asked to consider a high-probability event like a common natural disaster tended to estimate higher probabilities for less likely events afterward, simply because the initial anchor of a high-probability event influenced their subsequent judgments. Understanding the power of anchors is crucial, because it helps us recognize when our decisions might be unduly influenced by arbitrary reference points. By being aware of this cognitive bias, we can take steps to mitigate its impact. For instance, before making a significant purchase or investment, it's wise to seek out multiple sources of information and consider a range of perspectives to avoid being anchored by a single price or piece of data. In negotiations, it's important to establish your own anchor based on thorough research rather than allowing the other party to set the reference point. Similarly, when making judgments or estimates, try to base your decisions on relevant data and facts rather than on irrelevant or random figures that might skew your thinking. In conclusion, anchors are a powerful force in decision-making, capable of shaping our perceptions and guiding our choices in both subtle and significant ways. Whether in business, education, or everyday life, being aware of the anchoring effect can help us make more informed, rational decisions. By questioning the anchors we encounter and seeking out a broader range of information, we can reduce the likelihood of being swayed by arbitrary reference points and make choices that better reflect our true intentions and values. The danger of inductive reasoning: why past success doesn't guarantee future safety. Inductive reasoning is a common cognitive shortcut that leads us to draw general conclusions from specific observations. While it can be useful in certain situations, this type of thinking can also be incredibly deceptive and even dangerous, as illustrated by both philosophical thought experiments and real-world examples. Consider the classic example of the Christmas goose, which grows increasingly certain of the farmer's benevolence as it is fed daily, only to be slaughtered when the holiday arrives. This story, used by philosopher David Hume, serves as a stark warning against the pitfalls of inductive reasoning. Just because something has happened repeatedly in the past does not mean it will continue to happen in the future. The same fallacy can be seen in the world of investing. An investor may buy into a stock that continues to rise in value, leading him to believe that the stock will always go up. As his confidence grows, he may invest more and more, ignoring the inherent risks and the possibility that the stock could crash. When it does, the investor is left devastated, having mistaken a temporary trend for a permanent truth. Inductive reasoning is not limited to financial markets or hypothetical geese. It affects many aspects of our lives. CEOs who consistently deliver strong quarterly results may begin to see themselves as infallible, a dangerous mindset that can lead to reckless decisions. Individuals who rarely fall ill may start to believe they are invincible, only to be blindsided by a serious health issue. One particularly chilling example of the dangers of inductive reasoning comes from the world of extreme sports. A base jumper with over 1,000 successful jumps might feel invincible, interpreting his past success as a guarantee of future safety. However, this confidence can be tragically misplaced, as the unpredictability of each jump means that past success offers no assurance of survival in the future. Despite its risks, inductive reasoning is deeply ingrained in human thinking. We rely on it daily, whether it's trusting that the laws of physics will keep our plane in the air or believing that we won't be randomly attacked on the street. These assumptions are necessary for us to function, but they are not guarantees of safety or success. As Benjamin Franklin famously noted, "Nothing is certain but death and taxes." This reminder highlights the inherent uncertainty of life and the dangers of assuming that the past will always predict the future. While inductive reasoning can provide comfort and a sense of control, it is essential to remain aware of its limitations and the potential for error. In conclusion, inductive reasoning can lead to dangerous overconfidence and flawed decision-making. It is crucial to recognize the provisional nature of our conclusions and to remain vigilant against the seductive but potentially misleading power of past experiences. Whether in financial investments, personal health, or everyday life, understanding the limits of inductive reasoning can help us make better, more informed decisions and avoid the pitfalls of assuming that what has been will always be. Why evil strikes harder than good: the power of loss aversion. When asked to rate your current level of happiness on a scale from 1 to 10, it's easy to imagine what could elevate you to a perfect score. Perhaps a dream vacation or a career advancement would do the trick. However, when considering what could drastically lower that score, the options seem both plentiful and terrifying: illness, financial ruin, or the loss of a loved one, to name a few. This stark contrast reveals a fundamental truth: bad things outnumber good things, and their impact is far more profound. Our evolutionary history plays a crucial role in this imbalance. In the past, one simple mistake could mean the difference between life and death. Whether it was a misstep during a hunt or a moment of carelessness, the consequences were often fatal. Those who were cautious and risk-averse survived, passing on their genes to future generations. We are the descendants of these survivors, and it's no wonder that we fear loss more than we cherish gain. This inherent loss aversion means that losing something, whether it's money, health, or reputation, hurts far more than the pleasure of gaining something of equal value. In fact, research shows that the emotional weight of a loss is about twice that of a similar gain. This principle is not just an academic concept, it has real-world implications. For instance, if you want to persuade someone to take action, focusing on the disadvantages they could avoid is far more effective than highlighting potential benefits. A study on breast self-examination (BSE) showed that women were more likely to adopt the practice when informed about the risks of not performing it, rather than the benefits of doing so. This aversion to loss is also evident in the stock market, where investors are often reluctant to sell losing stocks, preferring to hold onto them in the hope of a recovery, even when the chances are slim. The pain of realizing a loss outweighs the potential benefits of cutting those losses. In the corporate world, this fear of loss manifests as risk aversion among employees. Despite the encouragement from management gurus to be bold and entrepreneurial, employees often play it safe. The potential downside of taking a risk such as losing their job far outweighs the potential rewards, like a bonus. This is why safeguarding one's career often takes precedence over pursuing uncertain opportunities. Ultimately, evil, or the potential for bad outcomes, is more powerful and more plentiful than good. We are naturally more attuned to negative experiences, remembering them longer and allowing them to shape our behavior. This is why, on the street, we notice scary faces more than smiling ones, and why bad behavior often lingers in our memory longer than good deeds, except, perhaps, when it comes to our own actions. But understanding this inherent bias can help us navigate life more wisely, whether in personal decisions, financial investments, or workplace dynamics. By acknowledging that loss aversion is a powerful force in our lives, we can strive to make more balanced choices, even in the face of our natural inclination to avoid risk at all costs. Why teams tend to underperform: understanding the phenomenon of social loafing. In 1913, Maximilian Ringelmann, a French engineer, made a discovery that would later become a cornerstone of our understanding of group dynamics. He observed that when two horses pulled a coach together, their combined effort did not equate to twice the power of a single horse. Puzzled by this, Ringelmann extended his study to humans. He asked groups of men to pull on a rope and meticulously measured the force each individual exerted. The results were both surprising and revealing. When two people pulled together, each applied only 93% of their individual strength. With 3 people, it dropped further to 85%, and with 8 people, each person used just 49% of their strength. This decline in individual effort, as group size increases, is now known as social loafing. Social loafing occurs because individual performance becomes less distinguishable within a group. When people work together, their individual efforts blend into the collective output, making it difficult to assess who is contributing what. This anonymity leads to a natural tendency to conserve energy. Why put in maximum effort when half will suffice, especially if it goes unnoticed? This phenomenon is not merely a result of laziness, it's a rational behavior rooted in our evolutionary past. Just as the horses in Ringelmann's study instinctively conserved energy when part of a team, humans unconsciously do the same, engaging in what is essentially a form of cheating. Interestingly, while social loafing reduces individual contributions, it doesn't eliminate them entirely. The reason for this lies in the potential consequences of complete idleness. In any group setting, total non-participation would be noticed and could lead to significant repercussions, such as social exclusion or blame. Evolution has equipped us with finely tuned senses that allow us to gauge just how much we can slack off without crossing the line, as well as to detect when others are doing the same. This phenomenon extends beyond physical tasks to mental and intellectual ones. For example, in meetings or brainstorming sessions, the larger the team, the less each individual is likely to contribute. However, once a group reaches a certain size, individual participation levels off. Whether the group consists of 20 or 100 people, a maximum level of inertia is reached, and additional members do little to change the dynamics. Despite the widespread belief that teams are inherently more productive than individuals, the reality is more complex. The idea that teams achieve more than individual workers is a concept that gained traction in the late 20th century, particularly after Japanese companies organized into teams began to dominate global markets. Business economists attributed this success to the team-based structure and eagerly adopted the model in the West. However, the results were mixed. What worked well in Japan did not necessarily translate to American or European contexts. One possible explanation is that social loafing is less prevalent in Japanese culture, where group harmony and collective responsibility are deeply ingrained values. In contrast, Western teams tend to function better when they are small, diverse, and composed of specialized individuals, where each person's contribution is more easily identified and valued. Social loafing has broader implications beyond just reduced effort. In group settings, people tend to hold back not only in terms of participation, but also in terms of accountability. Nobody wants to be held solely responsible for the group's failures or poor decisions, leading to a phenomenon known as the diffusion of responsibility. This was glaringly evident during the Nuremberg trials, where many Nazis defended their actions by claiming they were simply following orders as part of a larger group. In less extreme but more common scenarios, diffusion of responsibility occurs in corporate boardrooms and management teams. Individuals hide behind group decisions, and this collective anonymity often emboldens teams to take risks that individual members would avoid if acting alone. This effect, known as risky shift, is particularly dangerous in high-stakes environments, such as financial institutions or defense departments, where the consequences of poor decisions can be catastrophic. Understanding social loafing is crucial for anyone looking to maximize the effectiveness of teams. The key to mitigating its negative effects lies in making individual contributions as visible as possible. By fostering an environment where meritocracy is valued and where each person's performance is clearly recognized, the tendency to loaf can be reduced. This approach encourages individuals to put forth their best effort, knowing that their work will not be lost in the collective output. In conclusion, people behave differently in groups than when they are alone, and this difference is the reason why groups exist. However, the advantages of group work can be overshadowed by the pitfalls of social loafing if not carefully managed. To ensure that teams reach their full potential, it is essential to create structures that highlight individual contributions and hold each member accountable. By doing so, we can overcome the natural inclination to slack off and harness the full power of teamwork. The astonishing power of exponential growth, why our intuition often misleads us. Imagine holding a piece of paper in your hand and folding it in half. Simple enough. Now fold it again and imagine continuing this process 50 times. How thick do you think that paper would become after 50 folds? Your first guess might be something reasonable, perhaps an inch or two, maybe even a foot if you're feeling bold. However, the actual result is far beyond what most people would expect. After 50 folds, that paper would be more than 60 million miles thick, roughly the distance between the Earth and the Sun. This mind-boggling fact illustrates the incredible power of exponential growth, a concept that defies our natural intuition. Now, consider another scenario. You're given a choice between two options for receiving money over the next 30 days. Option A offers you $1,000 a day, totaling $30,000 by the end of the month, a tempting proposition. Option B, on the other hand, starts with just 1 cent on the first day, doubling the amount each subsequent day. At first glance, option A might seem like the better deal, with its guaranteed daily sum. But if you choose option B, you'll end up with over $5 million by the end of the 30 days. This result, though initially counterintuitive, is another demonstration of the profound impact of exponential growth. Linear growth, where quantities increase by a fixed amount over time, is something we understand intuitively. For example, if you spend twice as much time gathering berries, you'll collect twice as many berries. If you hunt 2 mammoths instead of 1, you'll have twice as much meat. This straightforward relationship between effort and reward is deeply ingrained in our understanding, shaped by the experiences of our ancestors who rarely encountered anything resembling exponential growth in their daily lives. In contrast, exponential growth involves quantities that increase by a fixed percentage over time, leading to a compounding effect. This type of growth is far less intuitive because it doesn't follow the linear patterns we're accustomed to. Instead, exponential growth starts slowly and then accelerates rapidly, often reaching astonishing levels before we fully realize what's happening. To illustrate, consider a common statement by a politician: the number of traffic accidents is increasing by 7% each year. While 7% may not sound alarming at first, understanding exponential growth allows us to calculate the doubling time using the rule of 70, a simple mathematical shortcut. By dividing 70 by the growth rate, in this case 7%, we find that the number of traffic accidents will double every 10 years. Suddenly, the situation seems far more serious. Similarly, take the example of inflation, which might be reported as 5% annually. At first, this might seem manageable. After all, 5% doesn't sound like much. However, by applying the rule of 70 divided by 5 equals 14, we see that in just 14 years, the value of money will halve, meaning that $1 will only buy what 50 cents can purchase today. For anyone with savings, this is a sobering realization. These examples highlight a crucial point: exponential growth can lead to outcomes that are far more dramatic than we might initially expect. Whether we're talking about the spread of bacteria, the growth of populations, or the compounding of interest, exponential processes can quickly spiral out of control, leading to significant and often unforeseen consequences. Even ancient cultures were aware of the challenges posed by exponential growth, as demonstrated by the famous Persian tale of the courtier and the chessboard. In this story, a wise courtier presents the king with a chessboard as a gift. Moved by the gesture, the king asks how he can repay the courtier, who humbly requests that the king place 1 grain of rice on the first square of the board, 2 grains on the second square, 4 grains on the third, and so on, doubling the number of grains on each subsequent square. The king, assuming this is a modest request, agrees, only to discover that the total amount of rice required would far exceed all the rice available on Earth. The king had fallen victim to the deceptive nature of exponential growth. This tale, along with the earlier examples, underscores a critical lesson when it comes to exponential growth. Our intuition often fails us. Linear growth is something our minds are naturally equipped to handle, but exponential growth is a different beast altogether. The human brain, shaped by millennia of experiences with linear processes, struggles to grasp the rapid acceleration inherent in exponential functions. As our world becomes increasingly complex, with technological advancements, financial markets, and population dynamics often following exponential trends, it's more important than ever to recognize the limitations of our intuition. Relying solely on gut feelings can lead to significant miscalculations, whether in personal finances, public policy, or environmental management. To navigate these challenges, it's essential to equip ourselves with the right tools. The rule of 70 is one such tool, a quick and easy way to estimate doubling times for any process that grows exponentially. Beyond that, simply recognizing when a situation involves exponential growth can prompt us to take a step back and reassess our assumptions. In many cases, a calculator or a more thorough analysis can help reveal the true scale of the growth we're dealing with, preventing us from being caught off guard. In conclusion, exponential growth is a powerful and often misunderstood force. While our ancestors may not have needed to understand it to survive, in today's world, the ability to recognize and calculate exponential growth is a crucial skill. Whether it's understanding the implications of financial decisions, predicting technological advancements, or planning for future challenges, acknowledging the limits of our intuition and embracing mathematical tools will better prepare us for the complexities of modern life. So next time you're faced with a choice or a challenge involving growth, remember the lesson of the folded paper and the chessboard. What seems small at first can quickly grow beyond your wildest expectations. The perils of winning: understanding the winner's curse in auctions. In the 1950s, deep in the heart of Texas, a piece of land was up for auction. 10 oil companies, each armed with their own estimates of the land's value, fiercely competed to secure the site. The valuations ranged from $10 million to $100 million, and as the auction progressed, companies dropped out one by one, unwilling to pay beyond their assessments. Finally, one company emerged victorious, submitting the highest bid and winning the land. Champagne corks popped, celebrations ensued, and yet, this triumph often masked an unfortunate reality: the winner of the auction had likely overpaid, a phenomenon known as the winner's curse. The winner's curse occurs when the winning bid in an auction far exceeds the true value of the item being contested. In the case of the Texas oil fields, industry analysts later observed that companies frequently overpaid in these auctions, leading to financial ruin down the line. Given the wide range of estimates spanning from $10 million to $100 million, the actual value of the land probably lay somewhere in the middle. However, the competitive nature of auctions often drives the final bid well above this realistic figure, unless the winning bidder possesses critical information unknown to the others. In Texas, this was not the case, and the oil companies that won often found themselves burdened with a Pyrrhic victory celebrating today, but suffering the consequences in the future. This phenomenon isn't limited to oil fields in mid-20th century Texas. It is a pervasive issue that affects many aspects of modern life. Auctions are now a common method for setting prices, from eBay listings and Groupon deals to Google AdWords campaigns. Bidding wars for cell phone frequencies have driven some telecom companies to the brink of bankruptcy, and commercial spaces at airports are often rented out to the highest bidder, sometimes to the detriment of the winning party. Even when large retailers like Walmart seek suppliers for a new product, the process can resemble an auction, with the risk of the winner's curse looming over the chosen supplier. The internet has further democratized auctions, bringing them into the realm of everyday services. When I needed my walls repainted, I posted the job online, and within hours, 30 painters from across a 300-mile radius submitted bids. The lowest bid was so incredibly low that I couldn't bring myself to accept it, knowing that the painter would likely fall victim to the winner's curse, taking on the job for a price that would leave them at a loss. Initial public offerings (IPOs) also operate like auctions, as do many mergers and acquisitions. Astonishingly, more than half of all acquisitions destroy value, according to a study by McKinsey. Despite this, companies continue to engage in aggressive bidding wars, often driven by the desire to outdo competitors, even when it means paying more than an asset is worth. So why do we so often fall into the trap of the winner's curse? The first reason is the inherent uncertainty in valuing many assets. When the true value is unclear, the more bidders there are, the higher the chance that someone will overestimate and overpay. Secondly, human nature plays a role. We have an innate desire to outcompete others. Consider the story of a friend who runs a micro-antenna factory. During the development of the iPhone, Apple instigated a bidding war among suppliers. Everyone wanted to be Apple's official supplier, even though the winner was likely to lose money on the contract due to the steep competition. To understand how the winner's curse works, imagine an auction for a $100 bill. You and another bidder are competing, with the rules stating that whoever makes the highest bid wins the $100, but both bidders must pay their final bid. Initially, bidding $20 or $30 seems reasonable, given the $100 prize. As the bids rise, even $99 might seem worth it. But what happens when the bid reaches $100? The winner breaks even, but the loser who bid $99 faces a loss. To avoid this, you might continue bidding beyond $100, hoping your opponent will back down. However, the same logic drives your competitor, and soon, you both find yourselves bidding far more than the $100 bill is worth, guaranteeing losses for whoever wins. Warren Buffett, a renowned investor, offers a piece of wisdom when it comes to auctions. Don't go, but in industries where auctions are unavoidable, he advises setting a maximum price, then deducting 20% from it to account for the winner's curse. Write this adjusted figure on a piece of paper, and no matter what happens, do not exceed it. In conclusion, while winning an auction may seem like a triumph, the winner's curse reminds us that victory can come at a steep price. The competitive nature of auctions often drives bids far beyond the actual value of the asset, leading to regret and financial loss for the so-called winner. Understanding this phenomenon and taking steps to mitigate its effects, such as setting strict limits on bidding, can help avoid the costly consequences of overpaying in the heat of the moment. The pitfall of attribution: why we overestimate personal influence and ignore the bigger picture. Every day, we're inundated with stories that place individuals at the center of events, whether it's a CEO stepping down due to poor performance, a coach leading a team to victory, or a historical figure like Napoleon credited with military success. This narrative approach is deeply ingrained in journalism and storytelling, where the people angle dominates. However, this focus on individuals often leads to a cognitive bias known as the fundamental attribution error. This error involves overestimating the influence of individual personalities while underestimating the role of external, situational factors in shaping outcomes. In 1967, researchers at Duke University conducted an experiment that highlights this bias. Participants read essays either praising or criticizing Fidel Castro. They were told that the authors had been assigned their viewpoints regardless of their true beliefs. Despite this, most participants assumed that the authors genuinely held the views expressed in the essays. This experiment demonstrated how we tend to attribute the content of a message to the speaker's character rather than considering the external circumstances, in this case, the assignment given by professors. The fundamental attribution error simplifies complex events by attributing them to the actions of a few individuals. For example, we often blame wars on specific figures like the assassin in Sarajevo for World War I or Adolf Hitler for World War II. These simplifications are appealing but misleading, as they ignore the multitude of factors that contribute to such large-scale events, factors that are often as complex and unpredictable as financial markets or climate change. This bias is also evident in how we interpret business successes and failures. When a company reports good or bad results, attention immediately turns to the CEO, as if they alone are responsible. Yet economic outcomes are largely influenced by broader factors such as the overall economic climate and industry trends. It's telling that companies in struggling industries frequently change their CEOs, while those in thriving sectors rarely do. This suggests that the emphasis on leadership might be less about rational decision-making and more about a misplaced belief in individual influence, similar to the way football clubs often rotate coaches in search of better performance. The fundamental attribution error extends beyond business and into the arts. At classical music concerts, for instance, discussions during intermission often revolve around the conductor or soloist, while the composition itself, the true source of the music's power, receives little attention. This focus on performers rather than the composition reflects our tendency to overlook the deeper, less visible elements that truly shape the experience. As a fiction writer, I encounter this bias firsthand. After readings, the first question I'm usually asked is, what part of your novel is autobiographical? This question frustrates me because it shifts the focus away from the book, the language, and the story's credibility, placing undue emphasis on my personal life. It's not about me, it's about the narrative. Yet, the fundamental attribution error makes it difficult for audiences to separate the author from the work, as they instinctively seek to understand the person behind the creation. Our tendency to make this error is deeply rooted in our evolutionary history. In the past, survival depended on group cohesion. Activities like hunting, defense, and reproduction were impossible to achieve alone, and those who were ostracized faced almost certain death. This need for social belonging has shaped our brains to focus intensely on other people, leading us to spend about 90% of our time thinking about others, while only dedicating 10% to considering broader contexts and external factors. In conclusion, while we are naturally drawn to the drama of life and the people who play its roles, it's important to recognize that these individuals are not the sole authors of their fates. They are influenced by a complex web of external factors that we often overlook. To truly understand the events around us, we must look beyond the performers on the stage and pay closer attention to the situational dynamics that shape their actions. Only then can we gain a more accurate and nuanced understanding of the world. The misleading trap of false causality, why correlation isn't always causation. In the Hebrides, a chain of islands off the northern coast of Scotland, lice were an everyday reality for the inhabitants. They observed that whenever lice left their host, the person would become sick and feverish. To cure the fever, they would reintroduce lice into the patient's hair, and once the lice had settled back in, the patient's condition often improved. To them, the connection was clear: lice cured fever. Similarly, in a city plagued by fires, a study found that the more firefighters dispatched to a blaze, the greater the damage. The mayor, misinterpreting this correlation, cut the firefighting budget, believing that fewer firefighters would result in less damage. Both of these examples illustrate the dangerous misconception known as false causality, where the true cause and effect are misunderstood or reversed. The lice didn't cure the fever, rather, they left because the host's body temperature had risen to uncomfortable levels for them. Once the fever subsided, the lice returned. Similarly, the severity of a fire dictates the number of firefighters needed, not the other way around. These are classic examples of how we can be led astray by mistaking correlation for causation. False causality is not just a problem in folklore or municipal decisions, it affects our thinking and decision-making daily. Consider the claim that employee motivation leads to higher corporate profits. While this might seem intuitive, it's equally plausible that a company's financial success boosts employee motivation, rather than the other way around. Similarly, a headline proclaiming that companies with more women on their boards are more profitable might confuse cause and effect. Perhaps profitable companies are simply more likely to attract diverse talent, rather than diversity itself driving profitability. In the 1990s, Alan Greenspan, then head of the Federal Reserve, was celebrated as a mastermind of economic policy. His cryptic statements were treated as gospel, and many credited him with steering the U.S. economy to prosperity. In reality, the economy's success during his tenure had more to do with America's economic relationship with China, its primary low-cost producer and buyer of U.S. debt, than with Greenspan's policies. This misattribution is another example of false causality at work. Healthcare provides another illustration. Studies have shown that longer hospital stays are associated with poorer outcomes for patients. Health insurers, eager to minimize costs, seized on this to justify pushing for shorter stays. However, this interpretation ignores a key detail: patients who are discharged quickly are already healthier, while those with extended stays are often dealing with more serious conditions. The length of the hospital stay isn't causing poor outcomes, rather, it's a reflection of the patient's initial severity. Advertising is rife with examples of false causality. Consider the claim that women who use shampoo XYZs every day have stronger hair. While this could be true, it's just as likely that women with naturally stronger hair are drawn to using XYZs because it's marketed as a product for thick hair. The shampoo itself may have little to do with the strength of the hair, but the correlation is easily misinterpreted as causation. A particularly misleading case of false causality involves the relationship between the number of books in a home and children's academic performance. Studies suggest that children from homes with more books tend to earn better grades. However, this doesn't mean that simply filling a house with books will make children smarter. The real causal factors are likely the parents' education levels and the value they place on education, which influence both the presence of books and the children's academic success. One of the most famous examples of false causality is the supposed link between stork populations and birth rates in Germany. From 1965 to 1987, both the number of stork pairs and the birth rate declined in parallel, creating an almost identical pattern on a graph. Some might humorously suggest that this supports the old myth that storks deliver babies, but in reality, the correlation is purely coincidental, with no causal link between the two trends. In conclusion, false causality is a common trap that can lead to incorrect conclusions and misguided decisions. It's crucial to remember that correlation does not imply causation. When faced with linked events, it's important to critically assess whether the observed relationship truly reflects cause and effect, or if the connection is superficial, coincidental, or even reversed. By understanding and avoiding the pitfalls of false causality, we can make more informed decisions and avoid being misled by faulty logic, just as we should be skeptical of the idea that storks bring babies. The halo effect: how one trait can distort our perception of success and ability. In the late 1990s, Cisco Systems was the darling of Silicon Valley, hailed by business journalists as a beacon of corporate success. The company was praised for its exceptional customer service, sharp strategy, skillful acquisitions, unique corporate culture, and charismatic CEO. By March 2000, Cisco had become the most valuable company in the world, and its success seemed to confirm the brilliance of every aspect of its operation. But when the dot-com bubble burst and Cisco's stock value plummeted by 80%, the narrative quickly shifted. The same journalists who had once celebrated the company now criticized its customer service, strategy, acquisitions, culture, and leadership. Yet, in reality, nothing had changed within the company. The only change was in the market's demand for Cisco's products. This dramatic reversal in perception exemplifies a cognitive bias known as the halo effect. The halo effect occurs when a single trait or factor, whether it's a company's stock performance, a person's appearance, or any other notable characteristic, dominates our overall perception, leading us to make broad, sweeping judgments without sufficient evidence. In Cisco's case, the company's soaring stock prices created a halo that influenced how people viewed every aspect of the business, leading to uncritical praise. When the stock plummeted, the halo effect worked in reverse, casting every element of the company in a negative light, despite no real changes in its operations. This cognitive bias extends far beyond the business world. We often allow one striking attribute to shape our entire perception of a person, product, or company. For example, we might assume that a successful CEO in one industry will excel in any sector, or believe that someone who is attractive must also be intelligent, kind, and capable. The halo effect simplifies our understanding of complex realities, but it often leads to misguided judgments and decisions. Psychologist Edward Lee Thorndike first identified the halo effect nearly 100 years ago. He found that a single quality such as beauty, social status, or age can disproportionately influence our overall impression of a person. But beauty is perhaps the most well-documented example. Numerous studies have shown that attractive people are automatically perceived as more pleasant, honest, and intelligent. This bias can have real-world consequences, as attractive individuals often find it easier to climb the career ladder not because of any specific abilities or skills, but simply because their appearance casts a positive halo over everything they do. The halo effect is a powerful tool in advertising, where it is used to great effect. Celebrities, with their attractive faces and glamorous lifestyles, are often employed to endorse products, even when they have no relevant expertise. For instance, tennis star Roger Federer may know little about coffee machines, but his endorsement can still boost sales. The halo effect works on a subconscious level. We see the celebrity, associate their success and appeal with the product, and are more likely to buy it without critically questioning why their opinion should matter. However, the halo effect is not without its dangers. It can lead to stereotyping and unfair judgments, particularly when nationality, gender, or race becomes the dominant feature in how we perceive someone. This bias can affect anyone, including those who believe they are objective. The halo effect clouds judgment in many areas, from journalism and education to hiring decisions and personal relationships. On a more personal level, the halo effect can manifest in romantic relationships. When we fall in love, we often see our partner as flawless, attributing all manner of positive traits to them, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. Friends might point out obvious flaws, but under the influence of the halo effect, we see only endearing quirks and ignore potential red flags. The halo effect distorts our understanding of reality, making it difficult to see things as they truly are. To counteract this bias, it's important to look beyond the most striking features and consider the bigger picture. For example, world-class orchestras have found a way to mitigate the halo effect in auditions by having candidates perform behind a screen, ensuring that their gender, race, age, and appearance do not influence the judges' decisions. Similarly, business journalists should look beyond easily obtainable metrics like stock prices and dig deeper into a company's operations to provide a more accurate assessment. In conclusion, the halo effect is a pervasive bias that affects how we perceive people, companies, and products. By recognizing this bias and making a conscious effort to look beyond the surface, we can make more informed and balanced judgments, whether we're assessing a business's performance, choosing a product, or evaluating a potential partner. The halo effect may be a natural part of human psychology, but with awareness and effort, we can learn to see past it and make decisions based on a more complete understanding of the facts. The hidden dangers of success. Why considering alternative paths is essential. Imagine you're standing in a secluded forest, face to face with a Russian oligarch who offers you $10 million in exchange for a single pull of the trigger in a game of Russian roulette. The revolver has 1 bullet and 5 empty chambers. The stakes are high, but the reward is life-changing. You take the risk, pull the trigger, and hear the faint click of an empty chamber. You've survived, and you walk away with $10 million, ready to live a life of luxury. Now, imagine your neighbor, a successful lawyer who works tirelessly, billing clients $500 an hour. It takes him 20 years to accumulate $10 million, the same amount you earned in an instant. On the surface, you're both equally wealthy, living in magnificent homes and enjoying the trappings of success. However, the crucial difference between you remains hidden: the risk that each of you face to achieve your fortune. This difference lies in the concept of alternative paths. Alternative paths are the potential outcomes that could have occurred but didn't. In the game of Russian roulette, there were 5 possible outcomes where you would have won the $10 million, and one where you would have lost everything, including your life. The lawyer, on the other hand, faced a much narrower range of possible outcomes, all of which involved some variation of earning money at a different rate or working in a different location. Importantly, none of his paths led to catastrophic loss. The concept of alternative paths is one we often overlook. When we see someone who has achieved great success, especially through risky ventures like speculative investments or high-stakes gambles, we tend to focus only on the outcome we see success. What we fail to consider are the countless other paths that could have led to failure, financial ruin, or worse. This oversight is not just a problem for journalists, who might glorify the success without acknowledging the risks, but for all of us. We rarely think about the alternative paths that could have led to different outcomes. Those who make millions from high-risk investments, such as junk bonds or options, are particularly vulnerable to forgetting the perilous paths they've narrowly avoided. To a rational mind, $10 million earned through a gamble with one's life or financial security is worth far less than the same amount earned through steady, reliable work. However, many people, including accountants and risk-takers, might disagree, blinded by the allure of the reward rather than the risk involved. This concept was brought home to me during a dinner with an American friend. He suggested we toss a coin to decide who would pay the bill. He lost, and though I offered to pay next time, he remarked, "Considering the alternative paths, you've actually already paid for half of this dinner." His comment highlighted how easily we forget the risks we take when the outcome is favorable. In conclusion, risk is often invisible, lurking behind the scenes of every successful outcome. It's crucial to consider the alternative paths, those potential outcomes that could have led to very different, often disastrous, results. Success achieved through risky endeavors should be valued differently than success earned through consistent, hard work. Yet, recognizing these alternative paths is challenging, especially from the inside, where our brains are wired to justify our success and obscure the risks we took. By acknowledging the hidden dangers of success and the alternative paths we rarely see, we can make more informed decisions and better appreciate the true nature of our achievements. The unreliability of predictions, why experts often get it wrong. Every day, we're inundated with forecasts from so-called experts, confidently proclaiming their visions of the future. Headlines predict that Facebook will soon dominate the entertainment industry, that a regime shift in North Korea is inevitable within 2 years, or that Argentinian wines are poised to eclipse their French counterparts. We're told that the euro is on the verge of collapse, that low-cost space flights will be a reality by 2025, and that the world's crude oil reserves will be depleted within 15 years. These predictions are often delivered with an air of authority, but how accurate are they really? The truth, as it turns out, is that many of these forecasts are little better than random guesses. The issue of unreliable predictions was brought to light by Philip Tetlock, a political psychologist who conducted a groundbreaking study over 10 years. Tetlock evaluated 28,361 predictions made by 284 experts across various fields. His findings were startling. The experts' predictions were only marginally more accurate than random chance. What's more, the most prominent media figures, those who were frequently in the spotlight, were often the worst performers. Among these, the prophets of doom who predicted catastrophic events like the collapse of Canada, Nigeria, or the European Union were particularly off the mark. None of these dire predictions came to pass, highlighting the fallibility of even the most confident forecasters. This phenomenon isn't limited to a few outliers. It's a widespread issue across many domains, particularly in economics and finance. Harvard economist John Kenneth Galbraith once remarked, "There are two kinds of forecasters, those who don't know, and those who don't know they don't know." This statement, though controversial within his profession, captures the essence of the problem. Many experts, despite having access to vast amounts of data and sophisticated models, are often unable to predict significant events with any real accuracy. As fund manager Peter Lynch pointed out, if economists could consistently predict recessions or interest rates, they would be among the richest people in the world. Yet, despite their predictions often missing the mark, most of them remain gainfully employed, which suggests that the true value of their forecasts is questionable. One of the fundamental problems with expert predictions is the lack of accountability. When a prediction is correct, the expert enjoys considerable rewards, media attention, consulting contracts, and book deals. But when they're wrong, which is often the case, there are few if any consequences. They don't lose their jobs, suffer financial penalties, or experience a significant hit to their reputation. This lack of repercussions creates a win-win scenario for the experts, encouraging them to make more predictions, knowing that even if most are incorrect, a few lucky hits can still boost their careers. This situation leads to a kind of forecasting inflation, where experts make as many predictions as possible in the hope that some will turn out to be correct. The more predictions they generate, the higher the probability that at least a few will be right purely by chance. This approach, however, is deeply flawed. It prioritizes quantity over quality and fosters a culture where bold, sensational forecasts are valued more than careful, reasoned analysis. To mitigate this issue, some have suggested that forecasters should have to stake something tangible on their predictions, such as contributing to a forecast fund. Under this system, an expert would pay a fee for each prediction. If the forecast turns out to be correct, they would get their money back with interest. If not, the money would go to charity. Such a system would likely reduce the number of wild predictions and encourage experts to think more critically before making bold claims. But what is actually predictable and what isn't? In simple, controlled systems such as predicting one's weight in a year, there's a reasonable degree of accuracy. However, as systems become more complex, the accuracy of predictions diminishes. Complex systems, such as global warming, oil prices, or currency exchange rates, involve so many interacting variables that even the most sophisticated models struggle to provide accurate forecasts. Inventions and technological advancements are particularly unpredictable. If we could foresee them, they would likely already exist. Given these challenges, it's essential to approach predictions with a healthy dose of skepticism. When you encounter a forecast, especially one that seems particularly bold or sensational, it's worth asking two critical questions. First, what incentive does the expert have? Are they an employee whose job depends on accuracy, or are they a self-appointed guru who thrives on media attention and sensationalism? The latter type often has more to gain from making eye-catching, extreme predictions, regardless of their accuracy. Second, what is the expert's track record? How many predictions have they made in the past 5 years, and how many of those were correct? This information is crucial for assessing the reliability of a forecast, yet it's often omitted in media reports. Unfortunately, the media plays a significant role in perpetuating the myth of expert infallibility. Journalists and news outlets often highlight bold predictions without scrutinizing the track record of the person making them. This creates a feedback loop where experts are incentivized to make ever more extreme predictions to maintain their media presence. The public, in turn, becomes more inclined to believe these forecasts, despite their shaky foundations. The problem with forecasts is not just that they're often wrong, but that they can have real consequences. Businesses, governments, and individuals make decisions based on these predictions. If a forecast predicts a market boom, companies might invest heavily in expansion, only to suffer when the boom fails to materialize. If experts predict a recession, it could lead to unnecessary austerity measures, stifling growth and innovation. In the end, it's crucial to remember that predictions are inherently uncertain. As former British Prime Minister Tony Blair wisely said, "I don't make predictions. I never have, and I never will." Blair's reluctance to engage in forecasting reflects an understanding that the future is unpredictable and that even the most informed experts can't always see what's coming. So the next time you hear a prediction, whether it's about the stock market, the political landscape, or the next big technological breakthrough, take it with a grain of salt. Remember to consider the incentives of the person making the prediction, check their track record, and recognize the limitations of forecasting, especially in complex systems. The future is uncertain, and while predictions can provide valuable insights, they should never be taken as gospel. Instead, they should be viewed as one of many tools we use to navigate the complexities of the modern world, always tempered by an understanding of their inherent limitations. The conjunction fallacy: how plausible stories lead us astray. Chris is 35 years old. He studied social philosophy and developed a deep interest in developing countries during his teenage years. After graduation, he worked with the Red Cross in West Africa for 2 years and then spent 3 years at its Geneva headquarters, eventually becoming the head of the African Aid Department. Later, he completed an MBA, focusing his thesis on corporate social responsibility. Now, consider two options: A. Chris works for a major bank, or B. Chris works for a major bank where he runs its third world foundation. which option is more likely? Most people would choose option B, as it fits neatly with the story presented about Chris. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Option B is actually less likely than option A because it includes an additional specific condition: Chris working in a specialized role within the bank. This scenario is a classic example of the conjunction fallacy, where we mistakenly believe that a specific scenario is more probable than a general one, simply because it aligns with a compelling narrative. The conjunction fallacy occurs when people assume that a subset can be larger than the entire set, which is logically impossible. This cognitive bias was extensively studied by Amos Tversky and Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman, who found that our brains are wired to favor harmonious and plausible stories over abstract statistical reasoning. Our susceptibility to the conjunction fallacy stems from our preference for vivid and convincing narratives. The more detailed and plausible the story, the more likely we are to fall into the trap of false reasoning. If the scenario were phrased differently, such as suggesting that Chris works for a bank in New York, with an office on the 24th floor overlooking Central Park, it would be easier to recognize the implausibility of the extra details. Yet, when the details are subtly presented as part of a cohesive story, we often fail to recognize the error. Consider another example: what is more likely? A Seattle airport is closed. Flights are cancelled, or B, Seattle airport is closed due to bad weather. Flights are cancelled here. Option A is more likely because it doesn't require any additional conditions to be true. In contrast, option B assumes that bad weather is the cause of the closure, overlooking other possibilities like a bomb threat, accident, or strike. Yet, most people instinctively choose option B because the story feels more complete and plausible. Even experts are not immune to the conjunction fallacy. In 1982, Daniel Kahneman conducted an experiment at an international conference for future research. He presented two different groups of experts with different forecasts for oil consumption in 1983. Group A was told simply, oil consumption will decrease by 30%. Group B heard, a dramatic rise in oil prices will lead to a 30% reduction in oil consumption. Despite the added specificity in Group B's scenario, the experts in that group rated it as more likely, illustrating how even seasoned professionals can be swayed by plausible narratives. Kahneman's research highlights the existence of two types of thinking. The first is intuitive, automatic, and quick. The second is conscious, rational, slow, and logical. Unfortunately, our intuitive thinking often jumps to conclusions before our conscious mind has a chance to catch up. This can lead to irrational decisions, as I personally experienced after the 9/11 attacks. Seeking travel insurance, I was drawn to a policy offering special terrorism cover, despite the fact that other policies already covered all possible incidents, including terrorism. My intuitive mind fell for the specific, emotionally charged offer, even though it was redundant. In conclusion, the distinction between intuitive and conscious thinking is crucial, particularly when making important decisions. Our intuitive minds have a natural inclination toward plausible stories, which can lead us into the trap of the conjunction fallacy. To avoid this, it's essential to be vigilant and question details that seem overly specific or too conveniently aligned with the narrative. Remember, if an additional condition must be met, no matter how plausible it sounds, the likelihood of that scenario actually decreases, not increases. Recognizing and counteracting the conjunction fallacy can help us make more rational and informed choices, free from the deceptive allure of a good story. The power of framing: how the way we say things shapes perception and decision-making. Consider two seemingly straightforward statements. Hey, the trash can is full, and it would be really great if you could empty the trash. Honey, both convey the same message, yet they are likely to be received very differently. This difference in reaction is due to a psychological phenomenon known as framing. It's not just what you say, but how you say it that shapes how the message is perceived and responded to. Framing refers to the way information is presented, and it significantly influences our reactions to identical situations. This concept was extensively studied by psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky in the 1980s. In one of their well-known experiments, participants were asked to choose between two epidemic control strategies, with the lives of 600 people at stake. The first option, A, guaranteed the survival of 200 people. The second option, B, offered a 33% chance that all 600 people would survive, but a 66% chance that no one would survive. Although both options statistically offered the same outcome, 200 survivors, most participants chose option A, preferring the certainty of saving some lives over the risk of losing everyone. However, when the same choices were framed differently, option A now described as killing 400 people and option B as offering a 33% chance that no one would die, there was a dramatic shift in responses. This time, most participants chose option B, opting for the gamble rather than accepting the certain loss of life. This experiment demonstrated how powerful framing can be in shaping our decisions, even when the underlying facts remain unchanged. Framing doesn't just affect decisions in life and death scenarios, it's also pervasive in everyday life. Take, for example, the choice between two types of meat, one labeled 99% fat-free and the other 1% fat. Despite both labels describing the same product, most people perceive the 99% fat-free option as healthier. The positive framing of the higher percentage fat-free label makes it more appealing, even though it's identical to the 1% fat product. In a similar experiment, participants were more likely to choose 98% fat-free meat over 1% fat meat, even though the former had a higher fat content, simply because the framing made it seem like a better option. Framing is not limited to consumer choices, it's also a powerful tool in shaping public perception and language. Consider how negative events are often framed in softer, more palatable terms. A plummeting stock price becomes a market correction. An overpriced acquisition is justified as goodwill in the corporate world. A problem is often reframed as an opportunity or a challenge, even in tragic circumstances. Framing is at play. A fallen soldier is described as a war hero, regardless of the circumstances of their death, and genocide is euphemistically labeled as ethnic cleansing. These examples show how framing can influence our interpretation of events and the emotional responses they elicit. Framing is also prevalent in marketing and sales. For example, used car salespeople might focus on specific features like low mileage and good tires, leading potential buyers to overlook other important factors like the condition of the engine or brakes. By framing the car's low mileage as the key selling point, the salesperson shapes the buyer's decision-making process. Had different aspects of the car been highlighted, the buyer's decision might have been entirely different. Authors, too, are masters of framing. A crime novel's suspense and intrigue often rely on how the story is framed. If the murder were revealed in full detail from the beginning, the narrative would lose much of its tension. Instead, by carefully framing the information and gradually revealing the motives and methods, the author creates a gripping and engaging story that keeps readers on edge. In conclusion, framing is an inherent part of communication that influences how information is perceived and decisions are made. Whether it's in everyday conversations, marketing, or media, the way something is framed can alter our understanding and reactions, even when the facts remain the same. Recognizing the power of framing helps us become more critical consumers of information and more aware of how our own communication might shape others' perceptions. Every message, whether spoken, written, or visual, contains an element of framing that can subtly or dramatically influence our thoughts and decisions. The action bias: why we feel compelled to act even when it's better to wait. In the high-pressure moment of a penalty shootout in soccer, a goalkeeper has less than 0.3 of a second to react to a ball kicked at full force. This isn't enough time to track the ball's trajectory, so the goalkeeper must decide where to dive before the ball is even struck. Despite knowing that roughly 1/3 of penalty kicks are aimed straight down the middle, goalkeepers almost always dive to the left or right. Why would they risk missing a save that could be theirs by simply standing still? The answer lies in the action bias, the instinct to act, even when inaction might be the better choice. This phenomenon isn't confined to the soccer field. It affects us all, often leading us to make hasty decisions that might not be in our best interest. Consider the example of police officers managing a tense situation outside a nightclub. When tempers flare and the threat of violence looms, less experienced officers might rush in to break up the confrontation. However, studies show that when more seasoned officers are present, they often choose to wait, monitoring the situation from a distance until it's clear that intervention is necessary. This approach tends to result in fewer injuries and a calmer resolution. The young officers, influenced by the action bias, feel compelled to act immediately, believing that doing anything is better than doing nothing. The action bias is particularly strong in new or uncertain situations. For example, novice investors, unsure of how the stock market works, may overcompensate by frequently buying and selling stocks in an attempt to feel in control. This hyperactivity rarely pays off. In contrast, seasoned investors like Charlie Munger emphasize the importance of patience and discipline, recognizing that inactivity can be more profitable than constant action. Munger's advice is clear: we've got discipline in avoiding just doing any damn thing just because you can't stand inactivity. Even in the medical field, where one might expect a more measured approach, the action bias can take hold. When faced with an uncertain diagnosis, doctors may feel pressured to prescribe treatments or interventions, even when waiting and observing might be the wiser course. This tendency isn't driven by greed but by the natural human discomfort with uncertainty and inaction. The idea of doing something feels more reassuring than the anxiety of waiting, even if the action taken is unnecessary or even harmful. The roots of the action bias run deep in our evolutionary past. Our ancestors, living in a world full of immediate threats, often had to react quickly to survive. When faced with potential danger like the silhouette of a predator at the edge of the forest, there was little time for contemplation. Quick, decisive action, such as fleeing, was often the difference between life and death. This instinct to act quickly has been passed down through generations, hardwired into our brains as a survival mechanism. However, in today's complex world, the situations we face often require careful thought rather than immediate action. Yet, society continues to reward decisiveness and quick judgment. In many cases, taking immediate action, even if it's the wrong move, can be seen as a sign of leadership and competence. Conversely, waiting and reflecting, though often the wiser course, can be perceived as indecision or weakness. This cultural preference for action over contemplation means that those who make the right decision by waiting, whether in business, government, or personal life, rarely receive recognition. There are no medals or accolades for those who wisely choose to wait for more information before acting. However, if someone takes bold, immediate action and the situation improves, they may be celebrated, even if their actions were coincidental to the positive outcome. The action bias is a powerful force pushing us to do anything in the face of uncertainty. Yet, as Blaise Pascal famously observed, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. The discomfort with inaction often leads to decisions that are more about alleviating our anxiety than about achieving the best possible outcome. In conclusion, when faced with new or uncertain situations, we should be aware of the action bias and resist the urge to act hastily. Instead, we should embrace the wisdom of waiting, taking the time to assess our options before making a move. While this approach might not earn us praise or recognition, it often leads to better decisions and outcomes. In a world that glorifies action, sometimes the most courageous choice is to wait. The omission bias: why inaction can be just as harmful as action. Imagine you are on a glacier with two fellow climbers. The first climber slips and falls into a crevasse. You could call for help, which might save his life, but you choose not to, and he dies. The second climber you actively push into the ravine, and he too perishes. Rationally speaking, both scenarios are equally tragic, resulting in the death of a companion. However, something in our moral compass makes the first scenario, where inaction leads to death, feel less reprehensible than the second, where direct action causes the fatality. This psychological phenomenon is known as the omission bias. The omission bias occurs when we judge harmful inaction as less severe than equally harmful actions. In situations where both action and inaction can lead to negative outcomes, people tend to favor inaction because it feels less morally weighty. This bias is not just a quirk of human psychology, it influences decision-making at all levels, from personal choices to public policy. Consider the case of a head of the Federal Drug Administration who must decide whether to approve a drug for terminally ill patients. The drug has a stark trade-off: it kills 20% of patients instantly, but saves the other 80%. Faced with this decision, most people would withhold approval, seeing the act of approving a drug that kills some patients as worse than not administering a drug that could save many more. This is a prime example of the omission bias in action. Even when aware of the bias, making the rational choice to approve the drug is fraught with the risk of public backlash if the first patient dies, potentially costing the decision-maker their job. The omission bias is deeply ingrained in our society and is reflected in our legal systems and moral judgments. For instance, active euthanasia, ending a life at the explicit request of a dying person, is illegal in many places, while the deliberate withholding of life-saving treatment, such as honoring a DNR (do not resuscitate) order, is legally permissible. This disparity highlights how our society views inaction as less morally and legally troubling than action, even when the outcomes are the same. This bias also explains why some parents choose not to vaccinate their children. Despite the overwhelming evidence that vaccination reduces the risk of disease and protects society as a whole, the small risk associated with the vaccine itself looms larger in their minds. If their unvaccinated child contracts a preventable disease, it feels less culpable than if they had vaccinated their child and the vaccine caused harm, even though the former scenario is more likely to lead to serious consequences. The omission bias also influences financial decisions and business ethics. Investors and business journalists often judge companies that fail to innovate less harshly than those that produce unsuccessful products, even though both paths can lead to failure. Similarly, people feel more comfortable holding onto poor-performing stocks than they do actively buying bad ones, despite both actions resulting in financial loss. In environmental issues, the omission bias can lead to misguided decisions, such as considering it less immoral to fail to install an emissions filter in a coal plant than to remove one, even though the environmental impact is the same. The omission bias might seem like the opposite of the action bias, the tendency to act impulsively in uncertain situations, but it operates under different circumstances. While the action bias is driven by a need to do something in the face of ambiguity, the omission bias typically occurs in situations where the outcomes are clearer, but inaction feels less burdensome than taking direct responsibility. This bias is challenging to detect because inaction is less noticeable than action. The 1960s student movements captured the essence of this problem with the slogan, "If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem." This phrase underscores the moral responsibility we bear when we choose inaction in situations where action could make a difference. In conclusion, the omission bias highlights a critical flaw in human judgment: the tendency to view inaction as less culpable than action, even when both lead to harmful outcomes. This bias affects decisions at every level, from individual choices to societal norms. To overcome it, we must recognize that inaction is not a morally neutral stance and that sometimes choosing not to act can be just as damaging as taking the wrong action. Understanding and addressing the omission bias can lead to more ethical and effective decision-making, where we take responsibility for both our actions and our inactions. The self-serving bias: why we take credit for success and blame others for failure. If you've ever skimmed through a company's annual report, you've likely come across a classic example of the self-serving bias, even if you didn't know it at the time. When a company has had a stellar year, the CEO is quick to highlight their own brilliant decisions, tireless efforts, and the vibrant corporate culture they've cultivated. But when the year has been a disaster, the tone changes. Suddenly, the blame is laid at the feet of external forces: unfavorable exchange rates, government interference, malicious trade practices, or subdued consumer confidence. This shift in attribution from internal credit in good times to external blame in bad times is a hallmark of the self-serving bias, a psychological tendency we all fall prey to at some point. This bias isn't confined to the boardroom; it's something we've all experienced, starting as early as high school. Remember getting on a tough exam? That grade was all your intelligence, your hard work, and your skill. But if you flunked, clearly the test was unfair, the questions were poorly worded, or the teacher was biased. As we grow older, the scenarios change, but the bias remains. In the stock market, for example, when your investments do well, you pat yourself on the back for your keen insight. But when they tank, the blame shifts to the market, or that clueless investment advisor you regret listening to. This pattern of self-serving attribution can be found in virtually every area of life. I, too, am not immune. If my new novel hits the bestseller list, I'm quick to congratulate myself on having written my best book yet. But if it gets lost in the sea of new releases, the fault lies with readers who fail to recognize quality literature, or with critics who are clearly envious. Researchers have explored this bias in various experiments. In one study, participants took a personality test and were randomly given either good or bad results. Those who scored highly considered the test to be thorough and fair, while those who received low scores dismissed it as useless. The self-serving bias is powerful because it feels good to attribute success to our own abilities and to distance ourselves from failure by blaming external factors. This tendency is not just comforting, it also protects our self-esteem. However, the self-serving bias can have serious consequences, especially in a world full of hidden risks. Consider the case of Richard Fuld, the the former CEO of Lehman Brothers. Before the 2008 financial crisis, Fuld was one of Wall Street's most powerful figures, referring to himself as the master of the universe. But when Lehman Brothers collapsed, triggering a global economic crisis, Fuld blamed government inaction rather than acknowledging any role his decisions might have played. This is a dangerous aspect of the self-serving bias. It can blind us to our own mistakes and prevent us from learning from them. The self-serving bias even affects our memories. In SAT tests, for example, students who are asked to recall their scores a year later tend to enhance them by about 50 points. They aren't lying or exaggerating, but rather they genuinely start to believe the inflated number. This subtle revision of history is a way of aligning reality with their self-perception as successful individuals. In everyday life, the self-serving bias shows up in the most mundane ways. Take the 5 students who share an apartment in my building. I asked each of them separately how often they take out the trash. One claimed he did it every second time, another every third time, and the third insisted he did it nearly 90% of the time. When their estimates were combined, they added up to 320%, a clear case of each person overestimating their contribution. The same phenomenon occurs in marriages, where both spouses often believe they contribute more than half to the success of the relationship. So how can we counteract the self-serving bias? One way is to seek out honest feedback from people who won't sugarcoat the truth. If you have friends who are willing to tell you when you're wrong or when you've let your ego get in the way, treasure them. If not, even a critical enemy can be a valuable source of insight. Inviting someone with a different perspective to give you an unvarnished assessment of your strengths and weaknesses might be uncomfortable, but it can also be incredibly enlightening. In conclusion, the self-serving bias is a deeply ingrained part of human psychology that leads us to take credit for our successes while blaming external factors for our failures. While this bias can boost our self-esteem, it can also prevent us from learning from our mistakes and seeing ourselves clearly. By recognizing this tendency and seeking out honest feedback, we can gain a more accurate understanding of our strengths and weaknesses and become better equipped to navigate the challenges of life. The hedonic treadmill: why lasting happiness remains elusive. Imagine one day you receive a phone call informing you that you've just won the lottery $10 million. The initial rush of joy is overwhelming, but how long will that euphoria last? Now consider a different scenario: you receive a call telling you that your best friend has passed away. The grief is immediate, but again, how long will it dominate your emotions? We often believe that events like these will shape our happiness or sorrow for years to come. However, research suggests that our ability to predict our own emotional responses, what psychologists call effective forecasting, is surprisingly poor. According to Harvard psychologist Dan Gilbert, the intense happiness or sadness we expect from such life-changing events actually fades faster than we anticipate. Within a few months, people often find themselves returning to their baseline level of contentment or discontentment, regardless of whether they've won the lottery or suffered a significant loss. This phenomenon is part of what's known as the hedonic treadmill. The idea is simple: we constantly strive for more success, more money, more possessions, believing that these achievements will bring lasting happiness. Yet once we attain them, the joy is fleeting. We quickly adapt to our new circumstances and find ourselves no happier than before. Take the case of a friend of mine, a banking executive who decided to build his dream home, a luxurious villa with a stunning view of the lake and mountains. Initially, he was thrilled with his new home, but after a few months, the excitement wore off. The villa, once a source of immense pride and joy, became just another house. Worse, the daily 1-hour commute to and from work began to take a toll on his happiness. Studies show that commuting by car is a significant source of stress and dissatisfaction, something that many people never fully adapt to. For my friend, the villa that was supposed to elevate his happiness ended up having the opposite effect. This pattern repeats itself in various aspects of life. People who make career changes or purchase luxury items like a new car often find their initial happiness short-lived. After about 3 months, they're back to their original state of mind, despite their new job or shiny toy. The hedonic treadmill keeps us running, but we rarely get any closer to lasting happiness. Negative events also follow a similar trajectory. When faced with a significant loss, like the end of a relationship or a severe injury, people often believe that their sadness will endure indefinitely. However, research shows that most individuals rebound within a few months. returning to their previous levels of happiness, and even re-entering the dating scene or finding new joy in life. So, how can we make better decisions that lead to lasting happiness? Here are a few scientifically backed suggestions. 1. Avoid negative factors that resist adaptation. Some negative experiences, like commuting, chronic stress, or constant noise, are difficult to adapt to. These factors can consistently detract from happiness, so it's wise to minimize or avoid them if possible. 2. Temporarily enjoy material gains. Recognize that material possessions, such as cars, houses, or lottery winnings, will only provide short-term happiness. Enjoy them while the feeling lasts, but don't expect them to change your life permanently. 3. Prioritize time and autonomy. Long-lasting happiness often comes from having control over your time and pursuing activities that you're passionate about. Whether it's a hobby, a creative project, or spending time with loved ones, these experiences tend to have a more enduring impact on well-being than material success. 4. Invest in relationships and professional status. Building strong friendships and achieving professional goals can bring lasting happiness, especially if you maintain connections with your original peer group. However, if your rise in status leads you to isolate yourself among a new group of peers, the happiness effect may dissipate. The hedonic treadmill teaches us that while we may constantly seek out new sources of happiness, lasting contentment is often found in simpler, more enduring aspects of life. By understanding this, we can focus on what truly brings us joy and avoid the endless pursuit of fleeting pleasures. The self-selection bias, how we misinterpret our experiences and observations. Stuck in traffic on my way from Philadelphia to New York, I found myself grumbling. Why is it always me as I watch cars speeding by in the opposite direction? It wasn't the first time I'd felt this way, whether in bank lines, grocery stores, or at traffic lights. I often seemed to find myself in the slowest moving queue. But was I really that unlucky, or was something else at play? In reality, the perception of bad luck in these situations is often the result of the self-selection bias. Let's take that traffic jam as an example. Suppose a traffic jam occurs on this highway only 10% of the time. While the chance of encountering a jam on any given day might indeed be 10%, the time spent stuck in traffic feels disproportionately longer. This is because during the time you're crawling along in a jam, the experience is drawn out and memorable, whereas the times when traffic flows smoothly are quickly forgotten. The same principle applies to other everyday experiences, like waiting at traffic lights. If you hit one red light out of 10 on your route, you might still spend more than 10% of your journey time waiting, simply because the delay at the red light occupies a significant portion of your travel time. The faster you travel between lights, the more it feels like you're spending a larger chunk of time waiting when you finally do hit a red. This bias also shows up in social and professional contexts. For instance, men working in male-dominated industries often complain about the lack of female colleagues, while women in female-dominated fields lament the scarcity of male co-workers. This isn't due to bad luck, but rather because they are part of a larger group and naturally notice the imbalance. Marketers can fall into the self-selection bias trap when conducting surveys or studies. For example, if a company wants to gauge the popularity of its newsletter and sends out a survey only to current subscribers, it's likely to receive overwhelmingly positive feedback. The survey misses out on responses from those who unsubscribed or never signed up, rendering the results misleading. Even philosophical musings can be tainted by self-selection bias. Consider a friend who once remarked on the miraculousness of his existence. This reflection, though seemingly profound, is an example of self-selection bias. Only someone who exists can marvel at their existence. Non-existence doesn't offer the opportunity for such contemplation. Similarly, philosophers who marvel at the development of language often overlook the fact that their ability to ponder it is a result of language's existence, not a miracle in itself. A particularly humorous example of self-selection bias came from a telephone survey intended to determine the average number of phones per household. The results showed that every household surveyed had at least one phone, a finding that surprised no one but highlighted the bias. Of course, households without phones couldn't be reached by the survey, skewing the results. In conclusion, the self-selection bias influences how we perceive our experiences, leading us to believe that we are either uniquely lucky or unlucky in situations where, in reality, we are simply misinterpreting the data. Whether it's in traffic, at work, or in philosophical reflections. Understanding this bias helps us see the bigger picture and avoid drawing incorrect conclusions based on incomplete or skewed information. Recognizing the self-selection bias can help us make more accurate assessments of our circumstances and better understand the world around us. The association bias: how false connections can lead to poor decisions. Kevin, a successful professional, has always considered himself rational and clear-headed. Yet, like all of us, he's prone to making decisions based on associations that, while they might seem logical at the moment, are actually rooted in irrational connections. Take his green polka dot boxer shorts, for example. Kevin wore them on 3 occasions when he presented his division's results to the company's board, and each time, the meetings went perfectly. Now, he's convinced that these boxers are his lucky charm, attributing his success to an unrelated piece of clothing. This is just one example of how the human brain, a master at making connections, can lead us astray. While it's practical for our brains to connect certain experiences like avoiding a fruit that made us sick to ensure our survival, this same mechanism can create false knowledge, leading to poor decisions. Russian scientist Ivan Pavlov first studied this phenomenon in animals. He found that dogs could be conditioned to associate the sound of a bell with food, to the point where just hearing the bell would cause them to salivate. This experiment demonstrated how easily our brains can link 2 unrelated things, a principle that holds just as true for humans. In the modern world, this is the foundation of much of advertising. Companies create emotional connections between their products and positive experiences. For instance, you'll never see an ad for Coke featuring unhappy or unattractive people. Instead, Coke is always linked with youth, beauty, and fun, creating a powerful association in the minds of consumers. However, the association bias isn't limited to marketing. It permeates many aspects of our lives, often without us realizing it. For example, we might unconsciously condemn bearers of bad news because we associate them with the negative message they deliver. This shoot-the-messenger syndrome can have serious consequences in business. If leaders avoid or dismiss those who bring bad news, they might end up with a distorted view of reality, hearing only the positive aspects of a situation. This can lead to poor decision-making at the highest levels of an organization. To counteract this, leaders should actively encourage the sharing of bad news, creating an environment where it's safe for employees to communicate openly about challenges and setbacks. This approach helps balance the natural tendency to associate negativity with the messenger and ensures that decision-makers have a more accurate understanding of the situation. The association bias can also have more personal, and sometimes debilitating, effects. Consider the case of a traveling salesman named George Foster, who, during one of his rounds, accidentally triggered a gas explosion when he rang a doorbell at a house filled with leaked gas. Although George survived the explosion, he developed a deep fear of ringing doorbells, which made it impossible for him to continue his job. Despite knowing that the likelihood of such an incident recurring was infinitesimally small, the emotional connection between doorbells and danger was so strong that he couldn't overcome it. This story underscores the power of the association bias and how it can severely limit our lives if we allow false connections to influence our behavior. Mark Twain captured this idea perfectly when he warned against drawing the wrong lessons from our experiences. He famously quipped, "We should be careful to get out of an experience only the wisdom that is in it, and stop there, lest we be like the cat that sits down on a hot stove lid. She will never sit down on a hot stove lid again, and that is well, but also she will never sit down on a cold one anymore." In essence, Twain's observation highlights the importance of critically examining the connections we make from our experiences. While it's natural to avoid repeating mistakes, it's equally important not to let false associations limit our choices or cloud our judgment. The next time you find yourself attributing success to a lucky charm, or hesitating because of a bad past experience, take a moment to consider whether the connection you're making is rational or just a product of association bias. By recognizing the influence of association bias, we can make more informed decisions, avoid unnecessary limitations, and ultimately lead more fulfilling lives. Whether in personal relationships, professional environments, or everyday choices, being aware of this bias helps us focus on what truly matters and prevents us from letting irrelevant factors dictate our actions. The dangers of beginner's luck: why early success can lead to false confidence. When Kevin found success in his early big presentations, he might have credited his green polka dot underpants for the good fortune. But as we explored in the previous chapter on association bias, linking success to unrelated factors can be misleading. Now, we turn our attention to a related, and equally deceptive, phenomenon: beginner's luck. Beginner's luck is a particularly tricky form of association bias because it creates a false connection between initial success and personal skill. In many cases, people who start off with a streak of good fortune, whether in gambling, business, or investing, are quick to attribute it to their abilities rather than to chance. This misplaced confidence can lead to increasingly risky decisions, often with disastrous consequences when the initial luck runs out and reality sets in. Take, for example, the world of casinos, where the concept of beginner's luck is well known. A novice gambler who wins in the first few rounds may start to believe they possess some special talent, prompting them to raise their stakes. However, as anyone familiar with the laws of probability knows, this early success is unlikely to continue indefinitely. Eventually, the odds catch up, and the gambler faces losses that can be much larger than their initial gains. Beginner's luck isn't confined to gambling; it plays a significant role in the economy as well. Consider a company that successfully acquires several smaller firms. Buoyed by this early success, the company's directors may start to believe they have a special knack for mergers and acquisitions. This newfound confidence might lead them to pursue a much larger acquisition, one that ultimately proves too difficult to manage. What they overlooked was that their earlier successes may have been due to favorable conditions or sheer luck, rather than any inherent skill in managing complex mergers. But the stock market offers another arena where beginner's luck can mislead. During the late 1990s, for instance, many investors saw their portfolios skyrocket as they invested in internet stocks. Some even went so far as to take out loans to increase their investments, convinced that their stock-picking abilities were exceptional. However, when the dot-com bubble burst, these same investors were left facing significant losses, realizing too late that their earlier gains were more a product of a booming market than of any special insight. Similar stories played out during the US housing boom, where individuals from all walks of life, dentists, lawyers, teachers, and taxi drivers, left their jobs to flip houses. The initial profits from these real estate ventures seemed to justify their career changes, but these gains were largely a result of a rapidly inflating housing bubble. When the bubble eventually burst, many of these amateur real estate investors found themselves deeply in debt, with unsellable properties and no means to recoup their losses. History is also replete with examples of beginner's luck on a grand scale. Napoleon and Hitler, for instance, might never have attempted their ill-fated campaigns against Russia had they not first experienced success in smaller battles. These early victories likely fueled their confidence, leading them to make decisions that would ultimately prove catastrophic. So, how can one distinguish between beginner's luck and genuine talent? While there's no foolproof method, there are a couple of strategies that can help. First, sustained success over a long period, especially in a competitive field, is a more reliable indicator of talent than a brief streak of early wins. If you find yourself consistently outperforming others, it's likely that skill is playing a role. Second, consider the number of competitors. In fields with millions of participants like financial markets, even those who achieve top rankings might have been simply fortunate rather than exceptionally talented. To avoid the pitfalls of beginner's luck, it's important to adopt a scientific approach to your successes. Rather than immediately attributing early wins to your abilities, treat these successes as hypotheses to be tested. This means seeking out ways to disprove your theory of success. For instance, after my first novel was accepted by a publisher, a rare occurrence, I sent it to 10 other publishers to see if the initial acceptance was a fluke. The 10 rejections I received quickly brought me back to reality, reminding me not to let early success cloud my judgment. In conclusion, beginner's luck can be a double-edged sword. While it might feel exhilarating in the moment, it can lead to overconfidence and poor decision-making if not recognized for what it is: an early, and often fleeting, stroke of good fortune. By remaining vigilant and testing your successes, you can avoid the traps of beginner's luck and make more informed, balanced decisions in the long run. Cognitive dissonance: how we lie to ourselves to avoid discomfort. Imagine a fox wandering through a vineyard, eyeing a cluster of ripe, juicy grapes hanging just out of reach. He leaps with all his might, but the grapes are too high. After several failed attempts, he walks away, muttering to himself that the grapes were probably sour anyway. This ancient fable by Aesop perfectly encapsulates a psychological phenomenon that affects us all: cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance occurs when we experience a conflict between our beliefs, actions, or decisions and the reality that challenges them. This inner tension is uncomfortable, so our minds naturally seek ways to resolve the inconsistency. Often we do this by altering our perception of the situation, convincing ourselves that our original decision was correct, even if it clearly wasn't. This self-deception allows us to maintain a consistent self-image, avoiding the pain of admitting a mistake or failure. Consider the scenario of buying a new car. You've done your research, made your choice, and driven off the lot in a vehicle that you believe will bring you satisfaction. But after a few days, the engine noise starts to bother you, and the seats don't seem as comfortable as they did during the test drive. Returning the car would mean admitting that you made a poor choice, which is both inconvenient and embarrassing. Instead, you might convince yourself that the engine's roar is a safety feature, keeping you alert on long drives, and that the firm seats are good for your posture. This rationalization, driven by cognitive dissonance, helps you avoid the discomfort of acknowledging that you've made a costly mistake. The concept of cognitive dissonance was famously explored in a 1959 experiment by psychologists Leon Festinger and James M. Carlsmith. They asked students to perform a series of tedious, monotonous tasks and then lie to the next group of participants, telling them the tasks were enjoyable. Half of the students were paid $1 for lying, while the other half received $20. When later asked how they truly felt about the tasks, those who were paid only $1 rated the tasks as more enjoyable than those who received $20. Why? The students who received just $1 experienced cognitive dissonance because the small reward didn't justify the lie. To resolve this discomfort, they convinced themselves that the tasks weren't so bad after all. On the other hand, those who received $20 had no such dissonance because the higher payment sufficiently justified their dishonesty, so they didn't need to change their attitudes toward the tasks. This experiment highlights a key aspect of cognitive dissonance. When our actions conflict with our beliefs, we often change our beliefs to match our actions, especially when we can't find a sufficient external justification for our behavior. This process happens subconsciously, which makes it difficult to recognize when it's occurring. Cognitive dissonance isn't limited to simple decisions like purchasing a car or participating in a psychological experiment. It influences many aspects of our lives, from career choices to relationships to investments. For instance, let's say you apply for a job that you're eager to get. You go through the interview process, but in the end, someone else is selected. Rather than admitting that the other candidate might have been better suited for the role, you might convince yourself that you didn't really want the job anyway. Perhaps you tell yourself that you only applied to see how competitive you were in the job market, or that the company wasn't the right fit for you after all. This rationalization helps to protect your ego from the sting of rejection. Similarly, in the world of investing, cognitive dissonance can lead to irrational decisions. Imagine that you have to choose between two stocks. You select one, but soon after your purchase, its value plummets, while the other stock, which you didn't buy, soars. Rather than admitting you made a poor decision, you might start to convince yourself that the stock you chose still has long-term potential, despite all evidence to the contrary. This belief might cause you to hold onto the stock for far too long, resulting in further losses. The danger of cognitive dissonance lies in its ability to distort our perception of reality. By convincing ourselves that our decisions were right, even when they weren't, we prevent ourselves from learning from our mistakes. We become like Aesop's fox, walking away from failure with our heads held high, telling ourselves that we never really wanted what we couldn't have in the first place. To combat cognitive dissonance, it's crucial to develop self-awareness and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. This means recognizing when we're rationalizing poor decisions and being honest with ourselves about our mistakes. It also involves seeking feedback from others who can provide a more objective perspective. By doing so, we can avoid the pitfalls of self-deception and make more rational, informed decisions in the future. One effective strategy for overcoming cognitive dissonance is to adopt a scientific mindset in our decision-making. Just as a scientist formulates hypotheses and then rigorously tests them, we can approach our beliefs and decisions with a similar level of scrutiny. For instance, when you experience cognitive dissonance, try to disprove your rationalizations. If you bought a car that you're unhappy with, rather than convincing yourself that its flaws are actually benefits, consider whether you would recommend the same car to a friend. If not, it's likely that your rationalizations are just that, rationalizations. Similarly, when faced with an investment decision that's gone wrong, ask yourself whether you would make the same choice today, knowing what you now know. If the answer is no, it's time to reconsider your position, rather than doubling down on a losing bet. Cognitive dissonance is a powerful force in our lives, but by understanding how it works, we can begin to counteract its effects. We can learn to accept our mistakes, let go of false rationalizations, and make decisions that are based on reality rather than wishful thinking. In doing so, we can move forward with greater clarity and confidence, unburdened by the sweet little lies we tell ourselves to avoid discomfort. The allure of immediate gratification. Understanding hyperbolic discounting. Live each day as if it were your last. It's a phrase that crops up frequently in lifestyle magazines and self-help books, encouraging us to embrace the present and savor every moment. But as inspiring as it sounds, following this advice to the letter would lead to a chaotic life. If today were truly your last, you might skip brushing your teeth, paying bills, or showing up for work. In no time, you'd find yourself in a dire situation. Yet, the phrase speaks to a deep human desire for immediacy, a longing to prioritize the present moment over the future. This tendency to overvalue the present at the expense of future rewards is what psychologists and economists call hyperbolic discounting. Hyperbolic discounting explains why we often make inconsistent decisions when it comes to rewards. Consider two scenarios. In the first, you are offered $1,000 in a year, or $1,100 in a year and a month. Most people would wisely choose the latter, recognizing the value of waiting just one more month for an extra $100. But now imagine a second scenario. You're offered $1,000 today, or $1,100 in a month. This time, many would opt for the immediate reward, despite the fact that waiting just 30 days would yield a 10% return, a remarkable rate by any standard. What changed between these scenarios? The introduction of now. When a reward is immediate, our emotional interest rate spikes, making the present feel far more valuable than the future. This phenomenon is rooted in our evolutionary past. For most of human history, resources were scarce, and it made sense to prioritize immediate gains over future ones. Our ancestors who seized opportunities for immediate rewards, whether food, shelter, or safety, were more likely to survive and pass on their genes. This instinctual drive remains with us today, even though our circumstances have dramatically changed. The concept of hyperbolic discounting is vividly illustrated in the famous marshmallow experiment conducted by psychologist Walter Mischel in the 1960s. In the experiment, 4-year-old children were given a choice. They could eat one marshmallow immediately or wait a few minutes and receive a second marshmallow as a reward for their patience. The results were striking. Only a few children managed to wait. Those who did showed a remarkable ability for delayed gratification, a trait that Mischel later found to be a strong predictor of future success in life. As we age, our ability to delay gratification improves. We learn to appreciate the value of waiting for future rewards, as seen in the example of waiting an extra month for an additional $100. However, when faced with the option of immediate gratification, many of us still find it difficult to resist the pull of the present. This is why credit card companies and lenders charge exorbitant interest rates on short-term loans, because they know that our desire for immediate satisfaction often outweighs our long-term financial interests. The implications of hyperbolic discounting are profound. On a personal level, understanding this bias can help us make better decisions, particularly when it comes to managing finances, health, and relationships. The more control we have over our impulses, the better equipped we are to avoid the pitfalls of hyperbolic discounting. Conversely, when we're under stress or the influence of substances like alcohol, our susceptibility to this bias increases, leading to poorer decision-making. From a business perspective, hyperbolic discounting can be a powerful tool. Companies like Amazon, for example, capitalize on our desire for instant gratification by offering next-day delivery at a premium price. Many customers are willing to pay extra just to get their hands on products sooner, illustrating how deeply ingrained this bias is in our behavior. In conclusion, while the idea of living each day as if it were your last is appealing, it's not a sustainable way to live every day. Hyperbolic discounting, our tendency to favor immediate rewards over future ones, is a deeply rooted bias that can lead to inconsistent and sometimes detrimental decisions. By recognizing and understanding this bias, we can learn to make more rational choices that balance the present with the future. So, perhaps it's best to live each day as if it were your last just once a week, and spend the other 6 days planning wisely for the future. The power of because how simple justifications can influence behavior. Traffic jams, delayed flights, and long lines at the photocopier. These everyday annoyances can evoke frustration and impatience, sometimes even outright anger. Yet, as Harvard psychologist Ellen Langer discovered in the 1970s, there is a surprisingly simple word that can transform our reactions and smooth over these irritations because this unassuming term holds an unexpected amount of power in our daily interactions, often making us more tolerant, understanding, and even compliant, regardless of the strength or logic of the justification that follows it. Langer's experiment at a library photocopier is a striking illustration of this phenomenon. She approached people waiting in line and asked to cut in front of them. When she simply asked, "Excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use the Xerox machine?" her success rate was 60%. But when she added a reason saying, "Excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use the Xerox machine because I'm in a rush," her success rate jumped to 94%. This is understandable. Most people are willing to help someone who is in a hurry. However, the most fascinating result came when she tried a third approach. "Excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use the Xerox machine because I have to make some copies?" Even though this reason was redundant, everyone in line was there to make copies. Her success rate was still an impressive 93%. What Langer's experiment reveals is that the word because triggers an automatic response in people. It signals that a reason is being given, and that reason, no matter how weak or irrelevant, tends to be accepted without much scrutiny. This automatic compliance can be traced back to our deeply ingrained social norms, which tell us that reasons, however trivial, justify actions and requests. This phenomenon extends far beyond the photocopier. Consider the scenario of a traffic jam on the highway. You're inching along, frustrated by the delay, when you see a sign that reads, "We're renovating the highway for you." Suddenly, the frustration eases. The sign doesn't tell you anything you didn't already know. The roadwork was clearly the cause of the jam, but the simple act of providing a reason, no matter how obvious, helps to soothe your irritation. It's as if the acknowledgement of your inconvenience, paired with a vague promise of future benefit, is enough to make the wait more bearable. The same principle applies to air travel. Imagine you're sitting at gate A57 at JFK Airport, waiting to board your flight, when an announcement comes over the loudspeaker: "Attention, passengers. Flight 1234 is delayed by 3 hours. Your frustration rises immediately. But when the airline adds a simple explanation, even a vague one like "due to operational reasons," the frustration often diminishes. You still have to wait, but at least you're not left completely in the dark. The addition of "because" provides a sense of closure, even if the explanation is less than satisfying. This reliance on "because" isn't just about managing minor inconveniences. It plays a significant role in leadership and communication. As a leader, if you want to keep your team motivated, simply stating the obvious goals, such as a shoe company's mission to make footwear, won't suffice. Today's employees and customers crave a higher purpose, a compelling reason that goes beyond the mundane. This is why companies craft elaborate narratives that frame their operations as part of a grander mission. For example, a shoe company might declare, "We want our shoes to revolutionize the market," or "better arch support for a better world." These statements may be vague, but they provide the all-important because that employees and customers seek. Even if the logic behind the mission is flimsy, it still serves to inspire and motivate. The stock market provides another arena where the power of "because" is evident. When the market rises or falls by a fraction of a percent, financial commentators are quick to provide an explanation, even if the true cause is nothing more than random fluctuations, or what is known as white noise. People crave explanations, so commentators often latch onto whatever seems plausible at the moment, perhaps a statement by a Federal Reserve Bank president or a minor economic report. The specific reason may be largely irrelevant, but the act of providing a reason satisfies the public's need for understanding and predictability. In our personal lives, because is equally potent. Imagine someone asks why you haven't completed a task. Simply replying, "Because I haven't gotten around to it," is often enough to deflect further questioning. The excuse may be weak, but the mere presence of "because" makes it seem more legitimate. It's as if the word itself provides a shield against criticism, even when the underlying reason is flimsy. This need for justification can be seen in the most mundane aspects of life, such as household chores. For example, I once noticed my wife carefully separating black laundry from blue. To me, this seemed unnecessary. Both colors are dark, so why not wash them together? When I asked her why she did this, she simply replied, "Because I prefer to wash them separately, that was enough for me." The use of because provided a justification that ended the discussion, even though the logic behind it was personal and not necessarily based on any practical need. The power of because extends to marketing and consumer behavior as well. Companies know that offering immediate gratification with a because can be a powerful motivator for customers. For instance, when Amazon offers next-day delivery, they justify the additional cost with the promise of speed and convenience. Get it faster, because we know you want it now. This appeal to immediacy, backed by a simple because, often convinces customers to pay extra for quicker service, even when the need for speed isn't urgent. In conclusion, the word because is a powerful tool in human interaction. It satisfies our innate desire for explanations, even when the reasoning is less than compelling. This small word has the ability to reduce frustration, encourage compliance, and provide justification in almost any situation. Whether we are dealing with traffic jams, delayed flights, workplace motivation, or personal excuses, because acts as a social lubricant, making interactions smoother and more agreeable. By understanding and harnessing the power of because, we can navigate daily challenges more effectively, fostering better communication and relationships. So, the next time you find yourself in need of an excuse or an explanation, remember the power of because it works. The hidden cost of decision-making. How decision fatigue affects your choices. Imagine you've spent weeks meticulously crafting a presentation that could make or break your career. Every detail is perfect, from the PowerPoint slides to the precise figures in your Excel sheets. The stakes couldn't be higher, and now you must choose the time to present to your CEO: 8 a.m., 11:30 a.m., or 6 p.m. Your choice might seem trivial, but it could be the most crucial decision you make. The timing of your presentation could determine whether you're on your way to a corner office or facing a bleak job search. The phenomenon at play here is known as decision fatigue, a term coined to describe the deterioration of our ability to make choices after a long session of decision-making. This concept was explored in a fascinating study by psychologist Roy Baumeister and his collaborator, Jean Twenge. They devised an experiment involving two groups of students, asking one group to make a series of decisions and the other merely to express opinions. Afterward, the students were asked to endure a test of willpower, keeping their hands submerged in ice-cold water for as long as possible. The results were telling. The students who had spent their mental energy making decisions pulled their hands out of the water much sooner than those who had simply given opinions. The act of decision-making had drained their willpower. Decision fatigue is something we all experience, often without realizing it. Have you ever felt utterly exhausted after configuring a new laptop online or planning a complex vacation? The myriad of choices, from picking the right flight and hotel to deciding on activities and restaurants, can leave you mentally drained, even before your trip has begun. This depletion of mental energy is what we call decision fatigue, and it can have serious consequences. When decision fatigue sets in, you become more susceptible to external influences, such as advertising and impulse buying. Your willpower diminishes, making you more likely to give in to temptations, whether that's an unnecessary purchase or an ill-advised decision. Retailers are keenly aware of this and exploit it to their advantage. For example, IKEA's store layout is a masterclass in leveraging decision fatigue. By the time you've navigated the showroom and selected your furniture, your decision-making faculties are running low. That's when you encounter their in-store restaurant, strategically placed to give you a break and a chance to recharge. After refueling with Swedish meatballs, you're ready to tackle the warehouse aisles, potentially making more purchases than you originally intended. The implications of decision fatigue extend far beyond shopping. Consider the justice system, where judges are expected to make impartial decisions based on the law and the specifics of each case. Yet, studies reveal that judges, too, are susceptible to decision fatigue. A study of Israeli judges found that the likelihood of granting parole decreased as the day wore on. In the morning, when the judges were fresh, they were more likely to grant parole, with favorable decisions occurring 65% of the time. But as the day progressed and decision fatigue set in, this rate plummeted to nearly zero. Only after a break, when the judges had eaten and rested, did the rate of favorable decisions return to 65%. This pattern was consistent regardless of the severity of the crime or the background of the prisoner. The data showed that the timing of a hearing was more predictive of the outcome than the actual details of the case. This finding is both startling and unsettling, suggesting that justice can be influenced by something as simple as whether the judge has recently eaten. So, how can we mitigate the effects of decision fatigue in our own lives? The first step is awareness. Recognize that decision-making is a resource-intensive process and that your capacity to make sound decisions diminishes over time. To counteract this, try to schedule your most important decisions for times when you're mentally fresh, ideally in the morning or after a break. If you're presenting a crucial proposal to your CEO, aim for a time when they're likely to be most receptive, such as shortly after breakfast or lunch. Another strategy is to reduce the number of decisions you need to make. Simplify your choices wherever possible. For example, Steve Jobs famously wore the same style of clothing every day to eliminate the need to decide what to wear, conserving his mental energy for more important tasks. Similarly, you can streamline your decision-making process by establishing routines and sticking to them, freeing up cognitive resources for when you really need them. Finally, don't underestimate the power of taking breaks. Just as a judge's decision-making capacity was restored after a meal, you too can recharge by stepping away from your tasks periodically. Whether it's a short walk, a quick snack, or a few minutes of meditation, these breaks can help restore your mental energy and improve the quality of your decisions. In conclusion, decision fatigue is a pervasive and often overlooked aspect of our lives that can significantly impact the quality of our choices. By understanding its effects and taking steps to manage it, we can make better decisions, both in our personal and professional lives. Remember, it's not just about making decisions, it's about making them at the right time and under the right conditions. So decide better by deciding less, and when you do decide, do it when you're at your best. The contagion bias: how objects carry the weight of their past. In the 10th century, Europe was a land of chaos and violence, particularly in France. The collapse of the Carolingian Empire had left the continent fractured, with counts, knights, and other local rulers constantly waging war against each other. These ruthless warriors plundered farms, attacked the defenseless, and spread terror across the land. The church and the unarmed farmers, powerless against these marauding nobles, watched helplessly as their lives and livelihoods were repeatedly destroyed. Amid this turmoil, a French bishop had a bold idea. He gathered the region's princes and knights in a field and assembled all the relics he could find: bones, blood-soaked rags, and other items that had once belonged to saints. These sacred objects were displayed prominently, creating a striking and reverent scene. In the presence of these relics, the bishop called upon the nobles to renounce their unbridled violence and protect the unarmed. The relics, symbols of divine power and holiness, were meant to stir something profound within the hearts of these warriors. Astonishingly, the appeal worked. The sight of these sacred objects had a powerful psychological effect, leading to the spread of the peace and truce of God across Europe, a movement that sought to limit the violence of the era. This remarkable event from medieval history highlights a deep-seated human tendency to imbue objects with a sense of power and significance based on their history or association. The bishop's appeal to the nobles worked because of what modern psychology calls the contagion bias. This bias describes how we attribute an almost mystical quality to objects that have been associated with certain people or events, whether they are sacred relics, personal belongings of historical figures, or everyday items with a dark past. The contagion bias isn't just a relic of the Middle Ages, it's a powerful psychological force that persists in modern times, influencing our thoughts and actions in ways we might not even realize. Consider, for example, the idea of wearing a sweater once worn by Adolf Hitler. But even if the sweater has been thoroughly cleaned and no physical trace of Hitler remains, the mere thought of wearing it is repulsive to most people. This reaction isn't driven by logic but by an emotional aversion rooted in the belief that the sweater somehow retains a connection to its infamous former owner. The sweater, in our minds, becomes tainted by association, making it something to be avoided, regardless of its physical state. This phenomenon was explored by psychologist Paul Rosin and his colleagues at the University of Pennsylvania in a series of experiments. In one study, participants were asked to bring photos of loved ones to the lab. These photos were then pinned to targets, and the participants were instructed to throw darts at them. Even though they knew that the photos were just images and that no harm could come to the people in them, the participants hesitated. They were much less accurate than those who had previously thrown darts at regular, unmarked targets. The participants' reluctance and inaccuracy highlighted how deeply the contagion bias affects us. Despite understanding intellectually that the photos were just paper and ink, the participants acted as if some mystical force prevented them from harming the images. The contagion bias also extends to our perception of historical artifacts and memorabilia, especially those associated with notorious figures. A friend of mine, a longtime war correspondent for French television, once recounted an experience that perfectly illustrates this point. During the 2003 invasion of Iraq, she found herself in Baghdad shortly after American troops had stormed Saddam Hussein's government palace. While exploring the private quarters of the palace, she came across 6 gold-plated wineglasses in the dining room. She decided to take them as souvenirs, a memento of her time covering the war. Years later, at a dinner party in Paris, she used these goblets to serve wine to her guests. When one guest inquired about their origin, she casually mentioned that they had belonged to Saddam Hussein. The reaction was immediate and visceral. One horrified guest spat out his wine and began to cough uncontrollably. The knowledge that he was drinking from glasses once used by a dictator was enough to cause a physical reaction, despite the fact that the glasses were, in themselves, just objects. This reaction might seem irrational, but it's a perfect example of how the contagion bias works. Objects, particularly those associated with powerful or notorious figures, can evoke strong emotional responses simply because of their history. Even though we intellectually understand that these items are just things, our emotions tell us otherwise. We feel as if the objects carry some of the essence of their former owners, whether it's the saintly power of relics or the malevolent influence of a dictator. The contagion bias is also evident in more mundane situations. Imagine you're at a yard sale and come across an old piece of jewelry. It's beautiful, intricately designed, and surprisingly affordable. But then you learn that the jewelry once belonged to someone who met a tragic or violent end. Suddenly, the allure of the piece diminishes. The thought of wearing something associated with death or misfortune is unsettling, even though the jewelry itself is unchanged by its history. This is the contagion bias at work, making it difficult for us to separate an object from its past. This bias isn't just about objects, it also influences how we view people and places. For example, someone who moves into a house where a crime was committed might feel uneasy living there, even though the house itself has no physical connection to the event. The mere association with something negative can cast a shadow over the place, making it feel different, even cursed. Similarly, people who inherit items from relatives might find themselves either cherishing or avoiding those objects based on their feelings toward the deceased. The items become symbols, infused with the emotions and memories of the person they once belonged to. The contagion bias is a powerful reminder that our emotions often guide our decisions and perceptions more than we realize. While we like to think of ourselves as rational beings, capable of making decisions based on logic and reason, the truth is that we are deeply influenced by the associations we attach to objects, places, and people. These associations, whether positive or negative, shape our behavior in ways that are often subconscious. In conclusion, the contagion bias is a deeply ingrained part of human psychology that causes us to view objects, places, and even people differently based on their history or associations. Whether it's a sweater worn by a dictator, a relic from a saint, or a piece of jewelry with a dark past, our perceptions are colored by the emotional connections we make, often leading us to act in ways that defy logic. Understanding this bias can help us recognize when our emotions are influencing our decisions, allowing us to make more informed choices in our lives. However, it also serves as a reminder that some aspects of human behavior are driven by forces far more complex and mysterious than we might like to admit. The deceptive comfort of averages: why extremes matter more than you think. Imagine you're on a bus with 49 other passengers. At the next stop, the heaviest person in America boards. How much has the average weight of the passengers increased? 4%. 5? Now consider a different scenario. The bus stops again, and this time Bill Gates steps on. How much has the average wealth of the passengers skyrocketed? In this case, it's not a matter of a few percentage points, it's a dramatic increase that renders the concept of average meaningless. This stark difference highlights the fundamental problem with averages: they often conceal the true nature of the data, particularly when extremes are involved. The issue with averages is that they can be easily skewed by outliers. When Bill Gates, with his net worth of around $59 billion, steps onto the bus, the average wealth of the passengers suddenly jumps to over $1 billion each, despite the fact that everyone else's wealth remains unchanged. This single outlier has completely distorted the picture. The same can happen with any data set where extremes exist. Averages can give a false sense of normality, masking the fact that most of the data points are far from that average. Nassim Taleb, a renowned statistician and risk analyst, often warns against the dangers of relying on averages in a complex world. He famously advises, don't cross a river if it is on average 4 feet deep. The river might be shallow in some parts, but it could also have areas that are 20 feet deep, which could be fatal if you attempt to cross. Averages don't capture this variability, they obscure the true risks. Consider another example: the average amount of ultraviolet UV rays you're exposed to on a typical June day might not be harmful. However, if you spend the entire summer indoors and then suddenly expose yourself to intense sunlight without protection, you could suffer serious consequences, despite the fact that on average, your UV exposure might seem harmless. This is another illustration of how averages can mislead when they don't account for the distribution of the data. This concept can be extended to many areas of life. For instance, drinking 1 glass of red wine each evening is often considered healthy. But if you abstain from alcohol all year and then consume 356 glasses on New Year's Eve, the consequences could be disastrous, despite the fact that your average yearly consumption remains the same. The problem arises because the average doesn't reflect the irregular distribution of your alcohol intake. In today's complex world, we increasingly see what Taleb calls the Bill Gates phenomenon across various domains. The idea of an average has become less and less meaningful because so many aspects of life are governed by what mathematicians refer to as power laws. In a power law distribution, a few extremes dominate the data set, making the average a poor representation of the reality. Consider the internet. The average number of visits a website receives is practically irrelevant because a handful of websites, like Google, Facebook, and YouTube, attract the vast majority of all web traffic, while millions of other sites barely register any visitors at all. This extreme inequality in distribution means that averages tell us little about the actual landscape. The same principle applies to cities, companies, wars, and more. Tokyo, for instance, has a population of over 30 million, while many cities have populations of just a few thousand. The concept of an average city size doesn't help us understand the true distribution of city populations. Similarly, the average size of a company is meaningless when a few giant corporations like Apple or Amazon dominate the market, while millions of small businesses operate on the fringes. Even in more everyday scenarios, the power law comes into play. The average sales of a book are misleading because a few bestsellers sell millions of copies, while most books sell only a few hundred. The average success of a marketing campaign is equally deceptive because a few campaigns go viral and achieve massive success, while most others barely make a dent. In acting, a handful of stars earn tens of millions of dollars per year, while the majority of actors struggle to make a living. In conclusion, when someone uses the word average, it's important to dig deeper and consider the underlying distribution of the data. If the data follows a normal distribution, where most values cluster around the average, then the concept of average can still be useful. However, in situations where extreme cases dominate, such as wealth, city sizes, or website traffic, the average becomes meaningless and can be dangerously misleading. As novelist William Gibson wisely observed, the future is already here, it's just not very evenly distributed. Understanding the limitations of averages helps us navigate a world increasingly shaped by extremes. How bonuses can backfire and destroy motivation. Incentives are often viewed as the go-to solution for boosting performance and productivity. However, the relationship between money and motivation is more complex than it appears. While financial rewards can be effective in certain situations, they can also have the unintended consequence of undermining intrinsic motivation, a phenomenon known as motivation crowding. Consider a personal experience. A friend, deeply attached to his antique collection, entrusted me with transporting his most fragile items during his move from Connecticut to New York City. I was happy to help, understanding the sentimental value of his possessions. To my surprise, 2 weeks later, I received a thank you note with a $50 bill enclosed. Rather than feeling appreciated, the money left me feeling that my good deed had been cheapened. What had been a genuine act of friendship was now reduced to a transactional exchange. This is a classic example of motivation crowding. When people act out of goodwill or a sense of duty, introducing a monetary reward can diminish their intrinsic motivation. The act of giving or contributing becomes less about the inherent satisfaction and more about the reward, thereby eroding the original motivation. Economist Bruno Frey's study in Switzerland provides another striking example. Residents of Wolfenschiessen, a village in the country centre, were asked if they would support the storage of radioactive waste in their community. Initially, 50.8% were in favour, motivated by national pride, social responsibility, and the potential for new jobs. However, when a financial incentive of $5,000 was proposed, support plummeted to just 24.6%. The money transformed what was initially a civic duty into a perceived bribe, undermining the community's collective spirit. The situation is no different in children's day care centres. When centres introduced late fees to discourage parents from picking up their children after hours, tardiness increased instead of decreased. The introduction of a fee shifted the motivation from a social obligation to a financial transaction. Parents, now seeing lateness as something that could be bought, felt less guilty about being late. These examples illustrate that money doesn't always motivate. In many cases, it can have the opposite effect. Introducing financial incentives into environments where intrinsic motivation already exists can lead to a reduction in overall motivation and even damage relationships. Motivation crowding poses a particular challenge for non-profit organizations. Employees in these organizations are often driven by a sense of purpose and the desire to make a difference. Introducing performance-based bonuses can shift their focus away from the organization's mission and towards tasks that yield financial rewards. This shift can stifle creativity, harm the organization's reputation, and detract from the overall mission. Interestingly, the industries where financial incentives do work are often those where employees lack intrinsic motivation for their jobs, industries where work is performed solely for the paycheck. In such environments, bonuses can be effective because there is little or no existing intrinsic motivation to crowd out. For those with children, the lesson is clear: avoid using money as a primary motivator. If you offer financial rewards for homework, chores, or other responsibilities, children will quickly learn to exploit the system, demanding payment for tasks that should be done out of duty or cooperation. Instead, establish a fixed allowance and focus on nurturing their intrinsic motivation to learn and contribute. In summary, while financial incentives can be powerful motivators, they are not a one-size-fits-all solution. In environments where intrinsic motivation is present, introducing monetary rewards can backfire, leading to decreased motivation and strained relationships. Understanding the delicate balance between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation is key to fostering genuine engagement and long-term success. The perils of saying too much: how twaddle tendency undermines clarity. In an age where communication is abundant and instantaneous, the ability to express oneself clearly and concisely has become increasingly valuable. Yet the tendency to overcomplicate our speech and writing, what might be called the twaddle tendency, continues to plague public discourse, academia, and even casual conversation. This phenomenon can be observed across a wide spectrum of scenarios, from the incoherent ramblings of a beauty queen to the dense, impenetrable prose of esteemed philosophers. Consider the infamous response of Miss Teen, South Carolina, when asked why many Americans couldn't locate their country on a map. Her answer, a convoluted string of nonsensical phrases, quickly went viral for its sheer incomprehensibility. While it's easy to dismiss such a blunder as the result of nerves or a lack of preparation, it reflects a broader issue: the use of words to mask a lack of understanding or thought. But it's not just beauty queens who fall victim to this tendency. The works of renowned philosopher Jürgen Habermas, for example, can be equally bewildering. His complex sentence structures and abstract language may appear intellectually sophisticated, but they often serve to obscure rather than illuminate his ideas. This is where the twaddle tendency reveals its true danger. The more convoluted the language, the more likely it is to be mistaken for profound thought, especially when coupled with authority or expertise. Even those of us who pride ourselves on clear thinking are not immune. I, too, once found myself captivated by the dense writings of French philosopher Jacques Derrida. His works, which I struggled to understand, seemed to hold deep significance precisely because they were so difficult to grasp. It was only later that I realized both his texts and my own scholarly work on them were, in essence, elaborate exercises in verbal obfuscation. This tendency to babble is not limited to intellectual circles. It's prevalent in sports, where athletes and coaches are often pressured to provide detailed analyses of games that could be summarized in a few simple words. The reality is that the twaddle tendency frequently emerges when people feel the need to fill space, be it airtime, pages, or silence, with words, regardless of whether they have anything meaningful to say. The academic world is particularly susceptible to this. In disciplines where concrete results are sparse, there is a temptation to compensate with verbosity. Economists, in particular, often resort to complex jargon and lengthy explanations that do little to clarify their points. The same is true in the business world, where the more troubled a company is, the more its leadership tends to engage in excessive talk and activity to distract from underlying issues. Yet there are exceptions. Former General Electric CEO Jack Welch once remarked on the difficulty of being simple and clear, noting that people often fear simplicity, mistaking it for a lack of sophistication. In reality, clarity of thought and expression is a sign of deep understanding and wisdom. In conclusion, our words are a reflection of our thoughts. When our thinking is clear, our language is clear. Conversely, when our ideas are muddled, our words become nothing more than empty chatter. In a complex world, achieving clarity is challenging and requires significant mental effort. Until we reach that point of understanding, it's better to heed the advice of Mark Twain: if you have nothing to say nothing. Simplicity and clarity are the true hallmarks of wisdom. The illusion of improvement: how the Will Rogers phenomenon skews perception. In many fields, ranging from finance to medicine, the appearance of progress can be as critical as genuine advancement, sometimes even more so. This perception of improvement often hinges on a subtle yet powerful manipulation of averages, a tactic known as the Will Rogers phenomenon. Named after the American humorist Will Rogers, who famously quipped that when Oklahomans moved to California, they raised the average IQ of both states. This effect takes place when shifting elements between groups artificially inflates the averages of both, without any real enhancement in the overall situation. The implications of this phenomenon are profound, affecting how we interpret success in various domains, from financial portfolios to medical diagnoses. To understand this concept, consider a scenario from the world of finance. Imagine you are at the helm of a small private bank that manages the wealth of affluent, mostly retired individuals. You oversee two money managers, A and B. Manager A handles the portfolios of ultra-wealthy clients, while Manager B deals with clients who are rich but not extraordinarily so. One day, the board tasks you with increasing the average wealth managed by both A and B within 6 months, dangling the promise of a substantial bonus if you succeed or the threat of replacement if you fail. The solution to this challenge lies not in attracting new clients or enhancing performance, but in the strategic reshuffling of existing accounts. By transferring a client with a sizable, though not enormous, account from A to B, you can instantly raise the average wealth managed by both managers. A's average climbs because the lowest value account has been removed, while B's average improves because it now includes a wealthier client. The overall wealth managed by the bank remains unchanged, yet the averages look better, creating the illusion of growth and success where there has been no real change. This principle applies not only in private banking but also in the broader financial sector. Suppose you transition into managing 3 hedge funds that primarily invest in privately held companies. Fund A boasts spectacular returns, Fund B's are mediocre, and Fund C is struggling. Seeking to demonstrate your prowess, you devise a plan that mirrors the strategy used in the banking example. You move underperforming investments from Fund A to Funds B and C. These investments, while not stellar, are still profitable enough to bolster the returns of B and C. As a result, the average performance of all 3 funds improves. The combined value of the investments hasn't increased by a single cent, yet the individual averages give the impression of enhanced performance. Investors, impressed by the apparent turnaround, may even commend you, unaware that the success is purely superficial. The Will Rogers phenomenon is not confined to finance. It permeates many areas of life, including business operations. Picture a car dealership with 2 branches, each employing 3 salesmen. Salesmen at branch A have modest sales figures, with the top performer selling 3 cars a week, while branch B's salesmen are significantly more successful, with the top salesman moving 6 cars weekly. By transferring a mid-performing salesman from the more successful branch B to the less successful branch A, you can artificially boost the average sales per salesman in both branches. Branch A's average increases because it now includes a more competent salesman, while Branch B's average also rises, as it is left with only the top performers. The total number of cars sold remains unchanged, but the manipulated averages suggest an improvement in performance across both branches. This strategy creates an impressive illusion, one that might deceive managers, investors, or even potential buyers into believing that both branches are thriving, when in fact nothing substantial has changed. Perhaps the most concerning application of the Will Rogers phenomenon occurs in the field of medicine, where its implications can have a direct impact on patient care and treatment outcomes. In oncology, for example, tumors are classified into stages, with stage 1 being the earliest and most treatable, and stage 4 representing the most advanced and lethal. The introduction of new, more sensitive diagnostic tools has led to the detection of previously undiagnosed small tumors, reclassifying patients who were once considered healthy into the stage 1 category. This influx of relatively healthy patients with early-stage tumors inflates the average survival rates for stage 1, making it appear as though treatment outcomes have improved. However, this is not a true medical success, it is merely stage migration. The overall prognosis for cancer patients has not changed, rather. The data has been recategorized in a way that creates a misleading picture of progress. The Will Rogers phenomenon serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers of relying too heavily on averages as a measure of success. Whether in finance, business, or medicine, the manipulation of data can create a deceptive sense of improvement, obscuring the reality that little or nothing has changed. This illusion can lead to misguided decisions, from financial investments to medical treatment plans, all based on the false premise that progress has been made. For those who interpret and act on these numbers, journalists, investors, board members, and even doctors, it is crucial to look beyond the surface and question whether the apparent gains are genuine or just a product of clever manipulation. Understanding the Will Rogers phenomenon helps to safeguard against these illusions, promoting a more accurate and honest assessment of success and progress across various fields. As we navigate an increasingly data-driven world, the ability to discern true improvement from mere statistical sleight of hand is not just a valuable skill, it is essential for making informed and effective decisions. The paradox of information: how excessive data can hinder decision-making. In a world inundated with data, the belief that more information leads to better decisions has become a common, yet flawed, assumption. This phenomenon, known as information bias, suggests that the pursuit of additional data often does more harm than good, leading to confusion, inefficiency, and even poor decision-making. As we navigate an era of information overload, understanding the pitfalls of this bias is crucial for making smarter, more informed choices. Jorge Luis Borges, in his short story Del Rigor en la Ciencia, illustrates the absurdity of excessive information through a fictional country where cartography has reached such sophistication that only a map with a scale of 1 to 1 is deemed accurate. This map, as large as the country itself, is utterly useless because it simply duplicates what the citizens already know, offering no new insight. Borges's tale serves as a metaphor for information bias, where the accumulation of excessive data, rather than clarifying a situation, merely replicates existing knowledge, leading to decision paralysis. Take, for example, a personal experience of searching for a hotel in Miami. After narrowing down the options to 5, one hotel stood out as the best choice. However, driven by the desire to make the perfect decision, more time was spent sifting through endless reviews, blog posts, and photos. Hours later, the conclusion was the same: the initial choice was indeed the best option. The additional information did not lead to a better decision; instead, it resulted in wasted time and increased uncertainty. This common scenario illustrates how the pursuit of more information can often lead to diminishing returns, where the value of the additional data is outweighed by the cost of acquiring it. The tendency to seek out surplus information is not limited to consumers. Professionals, too, are prone to this bias. Jonathan Barron from the University of Pennsylvania explored this through a study with physicians. When faced with a patient showing symptoms strongly indicative of a specific disease, doctors were presented with the option of conducting an additional diagnostic test. The test, however, was irrelevant to the most likely diagnosis. Yet most doctors opted to perform the test, despite the fact that the results would not significantly alter the course of treatment. This inclination to gather more information, even when it doesn't contribute to a better outcome, highlights the pervasive nature of information bias. Managers and investors are particularly susceptible to this phenomenon. In the business world, it's common to commission study after study, even when the critical facts are already known. The additional data not only consumes time and resources but can also lead to poor decision-making. For instance, when Gerd Gigerenzer from the Max Planck Institute asked students from the University of Chicago and the University of Munich which city had more inhabitants, San Diego or San Antonio, 62% of the Chicago students guessed correctly. Remarkably, every German student answered correctly. The difference? The Germans had less information, relying on their knowledge of San Diego as a more familiar city. The Chicago students, familiar with both cities, were misled by their additional knowledge. This example underscores how excess information can cloud judgment rather than enhance it. The financial crisis of 2008 offers a stark illustration of the dangers of information bias on a global scale. In the years leading up to the crisis, economists and analysts produced a mountain of reports, models, and forecasts, all filled with intricate data and predictions. Despite this overwhelming amount of information, the crisis blindsided the financial world, rendering these forecasts and analyses worthless. The vast amounts of data and the confidence placed in them created an illusion of control and understanding, ultimately contributing to one of the most significant financial collapses in history. The key lesson here is that more information does not necessarily lead to better decisions. Often the opposite is true. The historian Daniel J. Boorstin aptly noted, "The greatest obstacle to discovery is not ignorance, it is the illusion of knowledge." This illusion can be particularly dangerous, leading individuals and organizations to believe they are making informed decisions when, in fact, they are mired in unnecessary details. In conclusion, the next time you find yourself in a position of gathering information, whether for a personal decision, a professional task, or even in a competitive scenario, consider the value of simplicity. The essential facts are often sufficient to guide you to the right conclusion, and if you ever need to disarm a rival, remember drowning them in excessive data and analysis might be more effective than confronting them head-on. The true power lies not in the quantity of information, but in the wisdom to know when enough is enough. The high cost of effort, how effort justification skews our perception of value. Effort justification is a psychological phenomenon that deeply influences how we value our achievements, possessions, and experiences. It operates on the principle that the more effort we invest in something, the more we tend to overvalue the outcome, even if it's not objectively superior. This bias, rooted in the broader concept of cognitive dissonance, helps explain why we cling to certain items, relationships, or accomplishments long after their practical value has diminished. Consider John, a soldier who has just completed his grueling paratrooper course in the U.S. Army. After enduring the intense physical and mental challenges of the training, he receives his parachute pin in a ritual that leaves a small scar on his chest. This scar becomes a source of pride, a symbol of his sacrifice. Decades later, after discarding almost all memorabilia from his time in the Army, he still treasures that pin, displaying it prominently in his home. The pain and effort associated with earning the pin have elevated its significance in his mind, making it something far more precious than it might seem to an outsider. Similarly, Mark, who painstakingly restored a rusty Harley-Davidson over several years, finds himself unable to part with the motorcycle, even when faced with financial hardship. Despite receiving offers that far exceed the bike's market value, Mark refuses to sell. The countless hours and emotional energy he invested in the restoration process have inflated the bike's worth in his eyes, making it an irreplaceable possession. Effort justification doesn't just affect individuals, it's also a tool used by groups to increase commitment. Initiation rites in fraternities, gangs, and other exclusive organizations are designed to be challenging or even painful, thereby increasing the perceived value of membership. The more difficult it is to gain entry, the more members cherish their place within the group. MBA programs, with their relentless workload and high demands, operate on a similar principle. Graduates often regard their degree as indispensable to their career success, not necessarily because of the skills they acquired, but because of the immense effort they exerted to earn it. This bias extends into everyday life as well. The IKEA effect, for instance, describes how people tend to overvalue furniture they've assembled themselves. The satisfaction of completing the task, even if it's as simple as putting together a bookshelf, makes the item seem more valuable than a pre-assembled or designer piece. This phenomenon is not limited to physical objects. Professionals who pour weeks of effort into a project often struggle to assess it objectively, becoming overly attached to their work regardless of its actual quality or utility. The marketing industry has long understood the power of effort justification. In the 1950s, when instant cake mixes were first introduced, they were met with surprisingly little enthusiasm. The problem? They made baking too easy, removing the sense of accomplishment from the process. Manufacturers responded by requiring users to add a fresh egg to the mix, which made the task slightly more challenging. This small addition restored a sense of effort, increasing the perceived value of the product and leading to greater acceptance among consumers. Understanding effort justification is crucial for making more objective decisions in our lives. Whether it's evaluating the worth of a long-term project, the significance of an academic degree, or the true value of a relationship, it's important to step back and assess the outcome independently of the effort invested. The novel you've spent years writing that no publisher wants to pick up, maybe it's time to accept that it's not a masterpiece. The MBA you worked so hard to complete, would you honestly recommend it to others, or is it just the effort talking? And the person you've been pursuing for years, are they truly the best option, or is someone else waiting in the wings who might be a better match? Effort justification can cloud our judgment, leading us to hold on to things that no longer serve us, or to overvalue experiences that were more about the journey than the destination. By recognizing this bias, we can begin to separate the true worth of our achievements from the effort it took to attain them, leading to clearer, more rational decisions. Why small numbers can lead to big misinterpretations. In the world of statistics and decision-making, numbers play a crucial role in shaping our understanding of reality. However, when dealing with small sample sizes, our interpretations can often lead us astray, a phenomenon known as the law of small numbers. This statistical principle explains why small entities, such as businesses, schools, or stores, often produce extreme and misleading results. Understanding this law is essential for avoiding common pitfalls in decision-making, particularly for those in leadership positions. Imagine you are on the board of a retail company with 1,000 stores spread across urban and rural areas. Recently, a consultant conducted a study on shoplifting rates and presented the findings to the board. The report highlights the 100 stores with the highest theft rates, mostly located in rural areas. The CEO, alarmed by this revelation, suggests installing additional security systems in all rural stores to combat the problem. At first glance, this seems like a reasonable response. Rural areas must be more prone to theft, right? However, a closer examination reveals a different story. You ask the consultant to also show the stores with the lowest theft rates. Surprisingly, these too are predominantly in rural areas. The conclusion: the location isn't the determining factor in theft rates. Instead, it's the size of the stores. Rural branches are often smaller, meaning that a single incident of theft has a disproportionately large impact on the overall theft rate. This is the law of small numbers at work. Smaller samples tend to produce more extreme variations than larger ones. To further illustrate, let's consider a hypothetical example involving employee weight. Imagine two stores: a mega branch with 1,000 employees and a mini branch with just 2 employees. In the large store, the average employee weight will likely hover around the national average, with little fluctuation regardless of who is hired or fired. However, in the small store, the average weight can swing dramatically depending on whether the employees are particularly heavy or light. This dramatic variation is a natural consequence of dealing with small numbers, not an indication of any underlying trend or issue. Returning to the shoplifting scenario, we now understand why smaller branches show such wide variations in theft rates from very high to very low. The consultant's findings, while seemingly significant, are merely the result of random distribution. The CEO's initial conclusion to ramp up security in rural stores is therefore misguided, as the data doesn't reflect a true trend but rather the inherent variability in small samples. This principle extends beyond retail scenarios. Consider a newspaper headline proclaiming, "Startups employ smarter people." A study finds that startups have higher average IQs compared to larger companies. At first glance, this might seem like a striking discovery. However, applying the law of small numbers reveals that startups, by virtue of their smaller size, will naturally have more extreme IQ averages, both high and low. The study's findings, therefore, hold little real significance and are merely a product of statistical fluctuation. The law of small numbers serves as a cautionary tale against drawing sweeping conclusions from limited data. When we hear remarkable statistics about small entities, whether they're businesses, schools, or cities, it's important to consider the role of sample size in producing these results. Often, what appears to be an extraordinary finding is simply the result of random chance, not a meaningful trend. Even seasoned scientists and statisticians are not immune to the pitfalls of the law of small numbers. As Nobel Prize winner Daniel Kahneman points out, even experts can be misled by the extremes that small samples tend to produce. This serves as a reminder that when analyzing data, especially in small groups, we must approach conclusions with caution, recognizing the potential for distortion. In summary, the law of small numbers teaches us that small sample sizes can lead to big misinterpretations. Whether in business, science, or everyday decision-making, understanding this principle helps us avoid common errors and make more informed, accurate judgments. So, the next time you encounter a surprising statistic about a small entity, take a step back and consider whether it's a true insight or just a quirk of the numbers. The double-edged sword of expectations: how they shape our reality. Expectations wield a powerful influence over our lives, shaping not only our perceptions but also the outcomes we experience. Whether in the financial markets, the classroom, or our personal lives, expectations can create a reality that reflects our beliefs and predictions. However, this influence can be both a blessing and a curse, depending on how we manage and respond to the expectations set before us. In the world of finance, the impact of expectations is starkly illustrated by the stock market's reaction to corporate earnings reports. Take, for example, Google's announcement of its financial results for the final quarter of 2005. The company posted record-breaking figures: revenue up by 97% and net profit up by 82%. Yet, instead of celebrating these phenomenal results, the stock market reacted with panic. Google's shares plummeted by 16% in seconds, and the company's value dropped by $20 billion. The reason? Wall Street analysts had anticipated even better results, and when the actual numbers fell short of these lofty expectations, the market punished Google severely. This dramatic response highlights a critical lesson in the financial world. It's not just the numbers that matter, but how those numbers align with expectations. Investors' reactions to earnings reports often seem irrational, but they are deeply rooted in the psychology of expectation. When a company's results fail to meet the market's forecast, no matter how slight the discrepancy, the backlash can be severe. For instance, when Juniper Networks reported earnings per share that were a mere tenth of a cent below analysts' predictions, its share price fell by 21%, wiping out $2.5 billion in value. Such extreme responses demonstrate the power of expectations to drive market behavior, often with little regard for the actual performance of the company. In an attempt to manage these volatile reactions, some companies have taken to publishing their own earnings estimates, known as earnings guidance. However, this strategy often backfires, as the market scrutinizes these internal forecasts even more closely. CFOs are then pressured to meet these targets precisely, leading them to employ various accounting tactics to align their reported results with expectations. This relentless focus on meeting expectations can distort a company's financial reporting and decision-making processes, emphasizing short-term results over long-term sustainability. Yet, expectations are not always a force for harm. They can also serve as powerful motivators, driving individuals and groups to achieve more than they might otherwise. This positive side of expectations is exemplified by the Rosenthal effect, also known as the Pygmalion effect. In 1965, psychologist Robert Rosenthal conducted an experiment in which teachers were told that a new test could identify students who were on the brink of an intellectual growth spurt, dubbed bloomers. In reality, the students were randomly selected, but the teachers believed they were high-potential individuals. Over the course of a year, these students showed significant IQ gains compared to their peers in a control group. The teachers' expectations, although subconscious, led them to devote more time and attention to these students, resulting in real improvements in their academic performance and even their personalities. This phenomenon extends to the medical field as well, in the form of the placebo effect. Placebos, pills or therapies with no active ingredients, can produce real health improvements in about 1/3 of patients. The power of the placebo effect lies in the patient's expectations, the belief that a treatment will work, can trigger changes in the brain's biochemistry, leading to actual physical benefits. However, the placebo effect's limitations are evident in conditions like Alzheimer's disease, where the brain's ability to process expectations is impaired, rendering the placebo ineffective. The influence of expectations is undeniable, but it raises an important question: can we live free from them? The short answer is no. Expectations are a fundamental part of human psychology, shaping how we interpret and interact with the world around us. However, we can learn to manage them more effectively. By setting higher expectations for ourselves and those we care about, we can harness their motivational power. Conversely, by lowering our expectations for things beyond our control, such as the stock market or the outcomes of medical treatments, we can protect ourselves from disappointment and stress. In conclusion, expectations are a double-edged sword. They have the power to shape our reality, for better or for worse. Understanding their influence allows us to navigate life's uncertainties with greater resilience and foresight. As paradoxical as it may seem, the best way to avoid being blindsided by unmet expectations is to anticipate the possibility of disappointment and prepare accordingly. In doing so, we can maintain a balanced perspective and make more informed, less reactive decisions in all areas of our lives. The traps of intuition: why simple logic often leads us astray. Our brains are wired to seek out quick and intuitive answers, but these instincts can often lead us astray when faced with seemingly simple logic problems. This tendency is highlighted by the Cognitive Reflection Test (CRT), a set of 3 questions designed to reveal the pitfalls of intuitive thinking. Despite their simplicity, these questions challenge our immediate assumptions and demonstrate how easy it is to arrive at incorrect conclusions when we rely solely on gut feelings. Consider the following questions from the CRT. 1. A ping-pong paddle and a plastic ball together cost $1.10. If the paddle costs $1 more than the ball, how much is the ball? 2. In a textile factory, 5 machines take 5 minutes to produce 5 shirts. How long will it take 100 machines to produce 100 shirts? 3. Water lilies in a pond double in area every day. If it takes 48 days to cover the entire pond, how many days will it take to cover half of it? For most people, the intuitive answers come quickly: 10 cents for the ball, 100 minutes for the shirts, and 24 days for the pond. However, these answers are all wrong. The correct solutions, 5 cents, 5 minutes, and 47 days, require a deeper level of reasoning that overrides our initial impulses. The CRT, developed by Professor Shane Frederick, has been administered to thousands of people, revealing interesting patterns in how different groups approach these problems. For example, students at top institutions like MIT and Princeton generally score higher on the test, while those from other universities often perform less well. However, the most revealing aspect of the CRT isn't the average scores, but the differences in decision-making between those who score highly and those who do not. High scorers on the CRT tend to demonstrate a greater ability to control their impulses and resist the lure of quick answers. This self-control extends beyond logic puzzles and into real-life decisions. When presented with a choice between receiving $3,400 now or $3,800 in a month, those with higher CRT scores are more likely to wait for the larger sum, exhibiting greater patience and rational decision-making. In contrast, lower scorers often choose the immediate reward, reflecting a more impulsive nature. This distinction between intuitive and reflective thinkers has broader implications. Research by Harvard psychologist Amitai Shenhav and colleagues has found that CRT scores also correlate with religious beliefs. In their study, Americans with higher CRT scores were more likely to be atheists, while those with lower scores tended to hold religious beliefs and report divine experiences. This suggests that intuitive thinkers may be less inclined to question religious concepts, while those who engage in more reflective thinking are more likely to approach such beliefs with skepticism. If you find your CRT score disappointing and wish to improve your logical reasoning, the key is to approach even the simplest questions with caution. Our intuitive responses often lead us to conclusions that seem plausible but are ultimately incorrect. To overcome this, it's important to challenge these immediate answers and consider alternative solutions, even when they seem counterintuitive. For instance, let's revisit a classic problem: you drive from point A to point B at 100 miles per hour, and on the return trip, You drive at 50 miles per hour. What is your average speed for the entire journey? Many might instinctively answer 75 miles per hour, but this is another trap of intuition. The correct answer requires a more careful analysis, reminding us once again that slowing down our thought process can lead to more accurate conclusions. In conclusion, the CRT and similar tests reveal the limitations of relying on intuition alone. By recognizing the traps of quick thinking, we can cultivate a more deliberate and reflective approach to problem solving. Whether in logic puzzles, financial decisions, or even matters of belief, taking the time to think critically can help us avoid the pitfalls of simple logic and lead to better outcomes in all areas of life. The Forer effect: how universal statements make charlatans seem insightful. In a world filled with astrology, tarot readings, and personality tests, many people are drawn to the idea that someone can provide deep insights into their character with just a few words. However, the power behind these seemingly personal assessments often lies not in any special skill or knowledge, but in a psychological phenomenon known as the Forer effect, also called the Barnum effect. This effect explains why so many people find truth in vague, general statements that could apply to virtually anyone. Imagine reading a description like this: you have a great need for others to like and admire you. You tend to be critical of yourself. You have a lot of unused potential that you haven't taken advantage of yet. Such statements might resonate with you, leading you to believe that whoever wrote them knows you well. But what if I told you that this same description could resonate with nearly everyone? In 1948, psychologist Bertram Forer conducted a fascinating experiment that highlighted this very tendency. He gave his students what appeared to be personalized personality assessments, which were, in fact, all identical. The statements were crafted from generic astrology columns. The result? On average, students rated the accuracy of their personalized assessments at an impressive 86%. This experiment has been replicated many times with similar results, demonstrating that people are remarkably prone to seeing themselves in vague and broadly applicable descriptions. The Forer effect is at the core of why pseudosciences like astrology, palmistry, and tarot card readings remain popular. These practices rely on statements that are so general they apply to almost everyone. When people encounter these statements, they tend to accept them as accurate reflections of their own unique personalities. Several factors contribute to the Forer effect. First, many of the statements used are so universal that they apply to nearly everyone. For example, sometimes you seriously doubt your actions is something that almost everyone can relate to at some point. Second, people are inclined to accept flattering statements about themselves, even if those statements aren't entirely accurate. Who wouldn't agree with the idea that they are proud of their independent thinking? Third, the feature positive effect plays a role, where people focus on the presence of traits rather than the absence of them. Finally, the confirmation bias comes into play, as people tend to remember information that supports their self-image while ignoring information that contradicts it. This creates a coherent but misleading portrait of themselves. This phenomenon isn't limited to pseudosciences. It also appears in other fields where vague and broadly applicable language is used. For instance, financial analysts or consultants might use similarly general statements to describe a company's potential. The stock has significant growth potential, but the company faces challenges in fully realizing its ideas. Such statements are often accepted as insightful, even though they provide little specific or actionable information. So, how can you expose a charlatan who claims to provide personal insights? A simple test can help. Gather a group of people and assign each person a number. Ask the supposed expert to provide written assessments for each person, then distribute these assessments without revealing who received which one. If most people can identify their own description among the others, the expert might have some genuine insight. However, if the descriptions seem interchangeable, you may have just encountered the Forer effect in action. Understanding the Forer effect is crucial in a world where people seek meaning and insight from various sources. By recognizing how easily we can be fooled by universal statements, we can protect ourselves from charlatans and make more informed decisions about where to place our trust. The true cost of volunteer work: why Jack should think twice before picking up a hammer. Jack is living a life that many would envy. As a highly sought-after fashion photographer, he spends his days traveling between the fashion capitals of the world, Milan, Paris, and New York, constantly on the lookout for the next big thing. His work is glamorous. and his pay reflects that $500 an hour for his expert eye in capturing the perfect shot. His life is a whirlwind of photo shoots, high society events, and an endless parade of beautiful models and cutting-edge designs. Yet, despite all the trappings of success, something is missing. Lately, Jack has found himself lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling, feeling an unsettling sense of emptiness. The superficiality of the fashion world has started to grate on him, and he yearns for something more, something meaningful, something that makes a difference. It's during one of these introspective moments that Jack's phone rings. On the other end is Patrick, an old friend from school and now the president of the local bird club. Patrick is organizing their annual birdhouse drive, an event aimed at building homes for endangered bird species. Volunteers are needed to help construct the birdhouses and then install them in nearby woods. It's a worthy cause, and Patrick hopes Jack might be interested in lending a hand. "We're meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning this Saturday," Patrick explains. "It's just a few hours of work, and we should be done by noon." This invitation presents Jack with a dilemma. On the one hand, he's been looking for a way to contribute something meaningful to the world. What better way than spending a few hours on a Saturday morning helping to protect endangered species? On the other hand, Jack's professional time is worth $500 an hour. In the time it would take him to build a birdhouse, he could earn a substantial amount of money that could be used to make an even greater impact if donated. Here's where the economic concept of opportunity cost comes into play. Jack is a skilled photographer, not a carpenter. If he works for an additional hour and earns $500, he could hire a professional carpenter at $50 an hour to build birdhouses for 6 hours, producing better quality birdhouses than Jack could ever hope to make himself. Furthermore, after paying the carpenter, Jack would still have $200 left over to donate directly to the bird club. From a purely financial perspective, this would be a far more effective contribution. So why, then, does Jack feel compelled to volunteer his time? This is a classic example of what economists call volunteer's folly. It's the tendency for people to volunteer their time for tasks that others could do more efficiently, instead of using their own skills to earn and then donating the proceeds. Volunteer's folly is widespread in fact. More than 1/4 of Americans engage in some form of volunteer work. But here's the catch: by volunteering his time to build birdhouses, Jack might actually be doing more harm than good. If Jack takes up a hammer on Saturday, he's not only forgoing the opportunity to make a more substantial financial contribution, but he's also taking work away from a tradesman who might rely on such jobs for their livelihood. The more effective way for Jack to help would be to stick to what he does best, photography, and use the money he earns to support the bird club in a way that maximizes their resources. This leads us to a deeper question: why do people volunteer? While many are motivated by a desire to help their community, it's important to acknowledge that personal benefits often play a significant role. Volunteering can provide a sense of fulfillment, an opportunity to gain new skills, and a way to build social connections. In this sense, volunteer work can sometimes be more about personal happiness than pure altruism. The satisfaction that comes from volunteering, whether it's the joy of helping others or the sense of accomplishment from a job well done, is a powerful motivator. However, this satisfaction also means that the act of volunteering is not entirely selfless. So, is Jack wrong to want to volunteer his time? Not necessarily. There's one important exception to volunteers' folly: celebrities. When well-known public figures like Bono, Kate Winslet, or Mark Zuckerberg volunteer, their participation brings something invaluable to the table: publicity. A celebrity's involvement in a cause can draw attention and inspire others to contribute, amplifying the impact far beyond the immediate task at hand. If Jack were famous enough, his presence at the birdhouse drive could attract media attention, raise awareness, and potentially bring in additional support for the cause. For those of us who aren't celebrities, the most effective way to contribute might be through financial donations rather than direct volunteer labor. By focusing on what we do best and donating the proceeds, we can make a more significant impact than we might realize. This doesn't mean that volunteering is without value, far from it. But it does mean that we should carefully consider how best to use our resources, including our time, to make the biggest difference. In the end, Jack's decision comes down to a choice between personal fulfillment and maximizing his impact. If he chooses to volunteer, he may find satisfaction in the hands-on work and the camaraderie of working alongside others for a good cause. But if his goal is to make the most meaningful contribution, the numbers suggest that sticking to photography and donating his earnings could have a far greater impact on the world he wants to improve. Volunteer work, while noble, isn't always the most effective way to contribute. By understanding the true cost of our time and the potential impact of our contributions, we can make decisions that not only satisfy our personal desire to help but also achieve the greatest good. Jack's story is a reminder that sometimes the best way to lend a hand is by doing what we do best and using the rewards of our labor to support the causes we care about in the most effective way possible. The emotional puppet: how your feelings control your decisions. Imagine you're asked to weigh in on the topic of genetically modified wheat. It's a complex issue with far-reaching consequences, and the rational approach would involve carefully analyzing the pros and cons. You might list all the potential benefits, assign each a level of importance, and multiply that by the likelihood of it happening. Then, you would do the same for the risks, subtract the negatives from the positives, and arrive at a calculated decision. This method, known as expected value, is a staple in decision theory and would theoretically guide you to the most logical choice. But here's the catch: nobody actually makes decisions this way. The reality is, our brains aren't wired for such meticulous calculations. We lack the imagination to foresee all possible outcomes, especially when they involve rare or complex events. For instance, a 30-year-old might struggle to fully grasp the potential devastation of a once-in-a-century storm because they've never experienced one. Additionally, estimating the probabilities of unlikely events is nearly impossible due to insufficient data, making the margin of error uncomfortably high. And let's face it, our brains prefer quick, effortless decisions, not lengthy deliberations. This is where heuristics come into play: mental shortcuts that help us make decisions quickly. One of the most influential of these is the effect heuristic, which involves making a snap judgment based on how something makes us feel. For example, the word gunfire might instantly provoke fear or discomfort, while the word luxury could evoke feelings of pleasure or desire. These emotional responses then heavily influence how we assess risks and benefits. If something makes us feel good, we're likely to downplay its risks and overestimate its benefits. Conversely, if something makes us feel uneasy, we'll likely exaggerate the risks and undervalue the benefits. Consider how this plays out in real life. Your emotional reaction to topics like nuclear power, organic vegetables, or private schooling will likely determine how you view their risks and benefits, often leading to skewed perceptions. If you love riding your Harley Davidson, and a study suggests that motorcycling is more dangerous than previously thought, you might subconsciously inflate the perceived benefits of riding, like the thrill of freedom, to justify the risk. But where do these initial emotions come from? Research suggests that even the smallest, seemingly insignificant factors can shape them. In one study conducted at the University of Michigan, participants were shown a smiling face, an angry face, or a neutral image for less than 1/100th of a second before being asked to rate how much they liked a random Chinese character which they couldn't read. Unsurprisingly, characters associated with the smiling face were rated more favorably. Similarly, another study found that on sunny mornings, stock markets tended to perform better, suggesting that something as simple as sunlight can influence economic decisions, much like a smile can sway personal preferences. All of this points to a sobering reality. Despite our best intentions, we are slaves to our emotions. When faced with complex decisions, we don't analyze the situation logically. Instead, we consult our feelings. The question we're really answering isn't, "What do I think about this?" but rather, "How do I feel about this?" It's a subtle but powerful distinction that drives much of our decision-making process. So, what does this mean for us? It means that understanding the power of emotions is crucial in navigating life's decisions. Recognizing that our feelings often guide our choices, whether we like it or not, can help us approach decision-making with greater awareness. While we might not be able to completely detach from our emotions, we can strive to balance them with rational thought. In the end, emotions are an inescapable part of the human experience, and they play a significant role in shaping our decisions. So, the next time you're faced with a tough choice, remember that how you feel might be influencing you more than you realize. And if that's the case, maybe a smile or a little sunshine could go a long way in shaping your future. Questioning yourself: the danger of the introspection illusion. Bruce runs a successful vitamin business, a legacy passed down from his father. Since the early 90s, when supplements transitioned from being doctor-prescribed necessities to lifestyle products, Bruce has capitalized on the booming demand. Today, as a prominent figure in the industry, he is deeply committed to the belief that the vitamins he has taken daily since childhood are beneficial. When asked by a journalist if they actually work, Bruce's confident response is, "I'm sure of it." But should we believe him? More importantly, should Bruce believe himself? Now, consider a belief you hold with absolute certainty. Perhaps you're convinced that the price of gold will rise in the next 5 years, or you're sure that God exists, or maybe you're skeptical that your dentist is charging you fairly. Whatever the belief, write it down. Do you believe yourself as confidently as Bruce does? Chances are, you regard your belief as more credible than Bruce's. After all, you've examined it internally, with full access to your thoughts and feelings, while Bruce's conviction seems tied to his business interests and personal history. It's easy to suspect that Bruce is biased because his wealth and status depend on the success of his vitamin company. He's invested in this belief on multiple levels financially, socially, and personally. To admit that vitamins might not work would be to undermine his entire life's work and daily habits. But you, on the other hand, have searched within yourself and come to your belief impartially, or so you think. The problem with this reasoning is that introspection, the process of looking inward to understand your thoughts and beliefs, isn't as reliable as we'd like to think. A fascinating study by Swedish psychologist Petter Johansson illustrates this point. Participants were shown 2 photos of strangers and asked to choose which face they found more attractive. After making their choice, they were asked to describe what made that face appealing. However, the researchers cleverly swapped the photos, showing the participants the image they didn't choose. Surprisingly, most participants didn't notice the switch and proceeded to justify their choice with confidence. This experiment reveals a startling truth: our internal reflections can be easily manipulated, and we often fabricate explanations for our beliefs without even realizing it. This phenomenon is known as the introspection illusion, the false belief that our internal reflections provide accurate self-knowledge. The danger of this illusion is twofold. First, it leads to inaccurate predictions about our future mental states. By placing too much trust in our introspective insights, we may be setting ourselves up for disappointment when reality doesn't align with our expectations. Second, the introspection illusion creates a sense of superiority. We tend to believe that our self-reflections are more reliable than those of others, leading us to view our beliefs as more valid and our reasoning as more sound. When someone challenges our beliefs, we typically react in one of 3 ways. First, we might assume that the other person is simply ignorant, they lack the information we have, and if they knew what we know, they would surely agree with us. This assumption often drives political activists who believe they can convert others through education. Second, we might assume that the other person is intellectually inferior, they have the necessary information, but are too foolish to draw the correct conclusions. This mindset is common among bureaucrats who believe they need to protect stupid consumers from their own bad decisions. Finally, we might assume that the other person is acting out of malice, they have the information, they understand the issue, but they deliberately oppose us for sinister reasons. This reaction is often seen in religious conflicts, where dissenters are viewed as evil or misguided. The introspection illusion is powerful because it convinces us that our beliefs are the result of careful, unbiased reflection when, in reality, they are often shaped by subconscious biases and self-justifications. To counteract this, we must become our own heretics, constantly questioning and challenging our beliefs with the same skepticism we would apply to others. It's not enough to simply look inward, we must scrutinize our internal reflections with a critical eye, recognizing that our minds are just as fallible as anyone else's. In the end, the introspection illusion teaches us an important lesson: the beliefs we hold dearest are not always as solid as they seem. By acknowledging the limits of our introspective abilities and treating our internal observations with healthy skepticism, we can avoid the pitfalls of self-deception and become more honest, thoughtful individuals. So, the next time you find yourself absolutely certain of something, pause and ask, am I really sure of this, or am I just convincing myself that I am? The answer might surprise you. The power of closing doors: why letting go of options leads to greater success. Picture this: a stack of 24 books teetering on the edge of your nightstand. Each one has piqued your interest, and you've dipped into all of them. Yet, despite knowing that flitting between so many books won't lead to any profound understanding, you can't bring yourself to commit to just one. Instead, you juggle all 24, hoping that somehow, by keeping your options open, you'll absorb the wisdom they contain. But the truth is, you're spreading yourself too thin, and in trying to grasp everything, you're gaining nothing substantial. This scenario might seem trivial, but it's emblematic of a larger issue that permeates many aspects of our lives: the inability to close doors, to decisively let go of options. We hold on to possibilities, believing that doing so preserves our freedom and maximizes our potential. However, this approach often has the opposite effect. It dilutes our focus, drains our energy, and ultimately hinders our ability to achieve real success. Consider a man who is romantically involved with 3 women, each of whom he deeply cares for. He can envision a future with any of them and feels genuine affection for all 3. Yet, he's paralyzed by the thought of choosing just one, because that would mean losing the other 2 forever. So he keeps all his options open, thinking that by doing so, he's avoiding a painful decision. But in reality, he's preventing himself from forming a deep, meaningful connection with any of them. By refusing to close the door on 2 of these relationships, he's ensuring that none of them will truly flourish. This reluctance to make definitive choices is not a new phenomenon. It's a deeply rooted aspect of human nature. History offers us compelling examples of leaders who understood the power of closing doors. In the 3rd century BC, General Xiang Yu led his troops across the Yangtze River to confront the mighty Qin dynasty. To eliminate the possibility of retreat and force his soldiers to fight with absolute resolve, he ordered all their ships to be set ablaze while they slept. The next day, Xiang Yu addressed his troops with a stark message: you now have a choice, either you fight to win, or you die by burning the ships. He removed the option of escape, focusing his soldiers' minds entirely on the battle ahead. Centuries later, Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés employed a similar tactic during his conquest of Mexico. After landing on the eastern coast, Cortés ordered his men to sink their ships, effectively cutting off any possibility of retreat. The message was clear: there was no going back. The only way forward was to succeed. Both Xiang Yu and Cortés understood a critical lesson that many of us struggle to grasp sometimes. The key to achieving great things is to remove the safety nets, to close doors, and to focus all our energy on the path ahead. Unlike these historical figures, most of us do everything we can to keep our options open. We believe that by preserving as many possibilities as possible, we are safeguarding our freedom and ensuring we don't miss out on opportunities. But this instinct, while natural, is often counterproductive. Psychology professors Dan Ariely and Ji-Woong Shin explored this behavior through a clever experiment involving a simple computer game. Participants were given 100 points and presented with 3 doors on the screen: a red door, a blue door, and a green door. Each door led to a room where points could be earned, and initially, players acted logically. They identified the most rewarding room and stayed there to maximize their score. But then the rules changed. If a door wasn't opened within 12 moves, it would start to shrink and eventually disappear. Suddenly, players began frantically rushing between doors, trying to keep all their options open, even though this scrambling reduced their overall score by 15%. In a further twist, the cost of opening doors was increased to 3 points, but the anxiety of losing options remained so strong that players continued to waste points trying to keep all doors open. Even when participants knew exactly how many points were behind each door, they couldn't bring themselves to close any doors permanently. The fear of losing options overpowered the logic of maximizing their score. Why do we behave this way? The reason lies in a fundamental illusion: the belief that options are free. In the financial world, the cost of maintaining options is clear and explicit. A financial option on a security always has a price, whether it's the premium paid to keep the option open or the opportunity cost of not choosing a more profitable investment. In most other areas of life, however, the cost of keeping options open is less obvious. We don't immediately see how maintaining multiple possibilities drains our mental energy, consumes our time, and prevents us from making decisive progress. This illusion of free options leads us to believe that keeping as many doors open as possible is a wise strategy. We think that by not committing, we're leaving ourselves room to maneuver, to seize opportunities as they arise. But in reality, this approach can be paralyzing. It spreads our attention and resources too thin, making it difficult to achieve anything substantial. CEOs who spend too much time exploring every potential expansion often end up making no decision at all, missing out on critical opportunities. Companies that try to cater to every market segment frequently fail to satisfy any of them, becoming jack of all trades, master of none. Salespeople who chase every possible lead often close no deals, as they fail to focus on the most promising opportunities. The obsession with keeping options open can be detrimental, not only in business but in life as well. We are so focused on maintaining as many irons in the fire as possible, ruling nothing out, and staying open to everything, that we lose sight of what truly matters. The path to success often requires the courage to close doors, to let go of possibilities, and to focus on a clear, decisive course of action. So, how can we learn to close doors? The first step is to recognize that not every opportunity is worth pursuing. Just because a door is open doesn't mean it should be walked through. In business, a successful strategy is often defined as much by what a company chooses not to do as by what it chooses to pursue. This principle can be applied to life as well. Start by writing down what you will not pursue, whether it's certain career paths, personal relationships, or hobbies that no longer serve you. This list will act as a filter, helping you make decisions more quickly and confidently when new opportunities arise. When faced with a new option, test it against your not to pursue list. If it doesn't align with your goals or values, close the door without hesitation. This practice will save you time and mental energy, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. It will also help you avoid the trap of spreading yourself too thin, ensuring that your efforts are concentrated on the areas that will bring you the most success and fulfillment. By deliberately closing doors, you create a more focused, intentional path forward. You free yourself from the anxiety of trying to keep every option open, and instead, you direct your energy towards the opportunities that align with your goals. Most doors, even if they seem enticing, are not worth entering. The handle may turn easily, but that doesn't mean the door leads to anything worthwhile. Success often comes not from having many options, but from knowing which ones to let go of. In the end, the power of closing doors lies in the clarity and focus it brings. By letting go of unnecessary options, you free yourself to pursue what truly matters with all your heart and energy. So, the next time you find yourself hesitating to close a door, remember that sometimes the key to achieving greatness is not in keeping all your options open, but in knowing when to let them go. Make the decision, close the door, and move forward with purpose. Your future success depends on it. The timelessness of tradition, why the future will look more like the past than you think. Imagine the world 50 years from now. What will daily life be like? What kinds of technology will surround us? When people speculated about the future 50 years ago, their visions were filled with extraordinary inventions and radical changes: highways in the skies, cities of glass, bullet trains racing between towering skyscrapers, and even vacations on the moon. They believed that our lives would be drastically different, with everything from our food to our transportation evolving into something unrecognizable. But here we are, living in a world that, for all its technological advances, still heavily relies on the basics of the past. Take a moment to look around you. You might be sitting in a chair, a design that originated in ancient Egypt. You're likely wearing pants, a fashion innovation from 5,000 years ago, adapted by Germanic tribes. Your leather shoes are based on designs from the last ice age, and the wooden bookshelf in your home uses one of the oldest building materials known to humanity. Even at mealtime, you use a fork, a tool dating back to Roman times, to eat traditional foods. Despite the predictions of radical change, much of our daily lives remain rooted in ancient traditions. So, what does this say about the future? According to Nassim Taleb in his book Anti-Fragile, the world 50 years from now will likely resemble today much more than we expect. Taleb suggests that the technology that has been with us for the past 50 years will continue to serve us well into the future, while most of the recent innovations will fade away. The reason is simple: enduring technology has withstood the test of time because it works. It's like a species that has survived through the ages. If it's lasted this long, it will probably continue to thrive. When we think about the future, we often overestimate the importance of the latest gadgets and innovations, underestimating the role of traditional technology. In the 1960s, people were so enamored with space travel that they imagined future generations would take school trips to Mars. In the 1970s, plastic was the material of the future, leading to visions of transparent, plastic homes. But most of these predictions have not come to pass, and the technologies that were expected to dominate our lives have mostly faded into obscurity. This tendency to overvalue the new and shiny is what Taleb calls neomania, a kind of obsession with novelty. In the past, I used to admire early adopters, those people who couldn't live without the latest iPhone or cutting-edge gadget. I saw them as pioneers, leading us into the future. But now I see them differently. Their obsession with the latest technology often blinds them to the reality that many of these innovations offer little real benefit and may not stand the test of time. Stanley Kubrick's iconic film 2001: A Space Odyssey is a perfect example of why we should be cautious about predicting the future. Released in 1968, the film imagined that by the year 2000, the United States would have a thriving colony on the moon, and commercial airlines like Pan Am would offer regular flights there. None of these predictions came true, highlighting the dangers of assuming that the future will be radically different from the present. Instead of being swept up by every new trend, Taleb advises a more measured approach to thinking about the future. He proposes a simple rule of thumb: whatever has lasted for X years will likely last another X years. This is because history acts as a bullshit filter, weeding out the gimmicks from the genuine innovations. In other words, if something has endured for a long time, it's probably because it has real value, and it will continue to be relevant in the future. As we look ahead, it's important to remember that while new technologies and ideas will continue to emerge, many will be fleeting. The future will likely be shaped not by the latest gadgets or trends, but by the enduring principles and technologies that have served us well for centuries. So, the next time you find yourself tempted by the allure of the newest invention, take a step back and consider whether it's something that will truly last. More often than not, the future will look much more like the past than we expect. The sleeper effect: why propaganda and advertising are more powerful than you think. During World War II, governments around the world invested heavily in propaganda films designed to inspire their citizens and soldiers with patriotic fervor. These films aimed to bolster morale, stir up enthusiasm for the war effort, and, if necessary, encourage individuals to sacrifice their lives for their country. The United States, in particular, spent enormous sums on such propaganda, leading the War Department to question whether the expense was truly justified. To find out, they conducted several studies to measure the film's impact on regular soldiers. The initial results were disheartening. The propaganda had little to no effect on increasing the soldiers' enthusiasm for the war. The issue wasn't the quality of the films; many were well-made and emotionally compelling. The problem was that the soldiers recognized the movies for what they were: propaganda. This awareness discredited the film's messages before they even began. No matter how persuasive or stirring the content was, the soldiers dismissed it as hollow and insincere, knowing it was designed to manipulate their emotions. But something surprising happened. When the psychologists revisited the soldiers 9 weeks later and re-evaluated their attitudes, they found a significant shift. Those who had watched the propaganda films expressed more support for the war than those who hadn't. This unexpected result baffled the scientists, particularly because they knew that most arguments lose their persuasiveness over time, much like a radioactive substance has a half-life. After reading an article or hearing a speech, the initial impact might be strong, but as weeks go by, the effect diminishes, and the reasoning behind the argument fades. Yet, propaganda seemed to operate differently. Instead of losing its influence over time, it gained strength. The key to this phenomenon lies in what psychologist Carl Hovland, who led the study, identified as the sleeper effect. The sleeper effect suggests that while the source of an argument is quickly forgotten, the message itself endures. Over time, the memory of where the information came from fades, especially if the source was considered untrustworthy, like a department of propaganda. However, the content of the message, the idea that war is necessary and noble, for example, lingers and can even grow stronger as the discrediting source is forgotten. This sleeper effect isn't just limited to wartime propaganda; it plays a significant role in modern advertising and political campaigns. In the United States, political ads often focus on negative attacks, seeking to tarnish an opponent's record or reputation. Although these ads are required by law to disclose their sponsors, studies have shown that this transparency doesn't prevent the sleeper effect from taking hold. As time passes, voters may forget who sponsored the ad but remember the negative message, which continues to influence their opinions, particularly if they were undecided to begin with. This phenomenon also explains why advertising in general is so effective even for the most discerning and logical individuals. You might think you're immune to the influence of ads because you recognize them for what they are: overt attempts to persuade you. Yet, weeks later, you might not remember whether a particular piece of information came from a well-researched article or a flashy advertisement. The message has seeped into your memory, while the source has faded, allowing the ad to have a lasting impact. So, how can you protect yourself from the sleeper effect? First, be wary of unsolicited advice, even when it appears well-intentioned. This helps shield you from subtle manipulations. Second, avoid sources that are heavily contaminated with ads, as these are prime breeding grounds for the sleeper effect. Books, fortunately, remain one of the few ad-free refuges in our media-saturated world. Finally, make a conscious effort to remember the source of every argument or piece of information you encounter. Ask yourself whose opinions are these, and why do they hold them? Delve into the issue like an investigator, always questioning, cui bono, who benefits? Admittedly, this approach requires more effort and will slow down your decision-making process. But by doing so, you'll refine your judgment, making it harder for untrustworthy sources to sway you with time. The sleeper effect may be powerful, but with awareness and vigilance, you can mitigate its influence, ensuring that your beliefs and decisions remain firmly rooted in truth, rather than forgotten sources of manipulation. The hidden power of alternative thinking: why it's never just a two-horse race. Imagine you're flipping through a glossy brochure for an MBA program at a prestigious university. The images of ivy-covered buildings, state-of-the-art sports facilities, and smiling students from diverse backgrounds immediately draw you in. On the last page, a chart promises a lucrative financial return. The $100,000 tuition is easily offset by the additional $400,000 you'll earn over your career, leaving you with a net gain of $300,000. It seems like a no-brainer. Who wouldn't want to be up $300,000? But this apparent simplicity masks several fallacies, and the most insidious of them all is what we'll call alternative blindness: the tendency to overlook other, possibly superior, options when making decisions. The example of the MBA program illustrates how easily we can be swayed by a seemingly attractive offer, forgetting to consider the next best alternatives. Let's break down the fallacies. First, there's the swimmer's body illusion. The people attracted to MBA programs are likely ambitious and career-oriented individuals who would probably achieve high earnings even without the degree. Second, the true cost of an MBA isn't just the $100,000 tuition, it's also the lost income during the 2 years of study, which could easily double the total cost. Third, predicting earnings decades into the future is fraught with uncertainty, as countless factors could change over time. But most crucially, there's the issue of alternative blindness. The decision to pursue an MBA isn't a simple choice between getting the degree or not getting it. There are other options, perhaps a different, less expensive program that could still boost your career, or investing the $200,000 in a way that could yield even higher returns. This concept of alternative blindness doesn't just apply to education, it's prevalent in nearly every decision we make, from financial investments to public policy. Take, for example, the advice you might receive from an investment broker. If they suggest a bond that offers 5% interest compared to the 1% your savings account provides, it might seem like a good deal. But in reality, the comparison should not be between just these two options. The proper way to evaluate the bond is by considering all available investment opportunities and choosing the one that offers the best return relative to its risk. This is exactly how legendary investor Warren Buffett approaches his decisions, by comparing each opportunity against the best alternative available, even if it means continuing with an existing investment strategy. Politicians, too, often fall victim to alternative blindness. Consider a city planning to build a new sports arena on a vacant plot of land. Proponents argue that it's better to have a sports arena than an empty lot, but this comparison is flawed. The real question should be, is a sports arena the best possible use of that land? What about other alternatives, like building a school, a performing arts center, or a hospital? Or perhaps the city could sell the land and use the proceeds to reduce public debt or invest in other community projects. By focusing only on the sports arena versus the vacant lot, city planners might overlook better opportunities that could provide greater benefits to the community. In our personal lives, alternative blindness can also cloud our judgment, especially when making critical decisions. Imagine your doctor diagnoses you with a life-threatening tumor and presents you with two options: a highly risky surgery with a 50% chance of success, or certain death within 5 years if you do nothing. At first glance, these seem like your only choices. But this is another example of alternative blindness. What if there's a less invasive surgery offered at a different hospital that might not completely remove the tumor but could slow its growth and extend your life by a decade? During that time, new treatments might become available that could cure the tumor altogether. By expanding your view to include all possible options, you might discover a better path that isn't immediately obvious. The key takeaway is that decision-making is rarely as straightforward as it seems. The choices we face are almost never just between two options, and failing to consider alternatives can lead to suboptimal outcomes. To avoid falling into the trap of alternative blindness, it's essential to broaden your perspective and actively seek out other possibilities, even when the initial choices appear to be a rock and a hard place. Whether you're making decisions about your education, investments, public policy, or health, always remember that the best choice might not be one of the obvious ones. By considering a wider range of alternatives, you can make more informed decisions that lead to better outcomes in the long run. So, the next time you're faced with a tough decision, don't limit yourself to the options at hand. Look beyond them, and you might find a superior path that you hadn't initially considered. Why we sabotage success by fearing the talented, the danger of social comparison bias. It was a moment of triumph when one of my books reached the #1 spot on the bestseller list. But just as I was basking in that success, my publisher asked me for a favor: would I write a testimonial for another author's book, one that was on the brink of breaking into the top 10. The request gave me pause. Why should I help a potential rival, someone who might soon compete for my top spot? As I hesitated, I realized that social comparison bias, the instinct to withhold support from those who might surpass us, was influencing my decision. This bias, though seemingly harmless in situations like writing book blurbs, can have far-reaching consequences in more significant arenas. Social comparison bias is the tendency to resist aiding others who might outperform us, even when doing so would ultimately benefit us. While it might seem like a petty concern in the context of book endorsements, this bias can be deeply toxic in fields where innovation and progress are paramount, such as academia. Consider the world of scientific research, where the goal is to publish groundbreaking articles in prestigious journals. Over time, successful scientists are asked to review the work of their peers. But what happens when a young researcher submits a paper that challenges the status quo and threatens the established experts' positions? Social comparison bias can cause these gatekeepers to be excessively critical, potentially stifling new ideas and hindering scientific advancement. A notable example of this bias in action is described by psychologist Stephen Garcia. He recounts the story of a Nobel laureate who deliberately blocked a promising young colleague from applying for a position at his university. While this might seem like a savvy move to protect his status in the short term, it's ultimately counterproductive. The young talent, forced to find another institution, might go on to achieve greatness elsewhere, potentially depriving the original institution of future accolades and innovations. Garcia suggests that this kind of behavior is one reason why research groups rarely maintain their dominance over long periods. The impact of social comparison bias isn't limited to academia, it's also a significant issue in the business world, particularly in startup culture. Guy Kawasaki, a former chief evangelist at Apple and now a venture capitalist, warns about the dangers of this bias in hiring practices. According to Kawasaki, top-tier employees are players hire people who are even better than themselves, recognizing that the success of the company depends on surrounding themselves with the best talent available. However, when B players are in charge of hiring, they tend to bring on C players to maintain a sense of superiority. This eventually leads to what Steve Jobs famously called the bozo explosion, where mediocrity breeds more mediocrity, eroding the organization's talent pool and threatening its future success. This downward spiral can be exacerbated by the Dunning-Kruger effect, where incompetent individuals lack the self-awareness to recognize their shortcomings. As a result, they continue to make poor decisions, further weakening the organization. The danger is clear. By allowing social comparison bias to influence hiring and promotion decisions, companies risk creating a culture of mediocrity that can be difficult to reverse. History offers a rare example of someone who transcended social comparison bias: Isaac Barrow, a professor at Cambridge, who recognized the genius of his young student, Isaac Newton. When Newton shared his groundbreaking research, Barrow didn't try to hold on to his position out of fear. Instead, he stepped aside, becoming a student of Newton's work. This noble gesture allowed Newton's brilliance to flourish, ultimately benefiting the entire scientific community. But how often do we hear of such selflessness today? How many CEOs or professors are willing to step down in favor of a more talented individual? In conclusion, social comparison bias is a natural but dangerous instinct. It can lead us to sabotage the success of others, and by extension, our own, by withholding support from those who might outshine us. While it might feel threatening in the short term to foster individuals more talented than ourselves, the long-term benefits are undeniable. By surrounding ourselves with talented people, we not only enhance our own learning and growth, but also ensure that the institutions and organizations we care about continue to thrive. So, the next time you feel the sting of social comparison bias, remember that the real victory lies in supporting and learning from the young guns who are destined to surpass us. After all, they are the future, and aligning yourself with them is the smartest move you can make. The deceptive power of first and last impressions, how the primacy and recency effects influence our judgments. Imagine you're introduced to two people, Alan and Ben. Without overthinking, you're asked to choose whom you'd prefer to spend time with. Alan is described as smart, hardworking, impulsive, critical, stubborn, and jealous. Ben, on the other hand, is described as jealous, stubborn, critical, impulsive, hardworking, and smart. Even though these descriptions contain the same traits, just in reverse order, most people will favor Alan over Ben. Why? The answer lies in the primacy effect, a cognitive bias where the first information we encounter tends to dominate our overall impression. The primacy effect is the reason why first impressions are so powerful and often deceptive. When we meet someone, the traits or characteristics we notice first significantly shape our perception of them, sometimes to the detriment of more accurate assessments. This is why people put so much effort into making a good first impression, whether it's through personal appearance, behavior, or the environment they create. For instance, businesses invest in lavish entrance halls to impress clients from the moment they walk in, and professionals wear polished designer shoes rather than casual sneakers to meetings, knowing that first impressions can have a lasting impact. This bias doesn't just affect our social interactions, it can lead to practical errors in other areas of life as well. Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman, for example, discovered how the primacy effect influenced his grading as a professor. Initially, he graded exams in the traditional order, one student's entire exam at a time. He found that if a student performed well on the first few questions, he tended to give them the benefit of the doubt on later questions, potentially inflating their grade. To combat this, Kahneman changed his approach by grading all students' answers to the same question before moving on to the next. This method minimized the primacy effect and led to fairer evaluations. However, it's not always possible to eliminate the primacy effect. When hiring a new employee, for instance, you might be swayed by a candidate who makes a strong first impression during an interview. Even though you should ideally consider all candidates equally, that initial impression can carry undue weight. One way to mitigate this is by scoring candidates at regular intervals throughout the interview, and then calculating an average score to ensure that your final decision isn't overly influenced by the first few minutes. But while the primacy effect is influential, it's not the only factor at play. The contrasting recency effect also has a significant impact on our judgments. This effect refers to the tendency to remember the most recent information more clearly, especially when that information is still fresh in our minds. For example, if you listen to a speech, you're more likely to remember the final point or the punchline than the points made at the beginning. So, when do these two effects dominate our thinking? If you're asked to make an immediate decision based on a series of impressions, such as when evaluating a candidate's qualifications during an interview, the primacy effect tends to be stronger. However, if you're recalling information from some time ago, such as trying to remember details from a speech you heard weeks earlier, the recency effect is more likely to influence your memory. In conclusion, both first and last impressions play a disproportionate role in how we evaluate people and situations, while the information sandwiched between often has a weaker influence. To avoid being misled by these biases, it's crucial to approach evaluations with a structured method that considers the entire range of information rather than just the beginning or the end. For example, in interviews or assessments, try jotting down scores or observations at regular intervals, and then averaging them to ensure a more balanced evaluation. While it's challenging to completely overcome the influence of the primacy and recency effects, Being aware of these biases and taking steps to mitigate them can lead to more accurate and fair judgments. The pitfall of overvaluing our own creations, understanding the not invented here syndrome. A few weeks ago, I attempted to step up my modest cooking skills by creating a new sauce for a dish of baked sole. The sauce was a daring blend of white wine, pureed pistachio nuts, honey, grated orange peel, and balsamic vinegar. While I thought it was a bold and delicious innovation, my wife didn't share my enthusiasm. She politely scraped the sauce off her fish, unimpressed by my culinary experiment. Undeterred, I explained to her the creativity and originality behind the sauce, but her opinion remained unchanged. 2 weeks later, when we had sole again, my wife prepared 2 sauces, her usual beurre blanc, and a new recipe supposedly from a French top chef. The latter tasted awful, and to my surprise, she revealed that it wasn't a French recipe at all, it was my own concoction from 2 weeks before. She had tricked me into tasting my own creation without the bias of knowing it was mine, and it tasted just as bad to me as it did to her. This experience highlighted my susceptibility to the not invented here syndrome, myriad syndrome, a cognitive bias that leads us to overvalue our own ideas simply because they are ours. Myriad syndrome isn't limited to homemade sauces, it affects all kinds of creations, from business solutions to inventions. Companies often fall victim to this bias by overestimating the value of ideas developed in-house, even when external solutions might be objectively better. For example, a CEO in the software industry confided that his company struggles to sell its market-leading software to health insurance firms because these firms are convinced that their in-house solutions, developed over decades, are superior. Another CEO described the challenge of getting his headquarters staff to accept ideas generated by employees in far-flung subsidiaries, simply because those ideas weren't born within the central office. The myriad syndrome also explains why entrepreneurs often believe their business ideas are destined for success, even when evidence suggests otherwise. This self-confidence can fuel innovation and drive entrepreneurial efforts, but it also leads to frequent failures and poor returns in the startup world. To counteract this bias, it's useful to separate idea generation from evaluation. By splitting teams into groups, one to create ideas and the other to assess them, organizations can reduce the influence of myriad syndrome and make more objective decisions. Psychologist Dan Ariely conducted a fascinating experiment to measure the myriad syndrome. Writing for the New York Times, he asked readers to propose solutions to a series of challenges, such as reducing water consumption in cities. Participants were also asked to evaluate all the ideas submitted, including their own, and to indicate how much time and money they would invest in each. Despite the fact that everyone's responses were strikingly similar, most participants rated their own ideas as more important and feasible than others. This bias persisted even when all participants were given the same set of words to use in their answers, demonstrating how deeply ingrained myriad syndrome can be. On a larger scale, myriad syndrome has significant societal implications. We often overlook valuable ideas from other cultures or regions simply because they weren't developed locally. For example, in Switzerland, one small canton resisted women's suffrage until a federal court ruling in 1990 forced the change, an extreme case of myriad syndrome. Similarly, the modern traffic roundabout, an innovation of British engineers in the 1960s, took decades to gain acceptance in the United States and continental Europe. Today, France alone has more than 30,000 roundabouts, though many French people might mistakenly attribute their origin to a local designer. In conclusion, myriad syndrome leads us to overvalue our own creations and dismiss valuable ideas from others. To overcome this bias, it's important to periodically take a step back and critically assess the quality of our own ideas. How many of the ideas you've come up with in the past 10 years have truly stood the test of time? Probably fewer than you'd like to admit. By acknowledging the limitations of our own creativity and being open to external ideas, we can make better decisions and avoid the trap of myriad syndrome. Embracing the unpredictable: how to thrive in a world of black swans. For centuries, the statement "all swans are white" was considered an undeniable truth. Every swan observed was white, reinforcing this belief. The very idea of a swan in a different color seemed impossible until 1697, when Dutch explorer Willem de Vlaming encountered a black swan for the first time in Australia. This discovery shattered the long-held assumption and gave birth to the term black swan. which has since become a symbol for the improbable and the unexpected. In the world of finance, a black swan event is something so rare and unpredictable that it defies expectations and can have a massive impact on the market. For instance, the stock market generally experiences small, manageable fluctuations. Investors grow accustomed to this pattern, believing they understand the market's ebb and flow. But then, an event like the crash on October 19, 1987, when the Dow Jones plummeted 22% in a single day, shocks the system. This sudden, catastrophic drop is a classic example of a black swan, as described by Nassim Taleb in his book, The Black Swan. A black swan is an unthinkable event that can drastically alter the course of your life, career, or even the fate of a nation. These events can be both positive and negative. They range from the meteorite that wiped out the dinosaurs to the invention of the internet, from the collapse of the Soviet Union to the rise of social media platforms like Facebook. Black swans can change the world in an instant, and they often do so without any warning. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld famously categorized knowledge into three types: known knowns, things we are aware of and understand; known unknowns, things we are aware of but do not fully understand; and unknown unknowns, things we are completely unaware of and cannot even anticipate. Black swans fall into the category of unknown unknowns. They are the events that no one sees coming, and yet, when they occur, they can have profound and lasting consequences. Why are black swans becoming more significant in our world today? The answer lies in the increasing complexity and interconnectedness of modern society. As our world becomes more intricate, the chances of encountering unexpected events with far-reaching impacts also increase. Feedback loops, non-linear influences, and the rapid pace of technological advancement all contribute to the likelihood of black swans disrupting our lives. Our brains, however, are not well equipped to deal with such extreme scenarios. Evolution has conditioned us to focus on the ordinary and the predictable. In the Stone Age, humans rarely encountered anything truly extraordinary. Our ancestors hunted game that was sometimes faster or slower, sometimes fatter or thinner, but overall, everything revolved around a stable mean. Today's world is different. A single breakthrough can transform someone's life, multiplying their income exponentially. Think of people like Larry Page, J.K. Rowling, or George Soros, individuals whose fortunes were shaped by events and opportunities that were unimaginable just a generation ago. Given that black swans are unpredictable and often devastating, what can we do to protect ourselves or even profit from them? The key is to position yourself in such a way that you can take advantage of positive black swans while minimizing your exposure to negative ones. This means seeking out opportunities where success is scalable, where a single idea, product, or invention can have an outsized impact. Artists, inventors, and entrepreneurs often find themselves in these positions, where a stroke of luck or genius can lead to unprecedented success. On the other hand, if you work in a job where your income is tied directly to the hours you put in, such as a salaried employee, a dentist, or a journalist, you are less likely to experience the upside of a black swan event. That doesn't mean you're powerless, though. To protect yourself from negative black swans, those catastrophic events that can wipe out your savings or plunge you into debt, it's crucial to live within your means. Avoid excessive debt and invest your money conservatively. In a world where the improbable is increasingly possible, it's essential to embrace uncertainty rather than fear it. By preparing for the unexpected and positioning yourself to benefit from positive black swans, you can navigate the unpredictable waters of life with confidence. Remember, while you can't predict when the next black swan will appear, you can ensure that when it does, you're ready to seize the opportunity or weather the storm. The limits of knowledge: why expertise often fails to transfer across domains. Writing books on clear thinking has its perks. I'm often invited by business leaders and investors to give talks, sometimes for quite a hefty fee. Ironically, these invitations themselves demonstrate a lapse in judgment. Books are much cheaper and often contain the same insights. But something interesting happens during these talks. When I use examples from the field relevant to the audience, like using medical scenarios for doctors or financial cases for investors, the concepts resonate easily. However, when I switch to examples outside their expertise, like using economic cases for doctors or biological analogies for investors, many in the audience struggle to grasp the concepts. This phenomenon is known as domain dependence, our tendency to fail at applying knowledge from one area to another. One of the most striking examples of domain dependence comes from Nobel laureate Harry Markowitz, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics for his theory of portfolio selection, a sophisticated approach to optimizing investment portfolios by balancing risk and return. Yet, when it came to managing his own investments, Markowitz opted for a simple 50-50 split between stocks and bonds, ignoring the very model that earned him the Nobel Prize. His failure to apply his groundbreaking theory to his personal finances illustrates how challenging it is to transfer expertise from one domain to another. Domain dependence isn't limited to the academic versus practical realms. It permeates all areas of life. Consider my friend, an adrenaline junkie who scales cliffs and jumps off mountains in a wingsuit. He warned me against starting a business due to the risk of bankruptcy, to which I replied that I'd rather face financial ruin than physical death. He didn't appreciate my logic, a clear example of how his understanding of risk in extreme sports didn't translate to the business world. Even within the creative process, domain dependence is evident. As an author, I find it easy to create plots and characters for my novels. Filling a blank page doesn't intimidate me. However, when faced with an empty apartment, my creativity evaporates. Interior design, despite being another creative task, feels entirely foreign to me, demonstrating how difficult it can be to transfer skills across different areas of life. This challenge is common in the business world. A top-performing salesperson in consumer goods might struggle when transitioning to selling software. Similarly, a small group presenter may falter when addressing a large audience, and a successful marketing executive may lack the strategic creativity required to thrive as a CEO. The expertise that serves them well in one context can become a hindrance in another, highlighting the pervasive nature of domain dependence. Perhaps the most striking examples of domain dependence occur when trying to transfer skills from the professional realm to the personal sphere. Many CEOs are charismatic leaders at work but are uninspiring at home. Doctors, who should know better, are often found smoking, and police officers are statistically more likely to be violent at home than civilians. Literary critics who dissect others' works often produce novels that receive poor reviews. Even couples therapists, who help others navigate marital issues, frequently struggle in their own relationships. A telling story comes from mathematics professor Barry Mazur, who recounted a time when he was agonizing over whether to move from Stanford to Harvard. A friend suggested he use decision theory, a field in which Mazur was a leading expert, to weigh the costs and benefits. But Mazur dismissed the idea, saying, "Come on, Sandy. This is serious." Even one of the foremost minds in decision theory couldn't apply his expertise to a personal decision, underscoring just how difficult it is to transfer knowledge across domains. The truth is, what we master in one area rarely transfers smoothly to another, particularly when moving from theory to practice. This is a challenge for anyone trying to apply book knowledge to real life. Even for me, the transition from writing about clear thinking to practicing it daily is far from easy. Understanding a concept in theory doesn't automatically translate to wisdom in practice, a reality that underscores the limitations of knowledge across domains. The false consensus effect: why we overestimate agreement with our own views. Imagine being asked whether you prefer music from the 60s or the 80s. Perhaps you lean towards the soulful, revolutionary sounds of the 60s, or maybe you're drawn to the energetic, synthesizer-driven beats of the 80s. Now, think about how the general public might answer this question. If you're like most people, you probably assume that the majority shares your preference. This assumption that others think and feel the same way we do is a cognitive bias known as the false consensus effect. The false consensus effect was first identified by Stanford psychologist Lee Ross in 1977 through a series of revealing experiments. In one of these experiments, Ross asked students on campus to wear a sandwich board with the slogan "Eat at Joe's" for 30 minutes. After agreeing or refusing, the students were asked to estimate how many of their peers would make the same choice. Those who agreed to wear the sign believed that most others would do the same, while those who refused assumed that the majority would also decline. In both cases, the students imagined themselves to be part of the popular majority, even though their decisions were based on personal preferences. This tendency to project our own beliefs and choices onto others is deeply ingrained in human psychology, and it manifests in many areas of life. For example, consider political factions or interest groups. Members of these groups often overrate the popularity of their causes, convinced that their views are shared by a broad consensus. Take the issue of global warming, for instance. Whether you see it as an urgent crisis or as an exaggerated threat, You likely believe that most people share your stance. This assumption can lead to a distorted perception of public opinion, reinforcing the false consensus effect. Politicians, too, are frequently influenced by this bias. When confident of their chances in an election, politicians often believe that their views align with those of the majority, leading them to overestimate their popularity. This can result in misguided campaign strategies and a failure to connect with the broader electorate, as they assume their platform has more widespread support than it actually does. The false consensus effect doesn't just influence our perceptions of politics and public opinion, it also plays a significant role in the arts and business. Artists, for example, are often convinced that their latest project will be a major success. They assume that their work, which resonates deeply with them, will have the same impact on the public. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. I've experienced this firsthand. When I wrote my novel Massimo Morini, I was convinced it would be as successful as my previous books. It had all the elements that I believed made my earlier works popular, but the public was of a different opinion, and the novel did not achieve the success I had anticipated. This is a classic example of the false consensus effect at work. In the business world, the false consensus effect can be particularly costly. Companies, especially those in the tech industry, often fall into the trap of overestimating the appeal of their products. When developers and engineers pour their hearts into creating sophisticated features, they may mistakenly believe that consumers will be equally enthusiastic. This disconnect between the creator's expectations and the market's response can lead to disappointing sales and product failures. The false consensus effect also influences how we perceive those who disagree with us. When people don't share our opinions, we tend to categorize them as abnormal or misguided. Ross's experiment with the sandwich board illustrates this point perfectly. The students who agreed to wear the sign viewed those who refused as stuck-up or humorless, while those who declined saw the sign wearers as foolish attention seekers. This tendency to view dissenters as outliers reinforces the false consensus effect, making it even harder to recognize and correct our biases. It's important to distinguish the false consensus effect from the concept of social proof, which is another cognitive bias. Social proof is the idea that people tend to follow the behavior of others, especially in ambiguous situations, because it often leads to better outcomes. This behavior has roots in our evolutionary history, where following the crowd could mean the difference between survival and death. The false consensus effect, on the other hand, is purely an internal bias where no outside influences are involved. It's our mind's way of simplifying the world by assuming that others are just like us. Yet, the false consensus effect has its own social function. Throughout human history, those who appeared confident and convinced of their views thanks to this bias were often seen as leaders. This confidence likely helped them attract more resources, gain social support, and increase their chances of reproductive success. In other words, the false consensus effect might have helped our ancestors survive and thrive, even if it led to some misjudgments along the way. However, in today's complex world, this bias can be more of a hindrance than a help. Assuming that our views are widely shared can lead to poor decision-making, both in our personal lives and in broader societal contexts. For instance, if a company's leadership assumes that the majority of consumers will love their new product simply because they do, they might neglect to conduct thorough market research, leading to costly mistakes. Similarly, in politics, overestimating public support for certain policies can result in electoral losses or policy failures. To combat the false consensus effect, it's essential to consciously remind ourselves that our perspective is just one of many. We should seek out diverse viewpoints and be open to the possibility that others may see the world very differently. Before dismissing those who disagree with us as abnormal or misguided, we should take a step back and question our own assumptions. Are we truly in the majority, or are we falling victim to the false consensus effect? In conclusion, the false consensus effect is a powerful cognitive bias that leads us to overestimate how much others share our views and preferences. It can distort our understanding of public opinion, influence our decisions in business and politics, and shape how we perceive those who think differently. By becoming aware of this bias and actively seeking to counteract it, we can make more informed decisions and develop a more accurate understanding of the world around us. After all, recognizing that our worldview is not universally shared is the first step towards greater empathy, better decision-making, and more effective communication in our increasingly diverse society. The Illusion of Infallibility: How Our Memories Rewrite Themselves. In George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984, Winston Smith works at the Ministry of Truth, where his job is to rewrite history, altering old newspaper articles and documents to align with the government's ever-changing narrative. His task is to erase past errors and create the illusion that the government has always been right, securing its absolute power. This manipulation of history, although fictional, mirrors a phenomenon happening in our own minds, where a little Winston is at work, revising our memories to fit our present beliefs and perceptions. Unlike Orwell's Winston, who eventually rebels against the system, our inner Winston operates with utmost efficiency and loyalty, ensuring that we always appear to have been right all along. This subconscious revision of our personal history is more common than we might like to admit. In 1973 US, political scientist Gregory Marcus conducted a study where he asked 3,000 people to share their views on controversial political issues, such as the legalization of drugs. A decade later, he interviewed the same individuals again, not only asking their current opinions but also what they recalled having said 10 years earlier. The results were striking. The participants' memories of their past views were almost identical to their current opinions, despite significant changes in their actual responses over time. This suggests that our brains naturally align our memories with our present beliefs, subtly erasing any evidence of our previous fallibility. This mental rewriting is a clever coping strategy, helping us avoid the discomfort of admitting we were wrong. After all, acknowledging mistakes can be emotionally challenging. It threatens our self-image and forces us to confront the fact that we are not always as knowledgeable or consistent as we like to believe. But rather than celebrate these moments of correction as opportunities for growth, we often subconsciously alter our memories to maintain a sense of infallibility. However, the idea that our memories are infallible is a dangerous myth. Even our most vivid recollections, those we believe to be as clear and detailed as photographs, are often far from accurate. Psychologists refer to these intense, seemingly perfect memories as flashbulb memories. These are the moments we remember with crystal clarity, such as where we were and what we were doing when we first heard about the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001. We might recall the person we were speaking with, the emotions we felt, and the exact sequence of events. These memories feel so real and undeniable that we trust them implicitly. But flashbulb memories, like all memories, are subject to the same inaccuracies and reconstructions as our regular recollections. Ulrich Neisser, a pioneer in cognitive science, explored this by studying the memories of students who had witnessed the Challenger space shuttle explosion in 1986. He asked them to write detailed essays about their reactions the day after the disaster and then interviewed them again 3 years later. The results were revealing. Less than 7% of the students' recollections matched their original essays, and half of the memories were incorrect in 2/3 of the details. Despite this, the students remained confident in their revised memories, even when confronted with their own handwriting that contradicted their current beliefs. So why do these flashbulb memories feel so real if they are so unreliable? The answer remains unclear. What we do know is that our memories are far more malleable and prone to error than we'd like to think. Studies suggest that up to half of what we remember could be inaccurate. While this may seem harmless, it can have serious consequences, particularly in situations where memories are relied upon for critical decisions, such as in the legal system. Eyewitness testimony, for example, is often given considerable weight in criminal cases, despite the well-documented fallibility of human memory. Police lineups and witness identifications can lead to wrongful convictions if we trust these flawed memories without additional corroboration. The confidence with which a witness recalls a face or event does not guarantee its accuracy. In conclusion, our memories are not the reliable records we often believe them to be. The process of revising our past to fit our present beliefs is a natural part of how our minds work, helping us maintain a sense of consistency and self-assurance. However, this mental rewriting can lead to a distorted view of our own history and a false sense of infallibility. It's important to recognize the limits of our memory and remain open to the possibility that our recollections may not always align with reality. By questioning our memories and seeking out objective evidence, we can avoid the pitfalls of relying too heavily on our own flawed perceptions and make more informed decisions in our lives. The power and peril of group identity. Understanding the in-group out-group bias. When I was a child, winter Sundays often meant sitting with my family in front of the television, Watching ski races. My parents cheered fervently for the Swiss skiers and encouraged me to do the same. But I couldn't understand the excitement. Why should I care if someone zoomed down a mountain on 2 planks? Why did a difference of 1/100th of a second matter? And most importantly, why should I identify with the Swiss skiers? I wasn't related to any of them. If I had been born just a few feet over the border, I might have been expected to cheer for an entirely different team. This early experience led me to question the very nature of group identity. Why do we identify so strongly with certain groups, be it a sports team, a country, or even a company? The answer lies deep within our evolutionary history. Over thousands of years, our ancestors developed behavioral patterns that were crucial for survival, and one of the most significant was the need to belong to a group. In ancient times, group membership meant protection, shared resources, and a better chance of survival. Those who rejected group membership or were expelled faced almost certain death. As a result, humans became intensely social creatures, hardwired to form and cling to groups. Psychologists have studied the effects of group membership extensively, and these effects are often categorized under the term in-group-out-group bias. This bias manifests in several ways. First, groups can form based on the most trivial criteria, such as the arbitrary choice of a sports team or the company where you work. In a famous experiment, British psychologist Henry Teichfel randomly divided strangers into groups based on their supposed preference for a particular type of art. Despite the random allocation and the fact that the participants were strangers with little knowledge of art, those within each group quickly began to see each other as more agreeable than members of the other group. This illustrates how easily we can form in groups based on virtually nothing. Second, the in-group-out-group bias leads us to perceive people outside our group as more similar to one another than they actually are, a phenomenon known as the out-group homogeneity bias. This bias fuels stereotypes and prejudices, making us more likely to lump others together while seeing the diversity within our own group. Think of science fiction movies. Humans are always portrayed with diverse cultures and behaviors, while the aliens are depicted as a homogeneous mass with no internal differences. Third, group membership often amplifies our own views, as we receive disproportionate support for them within our group. This reinforcement can create echo chambers where only similar opinions are heard and validated. In the business world, this can lead to organizational blindness, where a company becomes so insulated within its own culture and ideas that it fails to recognize or adapt to outside perspectives. Family bonds make sense evolutionarily. After all, we share half our genes with our siblings, so it's in our interest to ensure their well-being. But humans have extended this concept far beyond kinship through what psychologists call pseudo-kinship. This phenomenon evokes the same emotions as familial ties, but without any actual blood relationship. Pseudo-kinship can lead to extreme behaviors, such as laying down one's life for a group, a concept most commonly seen in warfare. The language used in military contexts, with terms like motherland and brotherhood, is designed to tap into this deep-seated bias, encouraging soldiers to see each other as family and the cause as a shared mission. The implications of in-group-out-group bias are profound. Prejudice and aversion to those outside our group are biological responses rooted in our ancient survival strategies. But in today's world, where the need for group-based survival is no longer as critical, these biases can distort our perception of reality. Identifying too strongly with a group can lead to a skewed view of the facts, making us more susceptible to manipulation and less open to differing perspectives. In conclusion, while identifying with a group has been a crucial survival strategy for hundreds of thousands of years, it is no longer as necessary in the modern world. In fact, it can often lead to distorted thinking and harmful behaviors. It's essential to recognize when group identity is influencing our perceptions and decisions, and to question whether these influences are leading us toward truth or simply reinforcing outdated survival mechanisms. If you ever find yourself in a situation where your group's goals conflict with your personal values, whether in a business setting or, more drastically, in a war, it's worth considering whether the group identity you've embraced is truly serving your best interests. The crucial distinction between risk and uncertainty. Understanding ambiguity. Aversion. Imagine you're presented with 2 boxes. Box A contains 100 balls, 50 red and 50 black. Box B also holds 100 balls, but you have no idea how many are red and how many are black. The challenge is simple. If you draw a red ball, you win $100. Which box do you choose? Most people opt for box A, where the odds are known. But what if the challenge changes? Now, you win $100 for drawing a black ball. Which box do you choose? Despite the change, most people will stick with box A. This behavior, however, is illogical. If you assumed box B had fewer red balls in the first round, you should logically assume it has more black balls in the second. So why the preference for box A in both scenarios? This is where the Ellsberg paradox comes into play, a concept named after Daniel Ellsberg, a former Harvard psychologist who later became famous for leaking the Pentagon Papers. The paradox reveals a common human tendency: we favor known probabilities like those in box A over unknown ones like those in box B, even when this preference leads to inconsistent or irrational decisions. This tendency highlights the fundamental difference between risk and uncertainty, two concepts that are often confused. Risk involves situations where the probabilities are known and calculable. For instance, in box A, you know there's a 50% chance of drawing a red ball and a 50% chance of drawing a black one. Uncertainty, on the other hand, refers to situations where the probabilities are unknown, as in the case of box B. This distinction is crucial because it affects how we make decisions and how we understand the world around us. Risk is something we can quantify and manage. The science of risk, known as statistics, has been developed over the past 3 centuries, providing us with tools to calculate probabilities and make informed decisions. For example, in the medical field, we can estimate the risk of certain outcomes based on large amounts of data. We can say with some confidence that there's a 30% risk of a person dying from cancer, because we have historical data on millions of similar cases. In this context, risk is a useful and reliable concept. However, uncertainty is a different beast altogether. When we deal with uncertainty, the probabilities are unknown and often unknowable. Take, for instance, the statement, "There is a 30% chance that the euro will collapse in the next 5 years." This assertion is meaningless because the economy operates in the realm of uncertainty. Unlike human bodies, which are relatively similar and predictable, economic systems are complex, unique, and subject to countless unpredictable factors. There are no billions of comparable economies from which we can derive reliable probabilities. This is why, in the realm of finance, concepts like risk and uncertainty often get muddled, leading to disastrous consequences, as we saw during the financial crisis of 2008. The distinction between risk and uncertainty is also evident in the difference between life insurance and credit default swaps. Life insurance operates in the domain of risk. We can predict the likelihood of death based on statistical data from millions of people. Credit default swaps, on the other hand, are a form of financial insurance against specific defaults, such as a company's inability to pay its debts. This places them squarely in the realm of uncertainty, where probabilities are far less predictable. The confusion between these two realms was a significant factor in the financial chaos of 2008. Understanding this difference is crucial for clear thinking, but it's not always easy. Humans have a natural aversion to ambiguity, known as ambiguity aversion. This aversion makes it challenging to tolerate uncertainty, which can lead us to make poor decisions. The amygdala, a small, almond-shaped region in the brain, plays a key role in processing emotions and memories, influencing how we respond to uncertainty. For some, ambiguity is particularly unsettling, which can even shape political views, making those who are more averse to uncertainty lean toward conservative ideologies. In a world filled with uncertainty, it's essential to distinguish between situations where probabilities can be calculated and those where they cannot. Casinos, coin tosses, and probability textbooks provide clear examples of risk, where probabilities are well defined. However, much of life operates in the domain of uncertainty, where ambiguity reigns. Learning to tolerate and navigate this ambiguity is a crucial skill, one that requires a deep understanding of the difference between risk and uncertainty. In conclusion, while risk and uncertainty are often conflated, they represent fundamentally different challenges. Risk involves known probabilities and is manageable through calculation and statistics. Uncertainty, however, is characterized by unknown probabilities, making it much harder to navigate. To make better decisions and understand the world more accurately, we must learn to recognize when we are dealing with risk and when we are facing uncertainty, and develop the ability to tolerate the ambiguity that comes with it. The power of the default, why we stick to the status quo. The other day, I found myself glancing through a bewildering wine list at a restaurant. Faced with unfamiliar names like Irulagi and Susumanello, I quickly opted for the safe choice, the French house wine, Reserve du Patron. It felt like the least risky option in a sea of uncertainty. Later, I realized that this seemingly harmless decision was a perfect example of the default effect in action, our tendency to stick with the options presented to us, especially when we feel unsure or overwhelmed. The default effect is a cognitive bias that drives us to choose preset options or avoid making changes to what we already know. Even when given numerous ways to personalize my iPhone, I haven't adjusted a single setting. Despite having the knowledge and capability to do so, I'm content to stick with the factory settings. This inclination isn't about laziness or technical incompetence, it's simply that the default settings offer a convenient, comfortable option that feels safe and familiar. This bias appears in many aspects of life, from the mundane to the consequential. When it comes to buying a new car, for instance, we often choose the color showcased in advertisements, even though other colors are available. The default color suddenly becomes more appealing just because it's presented as the norm. The same principle is at work in more significant decisions, like choosing insurance policies. As demonstrated in an experiment conducted in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, the default option presented to drivers drastically influenced their choices. New Jersey promoted a cheaper insurance option as the default, and most residents accepted it. In Pennsylvania, where a more expensive option was the default, it became the more popular choice, despite offering different coverage. But the power of the default doesn't stop at consumer decisions, it extends into social policy and ethics. The challenge of encouraging organ donation provides a prime example. Traditionally, organ donation operates on an opt-in system where people must actively choose to become donors. However, when researchers flipped the script and made organ donation the default option, requiring people to opt out if they didn't want to participate, the number of donors soared from 40% to over 80%. This simple shift in how the choice was framed dramatically changed behavior, revealing just how strong the pull of the default can be. In situations where no default option is explicitly provided, we tend to make our past decisions the default setting, further entrenching the status quo. People are often reluctant to try something new, even when a change could offer clear benefits. My own experience with my bank is a good example. For years, I've paid an annual fee for paper account statements, even though I could easily switch to free online statements. Despite the cost and inconvenience, I've stuck with the default because it feels easier than making the switch. So why do we cling to the status quo, even when it doesn't serve us well? One reason is loss aversion, the psychological principle that losses feel twice as painful as equivalent gains feel pleasurable. This makes us reluctant to give up something familiar, even when the alternative might be better. In negotiations, for instance, people often struggle to renegotiate contracts because any concession feels like a loss, which outweighs the potential benefits of the new terms. The default effect and status quo bias are powerful forces shaping our choices and behaviors. We gravitate toward what feels comfortable and familiar, even when doing so puts us at a disadvantage. By understanding this bias, we can better recognize when we're making decisions out of habit rather than reason. In fact, merely changing the default option can have a profound impact on behavior, as seen in the organ donation example. As I mused over the house wine, I joked with my dinner companion that perhaps our lives are guided by some hidden grand default, waiting for us to notice it. Maybe, like the wine itself, it simply needs a little time to develop. But the truth is, recognizing the power of the default is the first step toward breaking free from the inertia of the status quo and making more deliberate, thoughtful choices in our lives. The panic-inducing power of regret, how last chances manipulate our decisions. Imagine two investors, Paul and George. Paul owns shares in Company A and considered selling them to buy shares in Company B, but he didn't. A year later, he realizes that if he had made the switch, he would have gained $1,200. George, on the other hand, did the opposite. He sold his shares in Company B to buy shares in Company A. He, too, finds out that if he had stayed with B, he would have been $1,200 richer. Who feels more regret? Surprisingly, despite both situations being objectively identical, most people believe that George feels more regret than Paul. The reason? George took action, while Paul did not. This difference in perception highlights a profound human tendency. We often regret the actions we take more than the ones we don't, particularly when our choices set us apart from the crowd. Regret is a powerful emotion, one that stems from the feeling of having made the wrong decision. It's the nagging thought that if only we had done something differently, we might be better off. This fear of regret influences our behavior in subtle yet significant ways. For instance, when faced with a decision that could make us deviate from the norm, we often choose the safer, more conventional route to avoid the potential regret of being wrong. This is why Paul, who simply held onto his shares, might feel less regret than George, who made an active decision to switch. Paul represents the majority who stick with the status quo, while George represents the minority who take risks. It seems that stepping away from the crowd amplifies the fear of regret. But this tendency isn't always consistent. There are situations where inaction can be the exception, and in those cases, the regret can be just as strong, if not stronger. Consider a traditional publisher who refuses to jump on the ebook bandwagon, insisting that books are made of paper. When this publisher eventually goes bankrupt, despite holding firm to his beliefs, the regret might be overwhelming not because he took action, but because he chose not to, defying the prevailing trend. The fear of regret can lead to irrational decision-making as we try to avoid that sinking feeling in our stomachs. For example, even seasoned traders who are typically confident in their decisions show a tendency to sell off risky, unconventional stocks at the end of the year, right before performance reviews. This move, driven by the fear of being judged poorly if their exotic picks don't pay off, shows how regret can push even the most rational minds towards conformity. This fear also explains why we hold on to items we no longer need. Those old tennis shoes gathering dust in the closet? We keep them because we fear the unlikely scenario where we might need them again, and the regret we would feel if we had thrown them away. It's this same fear that keeps us from making changes, even when those changes might be beneficial. The fear of regret becomes even more potent when combined with the pressure of a last chance offer. Marketers know this well and use it to their advantage. Take, for example, a travel brochure that promises the last chance to see a rhino before the species is extinct. Suddenly, people who never had an interest in seeing a rhino feel compelled to book a flight to Tanzania. The urgency of the last chance preys on our fear of missing out and the potential regret that follows. Similarly, the real estate market often plays on this fear. Imagine you've always dreamed of owning a house with a sea view. You learn that land is becoming scarce and only one plot remains. The thought of losing this last chance compels you to buy it, even at an exorbitant price. In reality, properties with sea views will continue to become available, but the fear of regret tricks you into believing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In conclusion, the fear of regret is a powerful force that can lead us to make irrational decisions, particularly when we perceive something as a last chance. Whether it's in investing, shopping, or major life choices, this fear can cloud our judgment and push us towards decisions that we might not otherwise make. Understanding this psychological trap is crucial for making more rational, informed choices, free from the panic that often accompanies the thought of missing out. By recognizing the fear of regret and the manipulation of last chances, we can better navigate our decisions and avoid being driven by emotion rather than reason. The salience affect how eye-catching details skew our perception. In a world where information is constantly bombarding us from every angle, it's easy to become captivated by the most eye-catching details. Whether it's a sensational news headline or a particularly vivid image, our attention is naturally drawn to what stands out. However, this tendency to focus on the most striking aspects of a situation can often lead us astray, skewing our perception and causing us to overlook the broader context. This cognitive bias, known as the salience effect, plays a significant role in how we interpret events, make decisions, and form opinions. Consider the scenario of marijuana's portrayal in the media. Imagine that for several months, the issue of marijuana has dominated the news cycle. Television programs depict scenes of potheads, underground growers, and dealers. Newspapers, both tabloid and serious, flood their pages with stories about young teenagers smoking joints and the various societal, medical, and philosophical debates surrounding the substance. Even if there is no statistical link between marijuana use and car accidents, the prevalence of these stories primes the public to associate marijuana with danger. So, when a local journalist, Kurt, passes by the scene of a car accident and learns that marijuana was found in the backseat, he quickly concludes that the drug must have caused the crash. His subsequent headline, "Marijuana kills yet another motorist," is a direct result of the salience effect. Kurt's mistake is understandable but significant. he has allowed a prominent feature of the situation, the presence of marijuana, to overshadow all other details, leading him to a faulty conclusion. The truth, in this case, is that the accident could have been caused by any number of factors unrelated to the drug, but because marijuana was the most salient detail, it became the central narrative. This cognitive bias doesn't just affect journalists. It's something that all of us are susceptible to in our everyday lives. For instance, when a major corporation announces that it has promoted a woman to the position of CEO, the detail that she is female might become the most salient aspect of the story. This can lead to the assumption that her promotion was based on gender rather than merit, despite the fact that men overwhelmingly occupy leadership roles. The salience of her gender overshadows her qualifications and accomplishments, leading to an oversimplified and potentially unfair judgment. The salience effect also influences how we perceive people from different ethnic backgrounds. Suppose two men are arrested for robbing a bank, and it's revealed that they are Nigerian. Although there is no disproportionate representation of Nigerians in bank robbery statistics, their nationality becomes the salient detail. This can reinforce harmful stereotypes, making us more likely to associate criminal behavior with this particular ethnic group. The fact that the vast majority of immigrants live law-abiding lives is easily forgotten, overshadowed by the salience of this negative event. Moreover, the salience effect not only distorts our understanding of the past, but also shapes our expectations for the future. Psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky found that when making predictions, people often place undue emphasis on salient information. In the financial world, this might explain why investors react more strongly to sensational news, such as the firing of a high-profile CEO, than to less conspicuous, but perhaps more important factors, like consistent long-term growth in profits. Even seasoned analysts can fall victim to the salience effect, allowing flashy but less significant details to drive their investment decisions. The consequences of the salience effect are far-reaching. It can lead to biased news coverage, perpetuate stereotypes, and result in poor decision-making. In a society that is increasingly driven by media and quick judgments, understanding the salience effect is crucial. To counteract its influence, we must actively resist the temptation to focus solely on the most striking details. This requires a conscious effort to consider the less obvious but potentially more important factors that may be at play. For example, when confronted with a news story, it's important to ask ourselves what other factors might be influencing the situation. Is the headline drawing attention to a particular detail at the expense of a more nuanced understanding? Are there underlying issues that are being overshadowed by the salience of a specific feature? By challenging ourselves to look beyond the surface, we can develop a more balanced and accurate view of the world. In conclusion, the salience effect is a powerful cognitive bias that can lead us to overemphasize certain details while neglecting others. Whether it's a journalist jumping to conclusions about a car accident, an investor reacting to sensational news, or an individual forming stereotypes based on a single salient characteristic, the effect can distort our perception and lead to flawed decisions. To combat this bias, we must cultivate the habit of looking beyond the obvious and considering the full range of factors involved in any given situation. Only then can we achieve a more accurate and fair understanding of the world around us. The house money effect: why we treat found money differently. Imagine stumbling upon a small fortune, a windfall that seems almost too good to be true. Whether it's a surprise lottery win, an unexpected inheritance, or even a promotional bonus from a company, this newfound wealth often feels different from the money we earn through hard work. This difference in perception can lead us to make decisions we wouldn't ordinarily consider, a phenomenon known as the house money effect. The house money effect, a term coined by economist Richard Thaler, describes how we tend to treat money that we acquire unexpectedly, whether by luck or as a gift, much more frivolously than money we've earned. This psychological bias can lead to irrational financial behavior, such as taking bigger risks or spending on unnecessary luxuries, simply because the money didn't come from our own labor. Take, for example, a high school student who finds a 5,000 Swiss franc bill on the sidewalk. Suddenly flush with cash, he decides to buy a top-of-the-line bicycle, even though his old bike works perfectly fine. The money burns a hole in his pocket, compelling him to spend it on something he wouldn't have considered buying with his hard-earned savings. This is the house money effect in action. The found money feels less valuable, almost like play money, and is spent with far less caution. This behavior is not just limited to individuals. Casinos, for instance, capitalize on the house money effect by offering players free credits or bonuses, knowing that these windfalls will likely lead to riskier bets and, ultimately, larger losses. Online gambling sites, credit card companies, and even airlines employ similar tactics, offering rewards or incentives that make us feel like we're playing with house money. The result? We often spend more, take greater risks, and ultimately end up worse off than if we had never received the windfall. The house money effect also explains why lottery winners often find themselves in financial trouble not long after cashing in their big prize. The sudden influx of money can create a false sense of security, leading to impulsive spending, poor investment decisions, and a disregard for long-term financial planning. What was once a life-changing amount of money quickly evaporates, leaving winners wondering where it all went. Even in everyday situations, the house money effect can influence our choices. For example, people who receive a tax refund or a bonus at work might be more inclined to spend it on a vacation or a new gadget rather than saving or investing it. The money feels different, less earned, more of a gift, and as a result, we treat it with less care. Understanding the house money effect is crucial for making smarter financial decisions. The key is to recognize that all money, whether earned or won, should be treated with the same level of respect and consideration. When you receive a windfall, it's important to resist the urge to spend it impulsively. Instead, take a step back and consider how you would handle the money if it had come from your regular income. Would you still make the same decisions? If not, it might be wise to save or invest the money, putting it to work for your future, rather than letting it slip through your fingers. In conclusion, the house money effect is a powerful psychological bias that can lead us to make poor financial decisions when we encounter unexpected money. Whether it's a lottery win, a promotional bonus, or simply finding cash on the street, this money often feels different, prompting us to spend it more freely and take greater risks. By understanding this effect and treating all money with equal care, we can avoid the pitfalls of impulsive spending and ensure that our windfalls truly benefit us in the long run. The real reason New Year's resolutions fail: understanding procrastination. Every year, millions of people make New Year's resolutions with the best of intentions, vowing to quit smoking, lose weight, or finally start that long-delayed project. Yet by the time February rolls around, many of these resolutions have already been abandoned. The culprit behind this widespread failure is a familiar one: procrastination. It's a deeply ingrained human behavior, a tendency to delay unpleasant but important tasks in favor of more enjoyable activities. Consider the example of a writer who, despite having the talent to craft beautiful sentences, produces only a modest book every 7 years. His lack of productivity stems not from a lack of ability, but from his habit of procrastinating. Instead of writing, he spends hours researching, telling himself that he's waiting for the right mood to begin. Unfortunately, that perfect moment rarely arrives. This kind of procrastination is not unique to writers. It's a common struggle for many people across various tasks, from completing tax returns to quitting smoking. Procrastination is particularly insidious because it often involves delaying tasks that, although challenging, are ultimately beneficial. We know that going to the gym, switching to a cheaper insurance policy, or writing thank you letters will improve our lives in some way, yet we continue to push these tasks aside. The reason for this, as psychologist Roy Baumeister demonstrated, lies in the depletion of our mental energy, or willpower. Baumeister's experiment with students resisting the temptation of freshly baked cookies showed that self-control, much like a battery, can be drained. Once depleted, it becomes much harder to tackle subsequent challenges, such as solving a difficult math problem or sticking to a resolution. This understanding of willpower as a limited resource explains why procrastination is so pervasive. Self-control isn't available to us at all times. It needs to be replenished. Simple acts like eating enough and taking breaks can help restore our mental energy, but they aren't always enough to combat procrastination on their own. To truly overcome this habit, we need to employ a range of strategies. One of the most effective techniques is to set clear, external deadlines. Research by psychologist Dan Ariely shows that deadlines imposed by others, such as a teacher or the IRS, are more effective than self-imposed ones. However, when self-imposed deadlines are necessary, breaking the task down into smaller, manageable steps can make a big difference. Each step should have its own deadline, turning an overwhelming project into a series of achievable goals. This is why vague New Year's resolutions, without specific plans and deadlines, are often doomed to fail. Another key to overcoming procrastination is eliminating distractions. For example, when writing a novel, turning off internet access can prevent the temptation to procrastinate by surfing the web. But perhaps the most powerful tool in fighting procrastination is the creation of public commitments. This approach was successfully used by a woman who needed to write her doctoral thesis in 3 months. She rented a small room with no telephone or internet connection and set 3 specific deadlines for each part of her paper. She told everyone about these deadlines, even printing them on her business cards. By making her goals public, she added external pressure to her self-imposed deadlines, which helped her stay on track. In conclusion, procrastination is a deeply irrational yet entirely human behavior that often leads to the failure of New Year's resolutions and other important goals. To combat it, we need to recognize the limitations of our willpower and take proactive steps to manage our tasks effectively. By setting clear deadlines, eliminating distractions, and creating public commitments, we can overcome the urge to procrastinate and achieve the goals we set for ourselves, not just at the start of the year, but throughout our lives. How to overcome envy and build your own castle. Envy is a powerful and often destructive emotion, one that can arise in the most unexpected ways. Imagine you're at work and a colleague receives a substantial bonus while you're handed a modest gift certificate. That familiar feeling of envy creeps in, leading you down a path of resentment and irrational behavior. You may find yourself avoiding the colleague, undermining their efforts, or even taking pleasure in their misfortunes. Yet, as widespread as envy is, it's arguably the most foolish of all emotions, one that offers no benefits, only harm. Envy, as the Russian folktale illustrates, can drive people to wish ill upon others rather than improving their own circumstances. The farmer who wishes for his neighbor's cow to die rather than asking for a cow of his own epitomizes the self-defeating nature of envy. It's an emotion that compels us to focus on what others have rather than what we could achieve ourselves. What makes envy particularly dangerous is its tendency to target those who are most similar to us, our peers in age, profession, and social status. We don't envy distant millionaires or successful figures in unrelated fields. Instead, we envy our colleagues, neighbors, and others who are just within our reach. This narrow focus can lead to unnecessary stress and dissatisfaction, especially when we compare ourselves to those who seem to be doing better. One of the most common mistakes people make is surrounding themselves with a peer group that constantly triggers envy. For example, moving to a more affluent neighborhood might initially seem like a sign of success. However, once you're settled in, the sight of even grander homes and lifestyles can spark envy, making you feel inadequate despite your achievements. This is where the real danger lies. Envy can cloud your appreciation for what you have and drive you to compete in a race that never ends. So how can we curb this destructive emotion? The first step is to stop comparing yourself to others. This may sound simple, but in a world saturated with social media and constant updates on others' lives, it requires conscious effort. Focus on your own path, your own goals, and measure your success by your standards, not by someone else's. The next step is to find your circle of competence and excel in it. This means identifying a niche where you can be the best, no matter how small or specific it might be. Whether it's in your career, a hobby, or a personal pursuit, being the king of your castle can provide a sense of accomplishment that is immune to the influence of envy. When you create and build something that is uniquely yours, the success of others becomes less threatening and more irrelevant. Understanding the evolutionary roots of envy can also help in managing it. In the distant past, envy may have served a survival function, motivating individuals to compete for resources. However, in today's society, where success is not a zero-sum game, envy is more likely to hinder than help. Your neighbor's new car or promotion does not detract from your potential to achieve success. In fact, it has no impact on your opportunities at all. When envy strikes, it's helpful to remember that it's a natural but outdated emotion. My wife often reminds me, it's okay to be envious, but only of the person you aspire to become. This simple shift in focus from envying others to aspiring for self-improvement can transform envy from a source of bitterness to a motivator for personal growth. In conclusion, envy is a pervasive and irrational emotion that can lead to unnecessary dissatisfaction and conflict. By recognizing its futility, avoiding comparisons, and focusing on building your own success, you can overcome envy and create a life where you are truly the master of your domain. Instead of tearing down others' castles, concentrate on building your own, brick by brick, until it stands tall and proud, a testament to your unique achievements. Why human stories move us more than cold statistics. When faced with the stark realities of the world war, famine, economic hardship, one might assume that hard facts and statistics would be the most compelling way to convey the gravity of these issues. Yet, time and again, we find that people are more moved by individual stories than by the impersonal data that represents countless lives. This phenomenon is rooted in our deep-seated ability to empathize with others, a trait that has evolved over thousands of years to ensure our survival as social beings. Consider the impact of showing photographs of soldiers' coffins, something the American media was prohibited from doing for 18 years. When the ban was lifted in 2009, images of these coffins quickly spread across the internet, evoking strong emotional reactions from the public. Why did these images have such a powerful effect when the statistics on casualties were readily available all along? The answer lies in the fact that numbers and data, while informative, fail to engage us on an emotional level. In contrast, images of people, particularly those who have died, stir our emotions and make the costs of war more tangible. This preference for human stories over statistics is closely tied to our evolutionary development. Over millennia, we have honed our ability to understand and predict the thoughts and feelings of others, what psychologists refer to as the theory of mind. This cognitive skill is crucial for social interaction and cooperation, as demonstrated by experiments like the ultimatum game. In this game, participants are asked to split a sum of money with a stranger. Although it would be rational to offer the stranger as little as possible, most people choose to give a fair share, showing that they empathize with the other person's perspective. However, this empathy can be easily diminished. In another version of the ultimatum game, when participants were placed in separate rooms and unable to see each other, their offers became much lower. Without the ability to visualize and empathize with the other person, they became more selfish. This shift underscores how much our emotions and decisions are influenced by the presence of a human face. The power of personification is also evident in charitable giving. When psychologist Paul Slovic conducted an experiment asking people to donate to a cause, he found that showing a photo of an emaciated child named Rokia from Malawi elicited more generosity than presenting statistics about millions of children affected by famine. Despite the logical expectation that knowing the full scope of the problem would inspire more aid, it was the image of a single child that moved people to give. This is because human brains are wired to respond more strongly to individual stories than to abstract numbers. The media understands this principle well. News outlets know that readers are more likely to engage with stories that are personified, whether it's a CEO representing a company, a president symbolizing a nation, or a victim embodying the human cost of a disaster. This focus on individual faces and stories makes complex issues more relatable and easier to grasp on a personal level. This preference for stories over statistics also explains the enduring appeal of novels. Great works of literature, like Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter or John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, resonate with readers because they present historical and social issues through the lens of individual experiences. A scholarly analysis of psychological torture in Puritan New England might provide a comprehensive understanding, but it is the story of Hester Prynne that captures our imagination and empathy. Similarly, the Great Depression is more vividly remembered through the struggles of the Joad family than through a series of economic data points. In conclusion, while human stories are powerful tools for evoking empathy and understanding, it is important to remember that they represent just a small part of the broader picture. When confronted with a compelling narrative, it's essential to seek out the underlying facts and statistics to fully comprehend the issue at hand. However, if your goal is to inspire and motivate others, never underestimate the impact of a well-told story. A name, a face, and a personal journey can convey the essence of an issue in a way that statistics simply cannot. The illusion of attention, what you're overlooking, could be critical. Every day we navigate through life confident that we are aware of what's happening around us. We believe that our attention is sharp, capturing all the essential details. However, this confidence is often misplaced, as the illusion of attention, a cognitive bias where we overestimate our ability to notice what's happening around us, can lead us to overlook even the most obvious and significant events. Consider the story of drivers in a small English village who, despite clear warning signs, drove directly into a flooded river. These drivers were so fixated on their car's navigation systems that they failed to see the flooding right before their eyes. This is a classic example of the illusion of attention, where our focus on one aspect of our environment blinds us to everything else, even something as critical as an impassable road. This phenomenon was famously demonstrated in the 1990s by Harvard psychologists Daniel Simons and Christopher Chabrice in their experiment known as the monkey business illusion. In the experiment, viewers are asked to count the number of passes made by basketball players in white shirts. During the video, a person dressed as a gorilla walks into the frame, pounds his chest, and then exits. Shockingly, about half of the viewers fail to notice the gorilla entirely. This experiment highlights a startling truth: we often miss glaring details, even when they happen right in front of us, simply because we're not looking for them. The illusion of attention can have serious consequences, especially in situations where we need to react quickly to the unexpected. For example, when driving, most people believe they can multitask talking on the phone while maintaining full control of the vehicle. But research shows that even hands-free phone conversations significantly impair our ability to react to sudden events, like a child running into the street. The brain's limited capacity for attention means that when we're focused on the conversation, our ability to notice and respond to unexpected dangers diminishes, sometimes with tragic results. This same illusion can affect entire organizations and societies. Take the example of Swissair, a company so focused on its expansion strategy that it failed to notice its financial liquidity drying up, leading to bankruptcy in 2001. Or consider the lead-up to the 2007 to 2008 financial crisis, where the risks accumulating in the banking sector went largely unnoticed until it was too late. These were the gorillas in the room, critical issues stomping around in plain sight, but missed by those too focused on other matters. The real danger of the illusion of attention is that we have no way of knowing what we're missing. If something important goes unnoticed, it might as well not exist, and this can lead to catastrophic oversights. To counter this, we must regularly challenge our assumptions and actively seek out what might be lurking on the periphery of our awareness. What are we not seeing? What critical issues are being ignored simply because they don't fit our current focus? It's essential to occasionally purge ourselves of the illusion of attention. This means stepping back and considering all possibilities, even those that seem unlikely or far-fetched. It requires us to ask tough questions: what events are we not anticipating? What crucial issues are being left unaddressed? By doing so, we can train ourselves to notice the gorillas in the room before they cause irreparable harm. In conclusion, the illusion of attention is a powerful and deceptive force that can lead us to overlook critical details, sometimes with dire consequences. By recognizing and challenging this cognitive bias, we can improve our awareness, make better decisions, and avoid the pitfalls of unseen dangers. The next time you think you've seen everything there is to see, remember what you're overlooking might be the most important thing of all. The risks and realities of strategic misrepresentation. Imagine you're applying for your dream job. You know this opportunity is too good to pass up, so you polish your resume to perfection and emphasize your strengths while downplaying your weaknesses during the interview. When asked if you can achieve ambitious goals like boosting sales by 30% while slashing costs by the same amount, you confidently reply, "Consider it done," even though you have no concrete plan on how to deliver such results. You aren't trying to deceive, but you understand that giving a more realistic answer could cost you the job. This is a classic example of strategic misrepresentation. Strategic misrepresentation is the practice of exaggerating or stretching the truth to gain an advantage in situations where the stakes are high. It's a common tactic in job interviews, book proposals, and particularly in large-scale projects. The rationale is simple: when there's a lot on the line, people are more likely to make bold claims to secure an opportunity. After all, if they don't, someone else will. This phenomenon is not limited to individuals. It's especially prevalent in mega projects, where the rewards for winning a contract are enormous. Oxford professor Bent Flyvbjerg has extensively studied why so many large-scale projects suffer from cost overruns and missed deadlines. The answer lies in the fact that the most optimistic, or rather, the most inflated proposal often wins. Flyvbjerg calls this reverse Darwinism the survival of the unfittest, where the project with the most hot air is chosen over more realistic but less flashy proposals. Strategic misrepresentation thrives in environments where accountability is unclear, such as in projects commissioned by administrations that may no longer be in power by the time issues arise. With multiple companies involved, blame can be easily shifted, and the long timelines make it difficult to hold anyone responsible for overruns years down the line. But is strategic misrepresentation just another term for deceit? In some ways, yes, but it's often seen as socially acceptable, much like wearing makeup or leasing a luxury car to project an image of success. In many cases, the exaggeration is harmless, and the consequences are minor. However, when it comes to significant matters like your health or major investments, strategic misrepresentation can lead to serious problems. To protect yourself from the pitfalls of strategic misrepresentation, it's crucial to look beyond the claims and focus on past performance. If you're hiring someone, don't just rely on their promises, review their track record. If you're evaluating a project proposal, compare it to similar projects and scrutinize any overly optimistic timelines, costs, or benefits. Don't hesitate to involve experts, like accountants, to rigorously analyze the numbers and ensure they hold up to scrutiny. In addition, consider incorporating safeguards into agreements, such as penalties for cost and schedule overruns, with funds held in a secure escrow account. This adds a layer of protection and incentivizes honesty and accountability. In conclusion, strategic misrepresentation is a reality in many aspects of life, from job interviews to large-scale projects. While it can sometimes be harmless, it poses significant risks when dealing with critical matters. By being vigilant, focusing on facts over promises, and putting protective measures in place, you can navigate these situations more effectively and avoid the costly consequences of being misled by hot air. The paralysis of overthinking: when to trust your gut over your head. Overthinking is a common trap that can lead to paralysis, preventing us from making decisions or taking action. This mental quagmire is vividly illustrated by the story of the centipede who, after carefully analyzing every possible step to reach a grain of sugar, became so tangled in his calculations that he couldn't move forward and ultimately starved. This fable, while simple, captures the essence of overthinking. The more we deliberate, the more likely we are to get stuck. This phenomenon isn't limited to fictional centipedes. It happens to the best of us, even in high-stakes situations. Take the example of Jean Van de Velde, the French golfer who, in the 1999 British Open, found himself on the verge of victory. With a comfortable lead, all he needed to do was play it safe on the final hole. But instead of trusting his well-honed skills, Van de Velde became consumed with the pressure of the moment. As he overanalyzed every shot, his performance deteriorated, leading to a disastrous triple bogey that cost him the tournament and marked the beginning of a decline in his career. Overthinking can also cloud our judgment in more everyday situations. A fascinating study conducted by psychologists Timothy Wilson and Jonathan Schooler revealed how this works. They asked participants to taste and rank various strawberry jellies. Initially, both students and experienced tasters ranked the jellies similarly, favoring the best varieties. However, when participants were asked to justify their rankings in detail, their judgments became skewed. The process of overthinking led them to second-guess their initial, more accurate assessments. These examples highlight a crucial point. While rational thought and analysis are valuable, they can sometimes undermine our ability to make sound decisions, especially in areas where we've developed strong instincts or practice skills. This is because emotions and gut feelings are not merely irrational impulses. They are another form of information processing that can often lead to wiser decisions, particularly in familiar contexts. So when should you trust your gut, and when should you rely on logical analysis? A useful rule of thumb is to follow your instincts when dealing with tasks you've mastered, such as motor skills, routine decisions, or situations similar to those our ancestors faced, like assessing trustworthiness or deciding what to eat. These are areas where intuition, honed by practice and experience, is often more reliable than overanalysis. However, for complex decisions that require careful consideration, such as making significant investments or navigating intricate professional dilemmas, logic and deliberate reflection are essential. These are areas where our evolutionary instincts may fall short, and where overthinking, in the right context, can be a valuable tool. In conclusion, while overthinking can lead to paralysis and poor decisions, it's important to recognize when to switch off that part of your brain and trust your instincts. Whether you're an athlete, an artist, or just someone trying to navigate daily life, knowing when to rely on your gut and when to engage in rational analysis is key to making better decisions and avoiding the pitfalls of overthinking. The planning fallacy: why we consistently overestimate what we can achieve. Every morning you likely sit down with a fresh to-do list, confident that today will be the day you check off every item. Yet, as the day ends, you find that once again you've fallen short. Tasks remain undone, and your ambitious plans have been thwarted. This scenario is all too common, not just for you, but for most people. Despite years of experience in planning, we continuously overestimate our ability to accomplish tasks within a given time frame. This persistent overconfidence is known as the planning fallacy. The planning fallacy is a cognitive bias first identified by psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. It refers to our tendency to underestimate the time, costs, and risks involved in a task, while overestimating the benefits and likelihood of success. This bias is not just a personal failing, it's a widespread issue that affects individuals, teams, and entire organizations. Consider the example of students writing their theses. When asked to predict both a realistic and worst-case scenario deadline for their work, most students still failed to meet their expectations. On average, they required 50% more time than anticipated, even exceeding their worst-case scenario by a full week. This isn't a matter of inexperience, it's the planning fallacy in action. The fallacy becomes even more pronounced in collaborative efforts, such as business projects or public works. The Sydney Opera House, one of the world's most iconic buildings, is a textbook case. Originally planned to be completed in 6 years at a cost of $7 million, the project instead took 16 years and cost over $100 million. Such dramatic overruns are not rare, they're a predictable outcome of the planning fallacy. Why does this happen? The answer lies in a combination of wishful thinking and a narrow focus. We want to believe in our ability to succeed and are overly optimistic about our plans. This optimism blinds us to potential obstacles and outside factors that could derail our efforts. When planning, we tend to concentrate solely on the task at hand, ignoring the myriad of unpredictable events that could arise. Ironically, the more detailed our planning, the more likely we are to fall prey to this fallacy, as we become increasingly focused on the internal steps rather than external realities. So, how can we combat the planning fallacy? One effective strategy is to shift our focus from the specifics of our project to broader, external factors. Instead of relying solely on our own estimates, we should look at similar projects and their outcomes. Historical data provides a more accurate baseline, helping us set more realistic expectations. If similar projects took 3 years and $5 million to complete, it's likely yours will, too, regardless of how meticulous your planning is. Another useful tool is the premortem technique, recommended by psychologist Gary Klein. Before finalizing a plan, gather your team and imagine that the project has failed spectacularly. Ask each member to write a brief explanation of what went wrong. This exercise helps identify potential pitfalls and challenges that might otherwise be overlooked, allowing you to address them before they become insurmountable. In conclusion, the planning fallacy is a deeply ingrained cognitive bias that leads us to overcommit and underdeliver. By recognizing this bias and adopting strategies like focusing on external data and conducting premortem assessments, we can set more realistic goals and improve our chances of success. The next time you create a to-do list or embark on a new project, remember that even the best-laid plans are subject to the planning fallacy. Adjust your expectations accordingly, and you'll be better equipped to achieve your goals. The danger of over-reliance: how deformation professionnel limits our perspective. In life, we often rely on the tools and expertise we've developed through our professions. Surgeons reach for their scalpels, engineers look for structural solutions, and business analysts turn to spreadsheets. While specialization is essential, there is a hidden danger in this approach: the tendency to see every problem through the narrow lens of our own professional training. This cognitive bias, known as deformation professionnel, can lead to misguided solutions and a limited understanding of the world. Mark Twain famously said, "If your only tool is a hammer, all your problems will be nails." This quote encapsulates the essence of deformation professionnel. When we become so entrenched in our specific field, we begin to apply its principles to situations where they may not be appropriate. This man with the hammer mentality, as Charlie Munger called it, is not just a harmless quirk, it can be a disastrous way to operate, both personally and professionally. Consider a few examples. Surgeons may opt for invasive procedures when less drastic treatments would suffice. Military leaders might view every conflict as one that requires a show of force. Engineers could be tempted to solve problems with complex structures when simpler solutions exist. Even literary critics, trained to detect symbolism and hidden meanings, might invent interpretations that were never intended by the author. In each case, the expert's narrow focus limits their ability to see alternative solutions, often to the detriment of the situation. This tendency becomes particularly hazardous when experts apply their specialized tools in areas beyond their domain. Teachers might treat their friends like students, and new mothers could start managing their husbands as if they were children. The omnipresent Excel spreadsheet, designed for numerical data, is often misused to make unrealistic projections or analyze decisions that should involve more nuanced considerations. Even within their own fields, professionals can overuse their tools. Literary reviewers, for instance, might impose meaning where there is none, just as business journalists might parse every word of a central bank governor for clues that don't exist. This over-reliance on a single approach or tool blinds us to the broader picture and leads to suboptimal outcomes. So, how can we overcome the limitations of déformation professionnelle? The key is to recognize that our brains are not central computers with one dominant mode of operation. Instead, they are more like Swiss Army knives, equipped with various specialized tools. However, most of us have pocket knives that are incomplete, lacking the full range of tools needed to tackle diverse challenges effectively. To expand our toolkit, we must actively seek out knowledge and methodologies from fields outside our expertise. This requires a deliberate effort to learn and internalize new mental models, and investment that takes time but pays off in spades. For example, adopting a biological perspective can enhance our understanding of complex systems, just as exploring the principles of economics might provide new insights into decision-making. In conclusion, while our professional training provides us with valuable tools, over-reliance on these tools can narrow our perspective and lead to flawed solutions. By acknowledging the limitations of déformation professionnelle and striving to expand our mental toolkits, we can approach problems with a broader, more versatile mindset. This not only sharpens our thinking but also equips us to tackle challenges more effectively, both in our professional lives and beyond. The Zeigarnik effect: why unfinished tasks haunt your mind, and how to find relief. Have you ever found yourself unable to stop thinking about a task you haven't completed, even when you're trying to focus on something else? This nagging feeling, the constant mental reminder of unfinished business, is a common experience, and it's rooted in a psychological phenomenon known as the Zeigarnik effect. Named after Russian psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik, this effect explains why incomplete tasks linger in our minds, demanding our attention until they're resolved. The story behind the discovery of the Zeigarnik effect is as intriguing as the phenomenon itself. In 1927, during a visit to a restaurant in Berlin, Zeigarnik noticed that the waiter could remember every detail of the orders he had taken until the moment they were served. Once the meals were delivered, the information vanished from his memory as if it had never existed. This observation led Zeigarnik and her mentor, Kurt Lewin, to study how our minds handle unfinished tasks. Their research revealed that people naturally tend to keep uncompleted tasks at the forefront of their minds, like open tabs on a browser that can't be closed until the job is done. These tasks create a mental tension that persists until the task is completed, at which point the mind can finally let go. However, further studies by Roy Baumeister and his team at Florida State University have shown that completion isn't the only way to find peace of mind. They discovered that simply having a detailed plan to address an unfinished task is enough to ease the mental burden and clear the mind. In Baumeister's experiments, students preparing for their final exams were divided into groups. One group focused on a party, another on the exam itself, and a third on both the exam and a detailed study plan. As expected, the students who concentrated solely on the party were relaxed, while those fixated on the exam were stressed. But the surprising finding was that the group with the study plan felt just as relaxed as those thinking about the party. The detailed plan had effectively cleared their minds, freeing them from anxiety. This insight is the foundation of productivity expert David Allen's approach to getting things done. In his best-selling book, Getting Things Done, Allen emphasizes the importance of having a clear mind to be truly productive. He argues that you don't need to complete every task immediately, but you do need a clear, actionable plan for how you will tackle each one. This plan should be broken down into specific, manageable steps and preferably written down. This process allows your mind to let go of the unfinished task, knowing that it's been addressed. However, it's important to recognize that while detailed planning can relieve mental stress, it can also lead to overconfidence in project timelines and outcomes, a phenomenon known as the planning fallacy. Allen's advice, therefore, should be used in balance. For peace of mind, create detailed plans for your tasks, but for accurate project predictions, also look at the broader picture and consider similar projects to temper your expectations. If you find yourself lying awake at night, unable to silence the mental chatter of unfinished tasks, Allen suggests a simple yet effective tool: a notepad by your bed. Write down the tasks that are bothering you and how you plan to address them. This small action can have a powerful effect, quieting the internal noise and allowing you to rest. In conclusion, the Zeigarnik effect explains why unfinished tasks haunt our minds, but it also offers a solution. By creating detailed plans to tackle these tasks, you can free your mind from their grip and find the clarity needed to focus on what truly matters. Whether it's organizing a birthday party or finding a new job, a well-thought-out plan can bring peace to your mind and order to your life. The illusion of skill: why success often hinges on luck more than talent. In the pursuit of success, whether in business, sports, or personal endeavors, we tend to place great emphasis on skill, hard work, and strategic brilliance. We celebrate the achievements of individuals who seem to have mastered the art of success, believing that their talents and relentless efforts are the primary reasons for their triumphs. However, a deeper exploration into the nature of success reveals a more complex and unsettling truth: luck plays a far more significant role than we'd like to admit. This phenomenon, known as the illusion of skill, challenges the deeply ingrained belief that success is solely the result of individual effort and ability. While skill and determination are undoubtedly important, they are often necessary but not sufficient for achieving long-term success. One of the most striking examples of the illusion of skill can be observed in the world of entrepreneurship. The term serial entrepreneur is often used to describe individuals who have successfully founded and grown multiple companies. Steve Jobs and Richard Branson are two iconic figures who fit this description, but they are the exception rather than the rule. In reality, serial entrepreneurs represent a tiny fraction of all business founders. The vast majority of entrepreneurs experience one major success, if any at all, and then struggle to replicate it in subsequent ventures. This phenomenon raises an important question: if skill and determination are the primary drivers of success, why do so few entrepreneurs manage to achieve repeated success? The answer lies in the role of luck. While talent, a strong personal network, and a solid reputation are certainly advantageous, they do not guarantee success. The timing of a venture, market conditions, and other external factors often play a more significant role than the entrepreneur's skills. If skill were the sole determinant of success, we would expect to see a much higher rate of serial entrepreneurship. However, the reality is that many successful entrepreneurs simply happen to be in the right place at the right time with the right idea. Their initial success was influenced as much by luck as by their abilities, and when these external conditions change, their subsequent ventures may not fare as well. This illusion of skill is not confined to the world of entrepreneurship. Corporate leaders, often hailed as the driving force behind their company's successes, are also subject to the whims of luck. Consider the research that examined the impact of CEOs on their company's performance. The study identified traits commonly associated with strong leadership, such as strategic acumen, effective management practices, and past success, and then compared the performance of companies led by strong CEOs to those led by weaker CEOs. The results were surprising. In only 60% of cases did the stronger CEO lead the more successful company. In 40% of cases, a weaker CEO was at the helm of a thriving business. This modest correlation suggests that while leadership skills are important, they are not the sole or even the most significant factor in a company's success. External factors, such as market dynamics, economic conditions, and sheer luck, play a crucial role. Even Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors of all time, acknowledges this reality. He famously remarked that a good managerial record is far more a function of what business boat you get into than it is of how effectively you row. In other words, the success of a company often depends more on the industry it operates in and the timing of its ventures than on the individual skill of its CEO. The illusion of skill is perhaps most starkly illustrated in the financial markets, where many believe that expertise and experience are the keys to success. However, as Daniel Kahneman, a Nobel laureate in economics, discovered, this belief is often misguided. Kahneman visited an asset management company and analyzed the performance of its investment advisors over an 8-year period. The advisors were ranked each year based on their performance, and Kahneman calculated the correlation between their rankings from one year to the next. The results were shocking. There was no correlation whatsoever. An advisor who ranked at the top one year could easily find themselves at the bottom the next, and vice versa. The performance of these advisors was essentially random, yet they were rewarded with bonuses as if their success were due to skill rather than luck. This finding challenges the very foundation of the financial industry, where professionals are often handsomely rewarded for what is, in many cases, mere chance. The implication is clear in areas like the stock market, where outcomes are influenced by a vast array of unpredictable factors. Luck plays a dominant role. The illusion of skill leads us to believe that success in these fields is due to individual expertise, when in reality, it often comes down to being in the right place at the right time. The broader lesson here is that while skill is essential in many professions, its role in determining success is often overestimated. Plumbers, pilots, and surgeons rely on their expertise to perform their jobs effectively, and their success is directly tied to their skill. However, in areas like entrepreneurship, corporate leadership, and financial markets, the impact of skill is more limited. In these fields, external factors and random chance can significantly influence outcomes, making it difficult to attribute success solely to individual talent. Understanding the illusion of skill has important implications for how we approach success and decision-making. It encourages us to be more skeptical of attributing success entirely to individual effort and to recognize the role of luck in shaping outcomes. This awareness can help us temper our expectations, avoid the pitfalls of overconfidence, and make more informed decisions based on a realistic understanding of the factors at play. In conclusion, the illusion of skill is a powerful cognitive bias that leads us to overvalue talent and underappreciate the role of luck in achieving success. While skill is undoubtedly important, it is not always the decisive factor, particularly in fields where external variables and randomness play significant roles. By acknowledging the limits of skill and recognizing the impact of luck, we can develop a more nuanced perspective on success and approach our goals with a greater sense of humility and realism. Whether in business, investing, or personal endeavors, it is crucial to remember that sometimes the boat we're in matters more than how hard we row. The feature positive effect: how our focus on presence blinds us to what's missing. In our daily lives, we are naturally drawn to what is present, the things we see, hear, and experience. We notice the positives, the successes, the achievements, the features that stand out. What often escapes our attention are the absences, the things that could be but aren't, the events that didn't happen, the dangers that were avoided. This cognitive bias, known as the feature positive effect, shapes our perceptions and decisions, often leading us to overlook crucial information. The feature positive effect is the reason why recognizing what's missing is so much more challenging than spotting what's there. Consider two series of numbers, one where the commonality is the presence of a digit, and another where the link is the absence of a different digit. Identifying the common factor in the first series is straightforward, while the second requires more effort. This simple exercise reveals a profound truth: we are inherently better at noticing what exists than what is absent. This bias has far-reaching implications. In the realm of personal health, for instance, we are acutely aware when something hurts, but we rarely stop to appreciate the absence of pain. A sudden realization of feeling pain-free might bring a fleeting moment of joy, but it quickly fades as our focus shifts back to the more immediate, present experiences. The feature positive effect also plays out in more complex scenarios, such as in the appreciation of art and music. Imagine attending a performance of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, where the beauty of the composition brings tears to the audience's eyes. It's easy to feel fortunate that such a masterpiece exists, but what if it had never been composed? Would we miss it? The truth is, we wouldn't, because it would never have entered our consciousness in the first place. We can only appreciate what is present; the absence of what could have been remains largely invisible. This bias isn't just a philosophical curiosity, it has practical consequences. In the business world, prevention campaigns leverage the feature positive effect by focusing on the presence of danger, e.g., smoking causes lung cancer, rather than the absence of harm, e.g., not smoking leads to a life free of lung cancer. Checklists, commonly used by auditors and other professionals, are also prone to this bias. These tools are excellent at highlighting what's on the list, but they can easily miss what isn't. High-profile financial scandals, such as those involving Enron and Bernie Madoff, slipped through the cracks because the risks they posed were not on any checklist. Even in consumer behavior, the feature positive effect is exploited. A salad dressing high in cholesterol can still be marketed effectively by emphasizing its 20 different vitamins while omitting the cholesterol content. Shoppers focus on the positive features, rarely noticing what's missing. This selective attention makes us feel informed and secure, even when crucial information is absent. In academia, the feature positive effect manifests in the publication process. Confirmations of hypotheses are celebrated and often lead to prestigious awards, while the falsification of hypotheses, though equally valuable, struggles to gain recognition. This focus on positive results over negative findings skews the scientific landscape, reinforcing the bias toward what is present. The feature positive effect also influences how we respond to advice. We are generally more receptive to positive suggestions, do X, than to negative ones, forget about Y, even when the latter might be more beneficial. This preference for positive action over inaction can lead to suboptimal decision-making. In conclusion, the feature positive effect highlights a fundamental limitation in how we perceive the world. We are naturally attuned to what is present, often at the expense of recognizing what is absent. This bias shapes our thoughts, decisions, and behaviors in ways we might not even realize. By becoming more aware of the absences, the non-events, the unspoken possibilities, we can gain a more balanced perspective. Although it requires mental effort, this shift in focus can lead to greater awareness, better decision-making, and perhaps even a deeper appreciation for the things that aren't there. After all, sometimes it's the things we don't see that matter most. Cherry-picking, the art of drawing the bullseye around the arrow. In our daily lives, we are constantly presented with information that has been carefully curated to show only the best aspects of a product, service, or achievement. Whether it's the photos on a hotel's website or the glowing success stories in a company's annual report, we are often seeing a version of reality that has been selectively edited to highlight the positives and downplay or ignore the negatives. This practice, known as cherry-picking, is not just a marketing tactic but a pervasive cognitive bias that can distort our understanding of reality. Cherry-picking is most apparent in the world of marketing and advertising. Hotels, for example, showcase their most beautiful rooms, scenic views, and luxurious amenities, while conveniently leaving out the less appealing aspects such as outdated decor or subpar service. As consumers, we've learned to approach such presentations with a healthy dose of skepticism, knowing that what we see is only part of the picture. We've come to expect this selective storytelling in brochures for cars, real estate, and even law firms, and we adjust our expectations accordingly. However, our guard often drops when we encounter information from sources we deem to be more objective, such as annual reports from companies, foundations, or government organizations. We tend to assume that these reports are accurate reflections of reality, but the truth is that they too are often riddled with cherry-picking. Successes are highlighted, while failures or unmet goals are conveniently omitted. As a result, we are left with a skewed perception of the organization's performance. The problem is not confined to marketing and corporate communications. Even in meetings and presentations, cherry-picking is rampant. Imagine you are a department head tasked with reporting on your team's progress. It's natural to focus on the successes, to elaborate on the projects that went well, and to gloss over or completely omit the ones that didn't. After all, no one wants to highlight their failures, but this selective reporting can create a misleading picture of the team's overall performance. A particularly insidious form of cherry-picking comes in the form of anecdotes. These mini-stories, often shared in meetings or reports, can be incredibly persuasive because of our brain's inherent vulnerability to narrative. For example, if a product is generally difficult to use, a single story about someone who figured it out effortlessly can create an illusion of success. However, such anecdotes should be treated with extreme caution, as they often do not reflect the broader reality. Effective leaders learn to be wary of such stories and to question their relevance and accuracy. Cherry-picking is even more dangerous in fields that command great respect, such as academia and medicine. Scholars and researchers often emphasize their successes while glossing over their failures or the limitations of their methods. As a result, we may place undue trust in certain theories or treatments. not realizing that we are only seeing a carefully edited version of the truth. In medicine, for instance, while groundbreaking drugs like antibiotics are celebrated, the most significant public health achievement of the past 60 years, anti-smoking campaigns, often receives far less attention. This disparity is a result of cherry-picking, where the more glamorous or profitable successes overshadow equally important, though less flashy, contributions. So, what can we do to guard against the distortions of cherry-picking? First, we must cultivate a habit of asking about the leftover cherries, the failures, missed goals, and unachieved targets that are often left out of reports and presentations. By doing so, we gain a more accurate and complete understanding of a situation. Second, it's crucial to regularly revisit and double-check targets and goals. Over time, it's easy for original objectives to be quietly replaced with self-set goals that are easier to achieve, giving the illusion of success without real progress. In conclusion, cherry-picking is a widespread practice that can lead to a distorted view of reality. Whether it's in marketing, corporate reporting, or even academic research, we are often presented with a carefully curated version of the truth that highlights successes and hides failures. To see the full picture, we must actively seek out the missing information, question the stories we're told, and be aware of our own cognitive biases. Only then can we avoid the trap of drawing the bullseye around the arrow and instead aim for genuine understanding and progress. The fallacy of the single cause: why complex problems defy simple explanations. In a world increasingly obsessed with finding clear and definitive answers, the allure of the single cause is powerful. When faced with complex events, whether it's a war, a financial crisis, or a personal failure, we instinctively search for one root cause to explain it all. This tendency is deeply ingrained in our thinking, yet it is fundamentally flawed. Known as the fallacy of the single cause, this cognitive bias leads us to oversimplify intricate situations by attributing them to a single factor, ignoring the multitude of influences at play. This fallacy is particularly evident in how we approach major global events. Take the 2003 US invasion of Iraq, for example. At the time, media outlets and political commentators were fixated on finding the single motive behind the war. Was it retaliation for 9/11s, the search for weapons of mass destruction, or perhaps a strategic move for control over oil? The reality, of course, was far more complicated. Multiple factors, political, economic, historical, and personal, converged to drive the decision to invade Iraq. Yet the simplistic narrative of a single cause dominated the discourse, distorting our understanding of the event. The fallacy of the single cause isn't limited to geopolitics, it's pervasive in every aspect of our lives. Consider the 2008 financial crisis, a catastrophic event that shook the global economy. In the aftermath, analysts and journalists scrambled to pinpoint the cause. Was it the fault of Alan Greenspan's monetary policy? The greed of investors? The failures of rating agencies? Each of these factors played a role, but none of them alone caused the crisis. The collapse was the result of a complex interplay of numerous factors, each contributing to the overall disaster. This fallacy is not just a modern problem, it's an ancient one. Throughout history, humans have sought simple explanations for complex phenomena. Aristotle's idea that people are masters of their own destinies is a reflection of this desire to attribute outcomes to singular causes. However, modern science and psychology have shown us that human behavior and events are the results of countless interacting factors, from genetics and upbringing to societal influences and random chance. Despite this knowledge, the hunt for scapegoats remains a popular exercise. In business, for example, when a new product fails, managers often search for the one reason behind the flop. Was it poor marketing? A bad product design? While it might be comforting to blame a single factor, the truth is that product failures, like all complex outcomes, are usually due to a combination of many elements. To truly understand and address the failure, one must look beyond the superficial and consider the entire network of contributing factors. The danger of the fallacy of the single cause lies in its simplicity. It encourages us to look for easy answers and to place blame where it doesn't fully belong. This not only hinders our understanding of complex issues, but also leads to unfair judgments and the unjust punishment of individuals. When we blame a single person or factor for a failure, we ignore the broader context and the many forces that shape outcomes. To overcome this fallacy, we must embrace complexity and acknowledge that most events and behaviors are the result of multiple causes. This requires us to move away from the simplistic narratives that dominate our thinking and to develop a more nuanced understanding of the world. In practical terms, this means taking the time to explore all potential causes, conducting thorough analyses, and resisting the urge to settle on the most obvious explanation. In conclusion, the fallacy of the single cause is a deeply ingrained but misleading way of thinking. By oversimplifying complex problems, we not only distort reality but also risk making poor decisions based on incomplete information. To truly understand the world and navigate its challenges, we must recognize that most outcomes are the result of a complex interplay of factors. Only by doing so can we move beyond the search for scapegoats and towards a more accurate and fair understanding of the events that shape our lives. The intention to treat error: how misleading data can skew our understanding of success and safety. When analyzing data, it's easy to draw conclusions that seem logical but are fundamentally flawed due to hidden biases. One such bias, known as the intention to treat error, can lead us to believe that reckless drivers are safer, indebted companies are more profitable, and certain medications are more effective than they actually are. This error occurs when the analysis includes only those who complete a task or treatment successfully, thereby excluding those who fail, drop out, or encounter problems along the way. The result is a distorted view that misrepresents reality and can have significant consequences if left unchecked. Consider the example of drivers on a 75-mile journey from Miami to West Palm Beach. Those who complete the trip in less than an hour are labeled as reckless drivers, while those who take longer are considered careful drivers. At first glance, it may seem that the reckless drivers are safer because they complete the journey without incident. However, this conclusion is misleading. The reckless drivers who made it safely to their destination are the only ones included in the data, while those who crashed or had an accident are automatically placed in the careful drivers category due to their slower completion time. This creates the illusion that speed demons are safer, when in reality, the data is skewed by excluding those who didn't make it. The intention to treat error is not limited to driving statistics, it also appears in financial studies. A banker might proudly present data showing that companies with debt are more profitable than those without. However, this data is misleading. Unprofitable companies are less likely to secure loans and therefore end up in the equity-only group. Meanwhile, companies with large debts that fail to make interest payments go bankrupt quickly and are removed from the sample. As a result, the remaining companies in the debt group appear more successful, not because debt inherently leads to profitability, but because only the healthier, more stable companies survive to be counted. This error can also skew medical research. Imagine a new drug is being tested for its effectiveness in reducing heart disease mortality. The study shows that patients who take the drug regularly have a 15% mortality rate, while those with irregular intake have a 30% mortality rate. At first glance, it appears that the drug is highly effective. However, this conclusion may be flawed. Patients who experience severe side effects or whose health deteriorates might stop taking the drug regularly, ending up in the irregular intake group. Consequently, only the healthier patients who can tolerate the drug remain in the regular group, making the drug seem more effective than it truly is. To avoid falling into the intention to treat error, it's crucial to evaluate studies and data carefully. Researchers should include all participants in their analysis, regardless of whether they completed the study or dropped out. This approach provides a more accurate and realistic picture of the treatment's effectiveness or the true risks associated with certain behaviors. In conclusion, the intention to treat error can significantly distort our understanding of data, leading to false conclusions about safety, profitability, and effectiveness. Whether intentional or accidental, this error undermines the integrity of research and decision-making. To counter it, we must scrutinize the data, ensuring that all relevant factors are considered and that no important details are excluded. Only by doing so can we avoid being misled by seemingly positive results and make better-informed decisions. The news illusion: why cutting out daily headlines can transform your life. In today's hyper-connected world, the news is everywhere. From the moment we wake up, we're bombarded with headlines, breaking news alerts, and a constant stream of updates that claim to be essential for our understanding of the world. Earthquake in Sumatra, plane crash in Russia, celebrity divorces, and record salaries at banks — these are just a few of the endless pieces of information competing for our attention every day. But as we consume more and more news, we must ask ourselves, is this really making us more informed, or is it just a distraction that's slowly eroding our ability to think clearly and make good decisions? The reality is that while we are more connected to information than ever before, we know incredibly little about what truly matters. This paradox arises from the nature of news itself, a form of knowledge that's become increasingly toxic to our mental well-being. News is to the mind what sugar is to the body. It's easy to consume, instantly gratifying, but highly destructive in the long run. And just like sugar, the more news we consume, the more we crave, leading to a vicious cycle that leaves us anxious, distracted, and ultimately less informed. 3 years ago, I decided to conduct a personal experiment. I stopped reading and listening to the news entirely. I cancelled all my newspaper and magazine subscriptions, got rid of my television and radio, and deleted news apps from my phone. I even avoided picking up free newspapers or engaging with news content that popped up online. The first few weeks were tough. I was plagued by the fear of missing out, constantly worried that I might be uninformed about something crucial. But over time, something remarkable happened. My mind became clearer, my thoughts more focused, my decisions better, and I gained a significant amount of time that I could invest in more meaningful activities. The most surprising outcome? I didn't miss anything important. My social network, real friends, not virtual ones, kept me informed about the truly significant events, allowing me to bypass the relentless noise of the daily news cycle. There are several compelling reasons to consider cutting news out of your life, but 3 stand out as particularly impactful. First, our brains are not designed to process the constant barrage of information that the news delivers. We are wired to react strongly to sensational, shocking, and emotionally charged stories. News producers are well aware of this and deliberately craft their content to capture our attention by focusing on scandalous, people-based, and fast-changing details. But this creates a distorted view of reality, as we become more attuned to the sensational stories and less aware of the more complex, subtle, and abstract issues that are often far more relevant to our lives. This emphasis on sensationalism means that news consumption can actually lead to a distorted mental map of the risks and threats we face. We may become overly fearful of events that are statistically rare, like terrorist attacks or plane crashes, while underestimating more common but less sensational risks, such as lifestyle-related health issues. In this way, news can warp our perception of reality, leading us to make decisions based on fear and anxiety rather than reason and understanding. Second, most news is irrelevant to our daily lives. Over the course of a year, the average person consumes thousands of news snippets, up to 30 a day, but how many of these stories actually impact our personal or professional decisions? The answer is almost none. In fact, when asked, most people struggle to recall even one news story from the past year that has had a tangible effect on their lives. The news we consume is often just noise, providing little to no value in helping us make better decisions or understand the world in a meaningful way. The idea that staying up to date with the news gives us a competitive advantage is a myth. If this were true, journalists who are among the most informed individuals would be at the top of the income pyramid, yet they are not. In reality, news consumption is more likely to be a competitive disadvantage, as it distracts us from focusing on more productive and meaningful activities. Third, news is a colossal waste of time. The average person spends about half a day each week consuming news. In global terms, this adds up to an immense loss of productivity. Take, for example, the 2008 terror attacks in Mumbai. While the attack itself was a tragic event, the time spent by millions of people around the world following every update, watching the coverage, and listening to the commentary far exceeded the actual impact of the event itself. If we conservatively estimate that 1 billion people spent an hour each following the aftermath, that's 1 billion hours of lost productivity, equivalent to around 2,000 human lives. This stark calculation reveals the true cost of news consumption. It's not just a waste of time, it's a waste of life. In addition to these 3 points, it's important to consider the psychological toll that constant news consumption takes on us. News is inherently negative. It thrives on conflict, disaster, and scandal. Consuming a steady diet of bad news can lead to a heightened sense of anxiety, helplessness, and pessimism. It can create a sense of urgency and stress that is not reflective of reality, making us feel as though the world is a more dangerous and unstable place than it actually is. This, in turn, can affect our mood, our relationships, and our overall sense of well-being. The solution to this problem is simple, though not easy: stop consuming news. Instead, Invest your time in reading long-form articles, in-depth analysis, and books. These sources of information offer a deeper, more nuanced understanding of the world, free from the sensationalism and distortion of the news cycle. Books, in particular, are invaluable for gaining insight into complex issues, as they provide the context, background, and multiple perspectives necessary to truly understand a topic. By turning your back on the news, you can reclaim your time, improve your mental clarity, and make better decisions. You'll find that the world doesn't fall apart just because you're not constantly plugged into the latest headlines. In fact, you'll likely feel more in control of your life, less stressed, and more focused on the things that truly matter. In conclusion, the news illusion is a powerful trap that ensnares our attention and distorts our perception of the world. While it may seem important to stay informed, the reality is that most news is irrelevant, misleading, and a waste of time. By cutting out news and focusing on more meaningful sources of information, you can improve your life in profound ways. So take the plunge, kick the news habit, and see how much better life can be without the constant noise and distraction. You may be surprised at how much more you can achieve, understand, and enjoy when you step away from the news and focus on the things that truly matter. The power of negative knowledge: why eliminating errors leads to better decisions. In the relentless pursuit of success and happiness, we are often driven by the desire to discover the secret formula, the precise actions, traits, or strategies that will lead us to our goals. We are inundated with advice on what to do, how to think, and which steps to follow, all in the hope of carving out a path to personal and professional fulfillment. However, what if the key to achieving our aspirations lies not in what we should do, but rather in what we should avoid? This approach, rooted in the concept of via negativa, suggests that by identifying and eliminating the errors and obstacles that hinder us, we can naturally arrive at better outcomes. This philosophy, famously encapsulated by Michelangelo's method of sculpting, removing everything that is not David, offers a powerful framework for clearer thinking, more effective decision-making, and ultimately, a more successful life. The concept of via negativa is simple yet profound. Rather than focusing solely on the positive actions that might lead to success, we should concentrate on eliminating the negative elements that obstruct our path. In other words, it's not just about doing the right things, it's about avoiding the wrong things. This approach is counterintuitive in a world that constantly pushes us to do more, be more, and achieve more. Yet, it is often the things we don't do, the mistakes we don't make, that have the most significant impact on our lives. Historically, the idea of via negativa has been applied across various disciplines, from theology to investing. Theologians, for instance, have long grappled with the challenge of defining the divine. Rather than attempting to describe what God is, many have found it more effective to describe what God is not. This negative approach allows for a clearer, albeit more abstract, understanding of the divine. Similarly, in the world of investing, legendary figures like Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger have attributed much of their success to a strategy of avoidance. As Buffett famously said, "Charlie and I have not learned how to solve difficult business problems. What we have learned is to avoid them. By steering clear of risky ventures and potential pitfalls, they have managed to achieve extraordinary results with relatively straightforward strategies." This emphasis on avoidance over action can be a powerful tool in decision-making. When faced with complex problems or uncertain outcomes, it's often easier and more effective to focus on eliminating potential errors rather than striving for a perfect solution. This approach is particularly useful when considering the inherent flaws in human thinking. The field of cognitive psychology has long explored the ways in which our thinking is prone to error. Two prominent theories, often referred to as the hot and cold theories of irrationality, offer insights into why we make mistakes in our reasoning. The hot theory, rooted in ancient philosophy, suggests that emotions are the primary disruptors of logical thought. According to this view, our reason is like a rider attempting to control wild, galloping horses. Our emotions. When these emotions become too powerful, they overwhelm our reason, leading to irrational decisions. This theory has persisted for centuries, influencing everything from religious doctrine to psychological counseling. On the other hand, the cold theory of irrationality, which emerged after the horrors of World War II, suggests that our thinking is flawed even in the absence of emotional interference. This theory posits that cognitive errors are not merely the result of emotional outbursts, but are inherent in the way we process information. Researchers have found that these errors are not random, they follow predictable patterns, which makes them identifiable and, to some extent, avoidable. This realization has profound implications for how we approach decision-making. If we can identify these cognitive traps, we can develop strategies to avoid them, thereby improving the quality of our decisions. One of the most compelling explanations for why our thinking is so prone to error comes from evolutionary psychology. Our brains evolved to meet the demands of a very different world, a world where quick decisions and immediate reactions were often a matter of life and death. In the context of our hunter-gatherer ancestors, it was more advantageous to act quickly and decisively, even at the cost of occasional errors. For example, if a rustle in the bushes might indicate the presence of a predator, it was better to flee immediately rather than take the time to analyze the situation. The cost of a false positive fleeing when there was no danger was minimal compared to the cost of a false negative failing to flee when there was a predator. This evolutionary pressure shaped our brains to prioritize speed over accuracy, leading to the development of cognitive shortcuts, or heuristics, that often result in errors when applied to the complexities of the modern world. Today we live in a world that is far more complex and less predictable than the one our ancestors faced. The rapid pace of technological, social, and economic change has created an environment where the rules are constantly shifting. In this context, the cognitive shortcuts that once served us well can lead us astray. The challenge, then, is to recognize when these shortcuts are leading us into error and to develop strategies to counteract them. This is where the concept of via negativa becomes particularly valuable. By focusing on eliminating errors rather than striving for perfection, we can improve our decision-making in a way that is both practical and effective. For example, when making a significant personal or business decision, it's helpful to start by identifying the potential pitfalls and mistakes that could derail your plans. Once these are identified, you can take steps to avoid them, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. In practice, this might involve creating a checklist of common cognitive errors and using it to evaluate your decisions. Just as pilots use checklists to ensure that they don't overlook critical steps during a flight, you can use a decision-making checklist to ensure that you're not falling into common traps like confirmation bias, overconfidence, or the sunk cost fallacy. By systematically checking for these errors, you can make more rational and informed decisions. Of course, not every decision requires this level of scrutiny. In many cases, particularly when the stakes are low, it makes sense to rely on intuition and quick judgments. However, in situations where the consequences are significant, taking the time to evaluate your decisions carefully can make a substantial difference. This dual approach, trusting intuition for low-stakes decisions and applying rigorous analysis for high-stakes decisions, can help you navigate life's challenges more effectively. Another important aspect of via negativa is the recognition of your circle of competence. This concept, popularized by Warren Buffett, refers to the idea that we all have areas where our knowledge and experience give us a significant advantage. Within this circle, we can trust our intuition and make decisions with confidence. However, outside of this circle, it's essential to rely on more deliberate, rational thinking. By understanding the limits of your competence, you can avoid making costly mistakes in areas where you lack expertise. Ultimately, the power of via negativa lies in its simplicity and practicality. By focusing on what to avoid rather than what to do, you can eliminate many of the errors that lead to poor decisions and missed opportunities. This approach doesn't require perfection or extraordinary intelligence, it simply requires a commitment to identifying and avoiding the common pitfalls that trap us all. By doing so, you can navigate life more effectively, achieve your goals more consistently, and enjoy a greater sense of clarity and purpose. In conclusion, the via negativa approach to decision-making offers a powerful alternative to the traditional focus on positive actions and strategies. By concentrating on eliminating errors and avoiding pitfalls, we can make better decisions, reduce our cognitive biases, and ultimately lead more successful and fulfilling lives. Whether in business, personal relationships, or creative endeavors, the key to success often lies not in what we do, but in what we don't do. By embracing the power of negative knowledge and adopting the via negativa mindset, we can remove the obstacles that stand in our way and reveal the path to greater clarity, understanding, and achievement. Now let's briefly repeat what we heard. Survivorship bias. This bias occurs when we focus on successful examples and overlook those that failed, leading to a distorted perception of reality. For instance, we might visit cemeteries and see many old gravestones, leading us to believe that people generally live long lives, ignoring those who died young. This skewed perspective can result in overestimating the likelihood of success. Swimmer's body illusion. The swimmer's body illusion happens when we confuse selection factors with results. People might assume that swimming creates an athletic body, but in reality, those with athletic bodies are more likely to succeed in swimming. This misinterpretation can lead us to believe that a certain characteristic is a result of an activity when it is actually a prerequisite. Clustering illusion. This is the tendency to see patterns in random data. For example, when we see shapes in clouds or assume that streaks in gambling are meaningful, we're falling for the clustering illusion. Our brains are wired to recognize patterns, even where none exist, leading us to draw incorrect conclusions. Social proof. Social proof is the tendency to follow the actions of others, believing that if many people do something, it must be correct. However, even if 50 million people believe something foolish, it does not make it true. This bias can lead us to conform to the majority, even when the majority is wrong. Sunk cost fallacy. This fallacy occurs when we continue investing in something simply because we've already invested a lot, even if it's no longer viable. We should forget the past and make decisions based on future benefits rather than past investments. This bias can trap us in bad decisions, leading to further loss. Reciprocity. Reciprocity is the tendency to feel obliged to return a favor, even if we didn't ask for it. For instance, when someone offers you a free drink, you might feel compelled to buy something in return. This bias can be exploited in various situations, leading us to make decisions based on a sense of obligation rather than genuine desire. Confirmation bias Part 1. This bias occurs when we favor information that confirms our pre-existing beliefs while ignoring or dismissing evidence that contradicts them. When we encounter a special case that aligns with our views, we might see it as proof of our correctness, even if it's not representative of the bigger picture. This selective thinking can prevent us from seeing the truth. Confirmation bias Part 2. In the same vein, confirmation bias can lead us to murder our darlings to cling to ideas and beliefs we hold dear, despite evidence to the contrary. By only acknowledging information that supports our beliefs, we can reinforce our biases and become blind to reality. This can hinder our ability to grow and learn. Authority bias. Authority bias is the tendency to attribute greater accuracy or value to the opinion of an authority figure, regardless of the actual merit of the information. When someone in a position of power or expertise says something, we are more likely to accept it without question. This can lead us to overlook flaws or errors in their reasoning simply because of their status. Contrast effect. The contrast effect occurs when our perception of something is influenced by comparisons with something else. For example, if you're with supermodel friends, you might feel less attractive in comparison, even if you're attractive by objective standards. This bias can skew our judgments and make us see things in a more or less favorable light, depending on what they're compared to. Availability bias. Availability bias happens when we judge the likelihood of events based on how easily examples come to mind. For instance, if we hear about plane crashes often, we might overestimate their frequency and start to believe that flying is more dangerous than it actually is. This bias can lead to distorted perceptions of risk and probability, making us worry about things that are less likely to happen. The "it'll get worse before it gets better" fallacy. This fallacy is the belief that things must deteriorate before they improve, which is not always true. People might endure unnecessary hardship because they expect that suffering will eventually lead to a positive outcome. However, this mindset can justify poor decisions and prolong negative situations without any real benefit. Story bias. Story bias is the tendency to believe a narrative simply because it's coherent and compelling, even if the facts are incomplete or incorrect. We prefer stories that make sense over random facts, leading us to draw conclusions that are not necessarily true. Even true stories are often simplified or altered, which can distort our understanding of events. Hindsight bias. Hindsight bias occurs when we believe, after the fact, that we could have predicted an event. Keeping a diary can help mitigate this bias by providing a record of our thoughts and predictions before we know the outcome. This bias makes us overestimate our ability to predict events and can lead to overconfidence in our decision-making. Overconfidence effect. The overconfidence effect is when we overestimate our knowledge, abilities, or control over a situation. This bias can lead us to take unnecessary risks or make decisions without sufficient information. We systematically overestimate our competence, which can result in mistakes or failures that we didn't anticipate. Chauffeur knowledge. Chauffeur knowledge refers to superficial understanding, where someone can repeat information but lacks deep comprehension. News anchors often possess this type of knowledge, presenting complex issues in a simplified manner without truly understanding them. This bias can lead to the spread of misinformation, as people mistake shallow knowledge for expertise. Illusion of control. The illusion of control is the belief that we can influence outcomes that are actually beyond our control. We might think we can control random events, like gambling or stock market fluctuations, when in reality, we have little to no influence. This bias can lead to overconfidence and risky behaviors based on the false belief that we can manage unpredictable situations. Incentive super-response tendency. This bias occurs when people change their behavior to meet the incentives offered, sometimes in unexpected or counterproductive ways. For instance, if a lawyer is paid by the hour, they may work more slowly to increase their earnings rather than efficiently resolving a case. Incentives can motivate people, but they can also distort their actions, leading to unintended consequences. Regression to the mean. Regression to the mean is the tendency for extreme events to move closer to the average over time. The efficacy of doctors, consultants, or psychotherapists might seem dubious because extreme cases often improve naturally, giving the illusion of effectiveness even when interventions have little real impact. This bias can lead us to misinterpret the effectiveness of treatments or strategies. Outcome bias. Outcome bias happens when we judge the quality of a decision based on its outcome rather than the decision-making process itself. A good decision can lead to a bad outcome, and a bad decision can sometimes lead to a good one. However, judging decisions solely on outcomes can lead to unfair assessments and hinder learning from mistakes. Paradox of choice. The paradox of choice suggests that having too many options can lead to anxiety and dissatisfaction rather than happiness. When faced with numerous choices, we may feel overwhelmed and struggle to make a decision, often doubting whether we made the right one. This bias shows that less can indeed be more when it comes to making decisions. Liking bias. Liking bias is the tendency to be influenced by our affection for someone when evaluating their ideas or actions. If we like someone, we are more likely to agree with them or view their actions favorably, even if they are wrong. This bias can cloud our judgment and lead to favoritism or poor decision-making. Endowment effect. The endowment effect occurs when we value something more simply because we own it. We might cling to things, refusing to part with them, even if they have little actual value. This bias can lead to irrational attachment and make us hold on to possessions, relationships, or ideas that no longer serve us well. Coincidence. Coincidence is the inevitability of unlikely events happening by chance. We often attribute meaning to coincidences, believing they are significant or meant to be, when they are simply random occurrences. This bias can lead us to see patterns where none exist, making us draw connections between unrelated events. Groupthink. Groupthink is the tendency for group members to conform to the consensus, often at the expense of critical thinking or individual opinions. In the pursuit of harmony, dissenting voices are silenced, and bad decisions are made. This bias can lead to disastrous outcomes because alternative viewpoints and warnings are ignored in favor of group unity. Neglect of probability. This bias occurs when we ignore the actual probability of events, focusing instead on the possible outcomes. For example, when playing a lottery like Mega Trillions, we might focus on the possibility of winning rather than the extremely low probability of doing so. This leads to irrational decisions based on hopes rather than realistic assessments of risk. Scarcity error. Scarcity error is the tendency to value something more highly simply because it is scarce or perceived as rare. The last cookie in the jar seems more desirable, not because it tastes better, but because there are fewer of them. This bias can drive us to make irrational choices, overvaluing things that are limited in quantity. Base rate neglect. Base rate neglect happens when we ignore general statistical information base rates in favor of specific information about a case. For instance, when hearing hoofbeats, we might expect a zebra instead of a horse, ignoring the fact that horses are far more common. This bias can lead us to make incorrect assumptions by focusing on the exceptional rather than the probable. Gambler's fallacy. The gambler's fallacy is the belief that past events influence the likelihood of future events in random situations. For example, after a series of losses, a gambler might believe that a win is due even though each event is independent. This bias can lead to faulty reasoning and poor decision-making, especially in gambling or similar activities. The anchor. The anchor effect occurs when we rely too heavily on the first piece of information, the anchor, when making decisions. For example, the Wheel of Fortune might set an anchor with an initial number, influencing our subsequent estimates even if they are unrelated. This bias can lead us to make judgments based on arbitrary or irrelevant information. Induction. Induction is a bias where we assume that patterns observed in the past will continue into the future. This is how people can be relieved of their millions, believing that past performance guarantees future results. However, induction can lead to overconfidence and poor decisions when the future does not follow past trends. Loss aversion. Loss aversion is the tendency to prefer avoiding losses over acquiring equivalent gains. This bias explains why evil or negative events is more striking than good. The pain of losing something is psychologically more impactful than the pleasure of gaining something of equal value, leading to risk-averse behavior. Social loafing. Social loafing occurs when individuals exert less effort in a group than when working alone. Teams can become lazy because members rely on others to pick up the slack, resulting in lower overall productivity. This bias can undermine the effectiveness of teamwork, leading to inefficiency and decreased motivation. Exponential growth. Exponential growth bias is the failure to understand how quickly something can increase over time. For example, we might be stumped by how quickly a sheet of paper, folded multiple times, would grow in thickness. This misunderstanding can lead to underestimating the impact of rapidly growing processes, like debt or population growth. Winner's curse. The winner's curse is a phenomenon where the winner of an auction often overpays due to overestimating the value of the prize. Curbing your enthusiasm is essential to avoid falling into this trap, where the excitement of winning leads to irrational bidding. This bias can result in regret and financial loss. Fundamental attribution error. This bias occurs when we overemphasize personal characteristics and underestimate situational factors when explaining someone's behavior. For example, asking a writer if their novel is autobiographical assumes their life directly influences their work, ignoring other creative influences. This can lead to misunderstandings and incorrect judgments about others' actions. False causality. False causality is the mistaken belief that because two events occur together, one must have caused the other. For instance, believing in the stork because birth rates and stork sightings are correlated is a classic example. This bias can lead to incorrect conclusions about the relationship between events. Halo effect. The halo effect is when our overall impression of someone influences how we feel about their specific traits. Attractive people might climb the career ladder more quickly because their looks positively influence how others perceive their abilities. This bias can result in unfair advantages or disadvantages based on superficial qualities. Alternative paths. This bias involves ignoring the many alternative paths that could have led to a different outcome. For example, congratulating someone who has won Russian roulette ignores the many ways they could have lost. By focusing only on the successful outcome, we overlook the risks and other possible results. Forecast illusion. The forecast illusion is the belief that predicting the future is more accurate than it actually is. False prophets often seem convincing because their predictions are framed in a way that appears accurate, even though they rely on vague or general statements. This bias can lead to over-reliance on predictions that are not based on solid evidence. Conjunction fallacy. The conjunction fallacy occurs when we assume that specific conditions are more probable than a single general one. The deception of specific cases can lead us to believe that detailed scenarios are more likely, even though they are less probable than simpler, broader scenarios. This bias can result in overcomplicating our understanding of events. Framing. Framing is the way information is presented, which can significantly impact how we perceive it. For example, how you say something can be more influential than what you say. This bias shows that the context or wording can shape our opinions and decisions, sometimes leading us away from the truth. Action bias. Action bias is the tendency to favor action over inaction, often because doing something feels more productive, even when waiting might be better. Watching and waiting can feel like torture, because we are conditioned to believe that taking action is always preferable. This bias can lead to unnecessary or hasty decisions. Omission bias. Omission bias is the tendency to judge harmful actions as worse than equally harmful inactions. For example, people might see someone who causes harm as more culpable than someone who fails to prevent harm, even if the outcomes are the same. This bias can skew our moral judgments and lead to inconsistency in how we evaluate responsibility. Self-serving bias. Self-serving bias is the tendency to attribute our successes to internal factors and our failures to external factors. When things go well, we take credit, but when they go poorly, we blame others or circumstances. This bias can lead to a distorted self-perception and hinder personal growth by preventing us from acknowledging our own mistakes. Hedonic treadmill. The hedonic treadmill refers to the tendency to return to a baseline level of happiness despite positive or negative life changes. Be careful what you wish for, because achieving it might not lead to lasting satisfaction. This bias can trap us in a cycle of pursuing more without ever feeling truly fulfilled. Self-selection bias. Self-selection bias occurs when individuals select themselves into a group, causing a biased sample. For instance, when you marvel at your existence, you might forget that you are part of a group that survived certain conditions, while others did not. This bias can lead to incorrect conclusions about the nature of the group or the situation. Association bias. Association bias happens when our judgment is influenced by irrelevant associations. Experience can damage your judgment if it causes you to link unrelated events or ideas simply because they occurred together. This bias can lead to faulty reasoning and poor decisions based on spurious connections. Beginner's luck. Beginner's luck is the phenomenon where novices experience disproportionate success, which is unlikely to continue. Be wary when things get off to a great start, as this early success might lead to overconfidence and unrealistic expectations. This bias can cause people to underestimate the role of chance in their initial success. Cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is the discomfort we feel when holding conflicting beliefs, leading us to change our attitudes or behaviors to reduce the inconsistency. Sweet little lies or rationalizations help us avoid the discomfort of admitting we were wrong. This bias can prevent us from seeing the truth and making necessary changes. Hyperbolic discounting. Hyperbolic discounting is the tendency to prefer smaller, immediate rewards over larger, delayed ones. Living each day as if it were your last might lead to short-term thinking and impulsive decisions, neglecting long-term benefits. This bias can undermine our ability to plan for the future and achieve long-term goals. Because justification. This bias occurs when people accept weak reasons simply because they are presented with the word because any lame excuse can seem sufficient when framed as an explanation, even if it lacks substance. This tendency can lead to poor decision-making based on superficial or irrelevant justifications. Decision fatigue. Decision fatigue refers to the deteriorating quality of decisions after making many choices. Deciding better often means deciding less, as too many decisions can overwhelm us and lead to poor outcomes. This bias highlights the importance of simplifying choices and conserving mental energy for important decisions. Contagion bias. Contagion bias is the irrational fear or avoidance of something because it has been associated with something undesirable. For example, you might hesitate to wear Hitler's sweater, even though the object itself has no inherent qualities that could harm you. This bias can lead to irrational fears and behaviors based on symbolic associations. The problem with averages. Averages can be misleading, especially when they hide variations or outliers. There is no such thing as an average war, as every conflict has unique characteristics that averages cannot capture. This bias can lead to oversimplified conclusions and the neglect of important details. Motivation crowding. Motivation crowding occurs when external incentives undermine intrinsic motivation. Bonuses can destroy motivation if they shift the focus from enjoying the task itself to merely seeking rewards. This bias suggests that relying too heavily on external incentives can reduce genuine interest and satisfaction in activities. Twaddle tendency. Twaddle tendency is the inclination to engage in meaningless or trivial talk rather than saying nothing. If you have nothing to say, it's better to say nothing, as this bias can lead to wasted time and communication without value. This tendency can fill conversations with noise, diluting meaningful exchanges. Will Rogers phenomenon. This phenomenon occurs when transferring items between groups raises the average quality of both groups. Increasing the average IQ of two states by moving people with intermediate IQs is an example. This bias shows how statistics can be manipulated or interpreted in ways that don't reflect the true situation. Information bias. Information bias is the belief that more information will lead to better decisions, even when it's unnecessary or irrelevant. If you have an enemy, give him information, as this bias can lead to paralysis by analysis or decision-making based on too much data. Sometimes having less information can lead to clearer, more decisive actions. Effort justification. Effort justification is the tendency to attribute greater value to an outcome if we put significant effort into achieving it. The phrase "hurts so good" reflects this bias, as we often believe that something difficult or painful must be worthwhile. This can lead to a distorted perception of value based on the effort involved rather than the actual benefits. The law of small numbers. This bias occurs when we overestimate the significance of small sample sizes. Small things can loom large, leading us to make sweeping generalizations based on limited data. This bias can result in faulty conclusions and decisions that don't reflect the broader reality. Expectations. Expectations bias occurs when our expectations influence our perceptions and outcomes. Handle with care, as high or low expectations can significantly impact performance and satisfaction. This bias can lead to self-fulfilling prophecies, where our beliefs shape reality. Simple logic. Simple logic bias is the tendency to overlook the complexities of a situation in favor of a straightforward but incomplete explanation. Speed traps ahead highlights how we might assume that simple explanations are sufficient, even when the situation requires deeper analysis. This bias can lead to oversimplification and mistakes in reasoning. Four effect. The Four effect is the tendency to believe vague, general statements about ourselves because they seem personal. How to expose a charlatan. Recognize this bias, which is often exploited by fortune tellers and horoscopes. This bias shows our susceptibility to accepting information that feels personal, even when it's not. Volunteer's folly. Volunteer's folly is the tendency to overestimate the value or impact of volunteer work, often because of the personal satisfaction it brings. While volunteer work is commendable, this bias can lead us to overlook more effective or impactful ways to contribute. It highlights the need to balance personal fulfillment with actual outcomes. Affect heuristic. The affect heuristic is when we rely on emotions rather than logic to make decisions. We are often slaves to our emotions, allowing our feelings to guide our choices instead of objective reasoning. This bias can lead to impulsive decisions based on how we feel in the moment rather than what is rationally best. Introspection illusion. Introspection illusion is the belief that we understand our own minds better than we actually do. Be your own heretic by questioning your assumptions and recognizing that introspection might not always reveal the truth. This bias can lead to overconfidence in our self-knowledge and hinder personal growth. Inability to close doors. This bias refers to the difficulty of making definitive choices, fearing that we'll miss out on other opportunities. Sometimes you should set fire to your ships to avoid the temptation to go back and ensure commitment to a single path. This bias can lead to indecision and a lack of focus. Neomania. Neomania is the obsession with the new and the tendency to overvalue new things simply because they are new. Disregard the brand new, as this bias can lead us to ignore the tried and true in favor of unproven innovations. This can result in unnecessary change and the dismissal of reliable methods or products. Sleeper effect. The sleeper effect occurs when a message, initially discounted due to its source, gains credibility over time. Propaganda works because, as time passes, we might forget the source but remember the message. This bias shows how information can become more persuasive the longer it lingers in our minds, regardless of its origin. Alternative blindness. Alternative blindness is the tendency to see situations as having only two options, ignoring other possibilities. It's never just a two-horse race, there are often more alternatives than we initially perceive. This bias can limit our thinking and lead to poor decisions based on a false dichotomy. Social comparison bias. This bias occurs when we judge our own success or failure in comparison to others. We might take aim at young guns, feeling threatened by their potential, rather than focusing on our own growth. This bias can lead to envy and resentment, distracting us from our goals. Primacy and recency effects. The primacy effect is the tendency to remember the first items in a list, while the recency effect is the tendency to remember the last items. First impressions can be deceiving because of these biases, which influence how we perceive people and information. They can skew our memory and judgment based on what we encounter first or last. Not invented here syndrome. This bias is the tendency to undervalue ideas or products developed outside of our own group. We might prefer homemade solutions, believing they are better simply because we created them. This bias can lead to missed opportunities by rejecting outside innovations that could be beneficial. The black swan. The black swan bias refers to the underestimation of rare, impactful events because they fall outside our normal expectations. Profiting from the implausible means recognizing that unlikely events can have significant consequences. This bias can lead to a false sense of security and unpreparedness for unexpected crises. Domain dependence. Domain dependence is the tendency to apply knowledge and skills effectively in one area but struggle to transfer them to another. Knowledge is non-transferable, meaning expertise in one domain doesn't automatically lead to competence in another. This bias can result in overconfidence when tackling unfamiliar challenges. False consensus effect. The false consensus effect is the assumption that others share our beliefs and behaviors more than they actually do. The myth of like-mindedness can lead us to overestimate the degree to which our views are common. This bias can result in misunderstandings and conflicts when we assume others think like us. Falsification of history. This bias involves altering our memories or interpretations of the past to fit our current beliefs. We often think we were right all along, rewriting history to align with our present perspective. This bias can distort our understanding of past events and prevent us from learning from our mistakes. In group-out-group bias. This bias is the tendency to favor those we consider part of our own group and view those outside it with suspicion or hostility. Identifying with your football team, for example, can lead to strong in-group loyalty and out-group antagonism. This bias can create divisions and conflict between groups based on arbitrary distinctions. Ambiguity aversion. Ambiguity aversion is the preference for known risks over unknown risks, even if the known risks are worse. The difference between risk and uncertainty lies in our discomfort with ambiguity, which can lead us to make safer but potentially less rewarding choices. This bias can limit our ability to explore new opportunities. Default effect. The default effect is the tendency to go with the preset option or status quo, even if better alternatives exist. We often go with the status quo because it requires less effort to maintain what already is, rather than making a change. This bias can result in inertia and missed chances for improvement. Fear of regret. Fear of regret is the anxiety that we will make a decision we will later regret, leading to hesitation or inaction. Last chances can make us panic, as we fear missing out or making the wrong choice. This bias can paralyze decision-making and cause us to avoid taking risks. Salience effect. The salience effect is the tendency to focus on the most noticeable or striking aspects of a situation, often at the expense of more important details. Eye-catching details can render us blind to the bigger picture, leading to distorted perceptions and decisions. This bias can result in overemphasizing the wrong factors in our judgments. House money effect. The house money effect is the tendency to take greater risks with money that feels like it isn't ours, such as winnings or unexpected windfalls. Money is not naked, meaning we attach different values to it depending on its source, which can lead to reckless financial decisions. This bias can result in gambling away gains or making unwise investments. Procrastination. Procrastination is the tendency to delay tasks, often because they seem overwhelming or unpleasant. New Year's resolutions don't work because this bias leads us to put off actions that require sustained effort. Overcoming procrastination requires breaking tasks into manageable steps and finding ways to stay motivated. Envy. Envy is the desire for what others have, often leading to resentment and dissatisfaction. Building your own castle rather than envying others can help you focus on your goals and achievements. This bias can erode happiness and relationships if left unchecked. Personification. Personification is the tendency to attribute human characteristics to non-human entities, such as preferring novels to statistics because they tell a more relatable story. This bias can lead to oversimplification and emotional reasoning, diverting us from objective analysis. Illusion of attention. The illusion of attention is the belief that we notice more than we actually do. In reality, we overlook many things, leading to the illusion that we are aware of everything around us. This bias can result in missed details and overconfidence in our observational skills. Strategic misrepresentation. Strategic misrepresentation is the deliberate distortion of facts to achieve a desired outcome. Hot air often fills discussions where people misrepresent their intentions or abilities to gain an advantage. This bias can lead to mistrust and poor decision-making based on false information. Overthinking. Overthinking is the tendency to dwell on problems excessively, leading to analysis paralysis. Where's the off switch? Highlights the need to recognize when overthinking is hindering rather than helping. This bias can lead to stress and inaction as we get caught up in endless cycles of thought. Planning fallacy. The planning fallacy is the tendency to underestimate the time, costs, and risks of future actions while overestimating the benefits. We take on too much because we believe we can achieve more than is realistically possible within the time frame. This bias can lead to missed deadlines and unfulfilled commitments. Déformation professionnelle. This bias occurs when people in a profession see everything through the lens of their job. Those wielding hammers see only nails, meaning professionals might apply their specialized knowledge too broadly, missing the nuances of situations outside their expertise. This bias can lead to tunnel vision and inappropriate solutions. Zeigarnik effect. The Zeigarnik effect is the tendency to remember unfinished tasks better than completed ones. Mission accomplished might not bring closure, as the effect keeps unfinished business at the forefront of our minds. This bias can create a sense of lingering obligation and stress. Illusion of skill. The illusion of skill is the belief that success is due to personal skill rather than luck or external factors. In reality, the boat matters more than the rowing, meaning that circumstances often play a larger role than we acknowledge. This bias can lead to overconfidence and misjudgment of our abilities. Feature positive effect. The feature positive effect is the tendency to focus on the presence of positive features while ignoring the absence of negative ones. Checklists deceive you by highlighting what's included, making it easy to overlook what's missing. This bias can lead to incomplete evaluations and misguided decisions. Cherry picking. Cherry picking is the selective presentation of data or facts to support a particular argument while ignoring contrary evidence. Drawing the bullseye around the arrow means manipulating information to fit a desired outcome. This bias can result in skewed perspectives and misleading conclusions. Fallacy of the single cause. This bias occurs when we attribute an event to a single cause, overlooking other contributing factors. The Stone Age hunt for scapegoats reflects this tendency to simplify complex situations by blaming one cause. This bias can lead to oversimplified solutions that don't address the real issues. Intention to treat error. This bias occurs when we assume that the intention behind an action guarantees a specific outcome, ignoring how the action is actually executed. Speed demons might appear to be safer drivers, but this is an intention to treat error if we don't account for the actual risks they take. This bias can result in misguided confidence in certain practices. News illusion. The news illusion is the belief that consuming news keeps us well informed, when in fact, it often provides a distorted view of the world. Why you shouldn't read the news highlights how selective coverage and sensationalism can mislead us. This bias can lead to a skewed understanding of reality and unnecessary anxiety.